This tale begins as though it were a gentle childcare story, where a sweet child grows beneath tender affection, yet the tone soon shifts into something far darker, as if the heroine herself has been misplaced. A child's cry echoes somewhere in the kingdom, while a lady calls her Riri, remarking that she is slow today, but the little girl bursts out, refusing to eat. This is Rofan, where the woman awakens to find herself inside a childcare novel, shaped not by warmth, but by cruelty, the tale of a woman who possesses every luxury she wishes. The sole daughter of a shadowed house emerges, tormenting her servants at all hours, a stubborn eater who smashes plates and earns her name by driving away stepmothers. She mocks them so mercilessly that each one flees, yet the story now lies with a lady striving to feed her, only to be struck when the child hurls a wooden block at her face, shouting for her to leave. Still, the woman regains her composure while the child glares in fury. She is Rebecca, the daughter of the Petrie family. The caretaker attempts to soothe her, promising she will depart once the food is finished, urging her to take even a bite, but Rebecca only insists she already said no. Then her eyes widen as she sees crimson trickling from the woman's wound, crying out that this is why she wanted her gone. The woman clears her head, stating that an apology must come first, recalling from her experience that raising children is never simple. Yet Rebecca tumbles to the floor, thrashing and crying, that she is not at fault. The caretaker smirks faintly, convinced that this child will meet a tragic end, and her thoughts drift to 15 days earlier, when it all began. Beneath a somber night sky, she believed her life had ended, her final memory, a desperate sprint down a road to rescue a little girl, as though another spirit had taken hold of her. Then, when she regained consciousness, she opened her eyes to find herself ringed by unfamiliar figures speaking a language she could not comprehend. And in that moment, she realized she had become a girl called Leona, thrust into an unfamiliar world not her own. And the first thing she does after arriving in the new world is find herself inside a carriage with the man beside her, holding a book in his hand. He slams down his book, telling her that not long ago, she was acting as though she had abandoned everything, demanding if she had finally realized the situation while firmly addressing her as Leona Petrie. He stands revealed as the heir of the Petrie household, Ian Petrie. She points to herself, questioning if he truly refers to her, and immediately upon hearing this name, she recalls faint past memories of certain people attempting to sell her off to the Petrie family. Observing her bewildered expression, he asks what troubles her, and she laughs awkwardly, telling him there is nothing wrong, that she was merely startled by the rattling sound. She suddenly panics, realizing that the Leona she has possessed is being sold under the title of the Duchess after enduring a miserable existence, and that this man seated across from her is the very one who purchased her, the Duke of the Petrie family. The place she now travels toward is infamous for eerie tales, and she remembers additional fragments of the workers whispering about a fellow servant who vanished without a trace at the Duke's estate, and their fearful worry that day, upon hearing unsettling words that the Petrie clan secretly sells or torments them. Indeed, this is the shadowed household where the villainess of this tale matures. Suddenly, Ian breaks the silence, startling her, remarking he knows not what gossip she has heard about him. Sighing further, as he pleads that she should not be afraid because he will not strike her or drag her to somewhere unusual or dangerous. Leona nearly weeps, torn between confusion and comfort, uncertain whether she ought to feel safe, while Ian requests that she remember her task in the days ahead, insisting her duty is to devote herself to raising the child. On the first day, there remains only one certainty, that the road ahead will never remain calm or easy. At the Duke's mansion of Petrie, a girl suddenly points at her face, shouting and demanding what this is. Leona bows slightly, offering a quiet greeting, and upon seeing the child, she thinks inwardly that the little one is bold. The girl grows angry at Leona's polite hello and orders her to get out. Leona responds with a smile, while Ian introduces the small girl as his daughter Riri, further declaring that from today forward, she shall be considered her mother. Riri ridicules Leona, while Leona stands shaken by the child's sharp words, thinking that only moments ago she told her bluntly to shut up. She then asks the Duke how many stepmothers preceded her, remembering that the person who dies most absurdly in the novel is the third wife of the Duke, who once dashed down the stairs in great haste to escape Riri's pursuit, causing herself to slip and die. So as long as she stays away from that thought, she trembles when the Duke tells her that she is Rebecca's third stepmother, making her curse her own fate as she becomes reincarnated as the most unlucky person imaginable. She turns her face away while Riri yells at her father, demanding to know why he called her. She begins jumping, declaring that she is leaving. The Duke agrees with his daughter, remarking that since she has said hello today, she may go, but the little girl marches forward, proclaiming she is not leaving just because he gave permission. She is leaving simply because she herself wishes to, and she slams the door shut. The Duke then instructs Leona to follow him, and she looks, questioning him about where they are heading, but he simply orders her to follow without raising questions, and she agrees. After some time, he leads her to a chamber, stating this is the place she will now remain because he feels comfortable with her occupying the Duchess's quarters, and while opening the door, he reveals the room. Leona jolts, and he observes her closely, asking if something is wrong, which makes her force a smile while telling him it is indeed a very fine room, and there is no issue, though in truth, she is startled that he has brought her to an ordinary chamber. It took them a long walk to reach here, and during that time, he uttered not a single word, so she thought he was taking her straight into a dungeon or somewhere grim. The Duke fixes his gaze on her, telling her to rest now because she must begin caring for the child tomorrow. She remains silent, watching him depart. In the original tale, Rebecca harbors ambitions to become empress and once hoped to secure an engagement with the crown prince, but due to her endless misdeeds, she eventually becomes dethroned and exacts vengeance by poisoning the new crown princess, only to be executed at the end. Leona gazes at her reflection in the mirror, murmuring that she too has endured a wretched existence, thinking about what steps she must take next, before collapsing upon her bed and whispering that she does not know and will choose to worry about everything tomorrow. She acknowledges that she must take responsibility for Rebecca from tomorrow onward, hoping quietly to discover who shall prevail in the days ahead, herself or a baby girl. Meanwhile, Rebecca creates chaos, fuming about gaining yet another stepmother and whining that it is annoying. She flings her teddy bear onto the floor while her maid attempts to comfort her, urging her not to be troubled and softly whispering into her ear that if she simply does as she instructs, nothing will go wrong this time either, making Rebecca grin and declare she will do exactly as advised indeed. The butler thanks the Duke for his hard work on the week-long expedition, and Ian dismounts from his horse while asking about his daughter, remarking that he assumes she must have gotten along well with her new stepmother during his absence. Yet the butler's expression grows uneasy, causing the Duke to stiffen. After hearing a few whispered words, the Duke storms toward Leona's room, shouting and demanding what she has been doing all week, insisting that instead of merely sitting inside, she should have been properly caring for the child and at least checking on her. Leona's eyes glisten as she looks at the Duke, confessing with relief that at last there is someone she can finally speak to after a week of silence, leaving the Duke confused. She explains further that the servants deliberately ignored her as if everything had been planned, and each time she stepped outside her room, she ended up in some sort of trouble. No matter how many times she searched, she could never find the child's chamber, always losing her way despite believing she should have been able to locate it. The Duke shakes his head, unwilling to believe her words, telling her not to offer such excuses, but Leona insists that these are not excuses but facts. She already suspects the true hand guiding this harassment, but she knows if she says more, her words will only be wasted. So she instead pulls out the scarf with a small smile and politely asks the Duke if he might show her Riri's room now. Stepping into the child's chamber, sparkling from corner to corner, Leona realizes instantly that this is no ordinary space, but a princess's room in every detail. The Duke informs his daughter of his return, but Rebecca sits sulking on her bed, glaring and demanding why he has come. He answers that he has brought her mother with him, yet she turns away, scoffing at what kind of mother could neglect her for an entire week, nor show the slightest concern. Leona steps forward with a gentle smile toward Riri, explaining softly that it was not because she refused to see her, but only because she could not find her room. Then she turns her gaze toward the maids, remarking that it seems every maid who ignored her when she searched is standing here now. Rebecca leaps down from her bed, pointing at Leona while screaming, demanding why that even matters, and declaring that she fell in the hallway. Leona's expression hardens, and she sharply asks how Rebecca could possibly know she had fallen in the hallway, which makes Rebecca grit her teeth. The Duke intervenes quickly, demanding that they both stop, and reminds Leona that he had already told her on the first day to simply focus on caring for the child. Just then, the butler hurries into the chamber, bowing and apologizing for disturbing their discussion, announcing that a serious matter requires attention. The Duke assures the butler that he understands, stating he will arrive soon. Ian pats the head of his daughter, reminding her that he is the one who brought Leona here to care for her, asking her to wait a few days and observe. He then turns to Leona, telling her that he intends to grant her one more chance and warning her not to act irrationally. Rebecca asks her father if he is already leaving, calling after him with anger, while Leona pats her head and asks if she heard what her father said, that they must try to get along. But Rebecca pushes her hand away, frowning, clutching her rabbit doll and snapping at Leona, demanding how dare she touch her. She then turns on her maids, demanding if they will simply stand and threatening that if they allow her stepmother to approach her again, she will not leave them in peace. Leona realizes the girl is directing her words at her, with no choice except to smile faintly. Suddenly, the door opens, and a lady steps inside, asking what the commotion is about. Leona regards her curiously, asking who she is, and the woman smiles, remarking that she must be the new lady. She introduces herself as Giselle, the nanny of the princess, entrusted by the master with everything concerning the child. Giselle remarks that the princess still feels uncomfortable around her stepmother, adding that the girl has said she dislikes it and suggests that perhaps Leona should leave for now. Leona responds that she appreciates the concern, but asks if she also deserves a chance to build closeness with her child, adding that with help from the nanny, such progress could be possible. The nanny smiles again, saying she would never disobey the Duchess, then turns to the princess and asks her what she thinks, asking if perhaps she herself should leave instead of the stepmother. Rebecca clenches her teeth and shouts at Leona, demanding who she is to presume to dismiss the nanny, ordering her to get out. Leona clarifies, saying she never declared she wished the nanny to leave, adding that this is not the way a child should address an adult. If Rebecca wants something, she should ask calmly instead of shouting. Rebecca grows agitated when suddenly the nanny interrupts, speaking in a low voice, claiming that it is not proper to force someone into something they dislike, and warning that if the Duke discovers his daughter being treated in this manner, she cannot imagine how upset he would feel. Leona recalls the Duke's warning before introducing her to Rebecca, when he had told her that if, while caring for the girl, she appeared even the slightest bit suspicious, he could not predict what might happen. From that moment, she understands clearly that the matter will not end with dismissal. Rebecca clutches her bunny, thinking her stepmother will give up soon, but Leona clenches her fist, raising her voice and insisting she is not forcing the child, only trying to guide her properly. She adds that it is important to recognize that what a child demands is not always what is best for them, and she hopes the nanny understands this truth as well. She continues with conviction, declaring that whether or not the Duke knows does not matter, because what matters most is raising the child with proper care. The nanny smirks faintly, replying that she sees her point, then bows respectfully and remarks that she will take her leave, telling Leona to feel free to do as she wishes. Leona watches her go, uneasy, thinking this is someone who leaves her with nothing but discomfort. She then calls out to Riri, telling her that if she does not wish to see her face, then she does not have to, but even so, she will come into this room every day and remain here by her side. Kneeling down, she asks softly why Riri dislikes her so much, or if perhaps she hates her without any real reason at all. The little girl glares at her from the corner of her eyes, silent with anger, making Leona realize that pressing further today would only be meaningless. Still, she cannot understand why this child, who already has everything, feels to her so much like a mirror of herself, a girl who once grew up in an orphanage with nothing and no parents at all. Just as she turns to leave, the child suddenly speaks in hesitation, asking her quietly if she is going to abandon her too. Leona stops, puzzled, turning back toward her, and the girl explains with trembling words that the nanny told her it is always the same, because since the first and second stepmothers ran away, it will surely be the same for her as well. That is why, the child admits, she was told never to try being friends with her from the very beginning. Leona is struck with shock at the revelation, realizing with horror that the nanny herself has planted such poison into the child's heart, and as she raises her eyes, she notices the nanny lurking silently, watching from the shadowed corner with an unreadable gaze. Rain pours heavily against the windows, while Rebecca trembles in her bed, cheeks flushed as she calls weakly for her father, whispering that she feels sick. A shadowy figure drifts into her chamber, drawing closer to the bedside. Rebecca asks in a fragile voice about her stepmother and her father, wondering if no one is there for her. The nanny fixes her with a cold stare, calls her pitiful, and tells her the Duke is buried in endless work while her stepmother has already abandoned her, claiming it was too much to bear, then adds with a chilling smirk that everyone around her is bound to leave. Rebecca bursts into sobs, feeling utterly betrayed, but the nanny leans in with a sly smile, assuring her that she herself will never depart, promising that if Rebecca listens and obeys, she will never be alone again. Returning to the present, Rebecca confesses to Leona that the nanny has always told her the same thing, that everyone is the same, that the first and second stepmothers both fled, and that Leona will do the same, which is why she warned her never to grow close to others. Leona is shaken by her words, asking carefully if the nanny truly said all of this, and Rebecca nods firmly, insisting she not only said it, but that she believes it. Leona then questions if it was Rebecca herself who ordered the maids to make it impossible for her to find the child's room, to which Rebecca shouts defiantly that she did, demanding why she keeps asking, and making it clear she, not the nanny, gave the command. Leona gazes at her in disbelief, thinking that perhaps the nanny has been pulling the strings all along, manipulating an innocent child who would follow her blindly like a loyal puppy. Just then, a maid with golden hair steps into the chamber, greeting Leona warmly and introducing herself, explaining that they have brought her food since the time has already come for her meal. Leona, startled by how quickly the hours slipped away, politely asks if they might also prepare a portion for Rebecca, turning toward the girl with a gentle smile and inviting her to eat together. Yet Rebecca hides her face behind her beloved rabbit doll, refusing to look at her, and when Leona repeats her request, Rebecca suddenly erupts in anger, screaming that she will not eat. Leona startles at the outburst, while the maids glance at one another nervously and whisper urgently to Leona that the girl must eat, for if the Duke learns she has skipped her meal, they themselves will be the ones to suffer the consequences. Rebecca collapses onto her bed, thrashing in tantrums, demanding that everyone leave her alone, declaring she will eat only when she wishes, while Leona grows uneasy. Yet the maids whisper that this is nothing new, since Rebecca refuses meals each time and always throws the same fits, prompting Leona to chuckle softly before asking what she had eaten that morning, and the maid hesitantly admits that she only managed a few bites of dessert, which makes Leona glance at another maid holding a tray filled with sweets, questioning if that truly counts as Rebecca's meal, and the maid sighs, explaining that it would take a miracle to see her touch real food since she will not even look at it unless it is a treat, causing Leona to realize the problem lies not in the child's stubbornness alone, but in the way the maids indulge her tantrums. And when one of them begins to cry, begging Rebecca to take just one bite, Leona raises her voice, ordering her to stop before demanding the desserts be taken away and replaced with proper food. And though the maid hesitates, Leona insists firmly that Rebecca is at an age where she must grow and cannot simply survive on sweets, eventually making the maid agree, though Rebecca lashes out at her angrily, shouting for her to mind her own business. But Leona smirks, blinking at her and retorting that whether she likes it or not, she is her mother now, reminding her that as such, she is meant to ensure she eats properly, stays healthy, and is cared for, which is exactly why it is her concern. Yet Rebecca only grows more frustrated, accusing her of acting like a real mother, when suddenly the maid returns announcing the meal is ready, and Leona directs them to set the dishes on the small dining table before seating herself and asking the child whether she will join. But Rebecca stays stubbornly on her bed, shouting that she will only eat if it is brought to her, to which Leona calmly refuses, declaring that if she truly wants to eat, she must come to the table. And though Rebecca clenches her teeth in fury, she finally leaps off the bed, shouting at Leona if she honestly believes she is her mother, and reminding her that she is nothing more than someone paid to be here. But Leona takes a bite of food herself and answers steadily that it is precisely because she is paid that she cannot walk away, which makes Rebecca step closer, demanding to know if she intends to leave like everyone else, recalling her nanny's poisonous words that all would eventually abandon her, and branding Leona a liar. Yet Leona meets her gaze with quiet conviction, asking why she would ever lie, assuring her she will not leave, cannot leave, and has no intention of abandoning her, finally asking whether she will eat together with her, and Rebecca's eyes brim with tears as she falters, then slowly walks forward to the table, sits down in her chair, and with trembling hands picks up her knife and spoon. Leona beams with joy as she praises Rebecca for eating properly at the dining table while taking another bite herself, but then Rebecca suddenly asks her to promise that she will never leave, leaving Leona momentarily stunned by the unexpected request, questioning what she meant, though Rebecca brushes it off, claiming it is nothing. And as night falls, Rebecca drifts into sleep, while on the other side, Leona quietly shuts the door of her room, recalling the endless tantrums of the day with a weary sigh of relief, thinking she has finally managed to coax Rebecca to sleep and deciding it is time to return to her own quarters. Yet as she glances at the dim hall, she realizes she cannot recall her way back, and panic sets in as she begins crying, lightly banging her head in despair, muttering that now, with the darkness thick around her, she cannot tell where she is or how she even came, when suddenly a voice calls out and she raises her head in shock to see a man standing before her, and for an instant she believes it is the Duke. But as he steadies her with strong arms, just as she nearly loses her balance and almost collapses to the floor, he remarks that she looks startled, before calmly introducing himself as Luca, making her blink in surprise and whisper that he is not Duke Ian, nervously asking for confirmation, even rubbing her eyes as if she must have misseen things, politely questioning if Duke Ian had not been with her only moments ago. But the man chuckles, extending his hand with an easy smile, telling her that he has simply been ordered by the Duke himself to escort her safely back to her room, and as he gently asks if she would allow him to accompany her, Leona stiffens, her heart racing with unease, for she cannot comprehend what kind of strange situation she is suddenly being drawn into. Climbing the stairs, Leona glances around uneasily, sensing the atmosphere feels different from when she is with Duke Ian, yet she still cannot shake the discomfort twisting inside her, and she suddenly panics at the thought that perhaps this is a test, imagining the Duke might be secretly observing her. Though at the corner of her vision she thinks she catches a fleeting glimmer of red eyes, and she cautiously asks the man if his name was indeed Luca, to which he bows respectfully and affirms that it is, making her force a smile as she inquires about his role, remarking that he does not seem like an ordinary knight, while inwardly thinking she cannot grow accustomed to smiling at someone with such a dazzling face that resembles a peacock, which makes him flush as he teasingly questions whether she is truly curious about him, confessing that her curiosity makes him strangely happy, before explaining that he serves as a knight within the Duke's household, usually tending to the tasks directly commanded by Ian himself. And when Leona further presses, asking if he acts as the Duke's personal escort, he simply smiles and tells her she may consider it that way. Though before she can pursue another question, he suddenly informs her they have reached their destination, prompting her to thank him, and he responds with a courteous farewell, stating that as his duty ends here, he shall return tomorrow morning to see her again, wishing her a peaceful night, and as she watches him walk away, she thinks he has gone too quickly, sighing over how the conversation felt strangely cut short, leaving her unsettled since he resembles the Duke far too closely to be unconnected. And when she enters her room, she wonders if the name Luca ever appeared in the original novel, though no memory comes to her. And she shakes herself, urging her mind to focus, because worrying about him will not help her future when survival must be her only priority. And as she sits at her table, she admits that if things continue like this, she might truly die, recalling Rebecca's bitter words that she too would eventually leave, which stirs her own buried memories of being a child abandoned and left utterly alone. And with a heavy sigh, she gazes out the window, muttering to herself in frustration over why she keeps thinking about that troublesome little girl when she already has more than enough problems of her own, reflecting on how she barely managed to endure today, dreading how she will face feeding her again tomorrow, until tears slip down as she whispers brokenly, asking what on earth she is supposed to do with her. A few days later, Leona sits beside Rebecca with a gentle smile, watching her eat quietly, and when Rebecca notices the lingering gaze, she frowns, demanding to know what she is staring at, only for Leona to reply that she simply wants her to keep eating well, even without constant reminders, which makes Rebecca flush with irritation, snapping that she is misunderstanding everything, though Leona only laughs softly, encouraging her to eat as much as she wishes because it is perfectly fine. Leona expects the resistance, since every mealtime, Rebecca's stubbornness refuses to waver easily, yet she always approaches it with her own plans, gently guiding the child to sit at the dining table with her, patiently insisting she eat together, and, though Rebecca always insists she does not want to, the tantrums that once followed have slowly begun to fade, and after several days of steady effort, the Rebecca sitting before her now feels like a different child. Still, when Leona glances at the nearly half-full plate, she sighs inwardly, knowing there is still a long way to go. And of course, every night, Luca escorts her safely back to her room, while along the way, she gradually learns the little things Rebecca likes, silently concluding that for now, it is best the nanny keeps her distance from the child. After finishing her lunch, Rebecca hops down from her chair, declaring that she is going to play. And Leona casually asks whether she has turned 5 this year, to which Rebecca confidently answers that she is indeed 5 years old, prompting Leona to reflect that although she once worried about her weak appetite, looking at her now, she realizes she does not appear small for her age. Rebecca blinks in surprise, demanding to know if she truly is not a little child, and Leona assures her she is not small at all for a 5-year-old, which instantly brightens Rebecca's expression, her lips curling into a smile that stuns Leona, who had never seen her laugh so openly before, leaving her wondering if perhaps the girl has begun to open her heart even just a little. Rebecca then asks curiously why she is still here since the meal is finished, and Leona tilts her head, teasingly asking if she should really leave. But Rebecca huffs and admits she does not mean it that way, merely permitting her to stay, just for today, which makes Leona nod in agreement, while the girl slyly presses further, asking if she knows when her father will return. Remembering that the Duke has gone away on another expedition, Leona thinks it would have been far better if he had spent more time with his daughter before leaving, so she gently answers that he will be back soon and asks Rebecca if she misses him. But the little girl remains silent, her expression unreadable, until Leona urges her not to be so guarded and suggests they go out to the garden, unaware that someone is secretly watching them from behind the door, while Rebecca finally mutters that she will follow only if they play in the fountain. In the garden, Leona watches the little girl skipping about, reflecting that it has been quite some time since Rebecca last played outside, and seeing her happy like this makes her heart lighten. Yet the memory of the burning gaze she felt earlier suddenly resurfaces when a maid approaches to announce that refreshments are ready. Leona studies her closely before asking if her name is May, and the maid nods eagerly, her eyes sparkling as she stares at Leona with unusual fondness. Leona thanks her, admitting she finds May particularly kind, since most of the others hardly speak to her properly, to which May readily agrees, confessing that the truth is she holds a crush on her, leaving Leona puzzled by the unexpected declaration. May quickly explains it is because ever since Leona's arrival, the young lady's endless troubles have lessened, meals no longer resemble full-scale battles, and life in the household feels calmer. Leona chuckles softly, realizing how much the staff must have endured, and she considers that the nanny's influence is probably why the rest of the maids avoid her. For the longer they serve here, the more firmly they seem to align themselves with the nanny's side. With a cautious expression, May urges her to be careful, warning that gaining hatred for no reason brings nothing good. And when Leona asks what she means, May whispers that from what she has heard, the nanny Giselle was once a competent caretaker, personally appointed by the imperial family because of the Duke's trust, and the original nanny had been forced to step down when Giselle came, eventually demoted to little more than a chore maid, almost as if she had been deliberately pushed out. Leona falls into deep thought, musing that if Giselle was truly appointed through the imperial family, then from the Duke's perspective, he would have no choice but to rely on her. And since he was often absent on expeditions, it would have been easy for Giselle to establish herself as an unshakable figure of power within the mansion. Just as Leona picks up her teacup, the realization makes her freeze in shock, startling May, who quickly asks what is wrong, and Leona's gaze darts around before she anxiously demands to know if May has seen where Rebecca is, because the little girl is no longer anywhere near the fountain. May apologizes to Leona, mentioning she has been rambling on and on about nothing, but Leona disagrees, mentioning it is because there was another handmaiden with Rebecca, so maybe she is taking a walk around the neighborhood. And she further shouts, mentioning since she was the one who brought her here into the garden, she is going to find her immediately. May mentions that she will help her in finding Rebecca, running around shouting loudly for her name, while Leona realizes that she is not here but still cannot understand where on earth the child went. Even May seems confused, mentioning that it is strange because Rebecca usually never goes far when she wanders around on her own, and she wonders aloud if perhaps she has gone into the maze garden because people often end up in there if they take a wrong turn without realizing. Leona asks her to lead the way over there, and May agrees, mentioning that she will guide her safely, and once standing outside, Leona looks confused, thinking this must be the maze garden, gazing around in surprise at how massive the mansion truly is, realizing she never even knew this place existed, and it strikes her as a dangerous spot where anyone could get hopelessly lost if they stumbled in the wrong direction. Suddenly, May notices Rebecca hiding timidly in the corner and shouts for her, and Leona rushes forward, worried, mentioning that she has been looking for her everywhere and asks her why she is alone. Rebecca stays silent while Leona kneels closer, gently asking her to return together, but the baby mutters that she wants to go back to her room instead and asks May to hold her, rushing towards her arms without hesitation. Leona feels embarrassed, realizing she had thought the child might finally want to come to her, but inside the room she tries again, asking Rebecca what she wants to do today, though Rebecca remains quiet, sitting alone by herself. Leona asks if she does not want to talk to her anymore, and Rebecca, sounding annoyed, mentions that she hates it because she hates everything, asking her not to speak to her since it is annoying. Leona realizes painfully that they are back to square one, and she tries everything to draw the baby's attention, thinking desperately how they could become close again. But in the end, she has no choice but to give up, sighing in disbelief, thinking she truly thought they were getting a little closer, but it seems like they are drifting further away instead. Suddenly from behind, Luca approaches her, mentioning that she seems to carry a lot of worries today, and she looks at him, shocked, thinking, when did he get here? telling him he completely surprised her and asking him to please give her some sign the next time. He mentions calmly that he came to pick her up but found her sitting alone in the room, asking gently where the princess had gone. Leona sighs, mentioning that Rebecca has been rebellious so much lately, always trying to kick her out, but in the end it never works, and eventually the child simply walks away instead. Luca smiles, asking her if she worries that much, then why not take a short walk before returning to her room? Because in that way, she might feel lighter if she breathes some fresh air outside. Taking her gently through the corridor, he calls her name, making her look at him in confusion, when suddenly he tells her not to hate Rebecca too harshly, further mentioning that the young lady is far more wounded than she appears. Leona looks at him, smiling faintly, mentioning that it seems he knows the child quite well, and he answers calmly that he has been watching her since the very day she was born. Leona gazes at him strangely, mentioning that he sounds like an alternative guardian, but as she looks ahead, her heart jolts in shock when she realizes they have reached the maze, thinking she simply followed Luca wherever he went, but somehow they wandered too far, and suddenly she catches sight of the nanny moving quietly inside at such a late hour, leaving her unable to comprehend what is truly happening. As she stares blankly, Luca calls her name, asking her what she is thinking about, and she quickly replies it is nothing, claiming she was only thinking of Rebecca because she cannot figure out why the girl suddenly changed so drastically. Yet inside, just for a fleeting moment, she realizes the truth. When did Rebecca's change begin? Was it not right after the day in the maze garden when she could no longer reach her properly? And suddenly she freaks out, realizing with dread that it must be the nanny's doing again. She quickly thanks Luca, rushing away, telling him she has something urgent to handle, insisting she must go inside at once, thinking firmly that she must confront the nanny directly because she is certain the woman will reveal something if pressed. And besides, she cannot trust Luca, whose identity remains veiled in shadows, so she must report everything to the Duke in person. Luca watches her departing figure, his lips curling with a gleaming smile. Meanwhile, inside his own chambers, the Duke sits lost in heavy thoughts, recalling the night he once returned home soaked by the storm while carrying medicine for his baby girl, only to be stopped at her door by the nanny, who told him not to go inside because the child was sleeping, further urging him not to visit tomorrow either, insisting the girl did not wish to meet anyone, and explaining softly that as he already knew, her illness stemmed from emotional agitation, and excessive excitement could worsen her symptoms, so it was best if he focused on rest for a while. With worry clouding his heart, he had agreed, leaving her care in the nanny's hands. Now, sitting alone in his room, gazing silently at a beautiful stone glimmering faintly in the light, his thoughts are disturbed when the butler arrives, informing him that Lady Leona wishes to meet him. The Duke nods quietly, instructing him to allow her in, and as Leona steps through the door, she straightens her back and tells the Duke firmly that there is something she must say to him. Taking a stroll with her, the Duke asks calmly if she means the nanny is suspicious, and Leona replies softly that she is not certain yet, but she has a strong feeling, though the Duke immediately disagrees, firmly telling her that is impossible. He explains further that the nanny was sent directly by the imperial family after going through the strictest verification, carefully chosen from among the most competent nannies in the empire. Leona quietly mentions that it seems he holds great trust in the imperial family while walking with him into the maze garden, and he recalls with a heavy voice his long-standing relationship with His Majesty the Emperor, remembering the Emperor's words of praise for his loyal service, mentioning that even with countless political enemies surrounding him, he feels secure thanks to the Duke, and that is precisely the reason he summoned him again. The Duke remembers the night he asked His Majesty to give him the order, and the Emperor handed him the chits, naming his targets, for he is the man who carries out all the Empire's dirtiest work in the Emperor's name, and that is the hidden, unspoken reality of the Petrie family's legacy. In the present, he looks at Leona, asking pointedly if he even needs to tell her such dangerous things, but she smiles gently, mentioning that she knows he remains deeply worried for his daughter, yet he groans in frustration, telling her that she too appears suspicious in his eyes, so he cannot bring himself to trust her either. As they walk further into the garden, Leona suddenly hears the familiar voice of the nanny. In the far corner, the nanny crouches low, trying her best to coax Rebecca into swallowing some medicine, but the baby girl resists stubbornly, saying that it tastes really awful, while the nanny insists firmly that she already told her in order to recover, she must endure it and drink, further promising that she will have her maid bring her sweets afterward, telling her gently that she must finish it before bed. Rebecca hesitates, asking quietly if she truly is not going to come to her room and how long they must continue meeting secretly here. The nanny answers smoothly that unfortunately she cannot enter her chamber because she refuses to listen to her father, reminding her of the promise she once made, that she would always remain by her side, asking softly if she remembers. The little girl nods, whispering that she does, and the nanny presses further, telling Rebecca that if she does not drive her stepmother away soon, then the woman will eventually take over her place as nanny, and if that happens, she will no longer be able to stay beside her, as she vowed. Rebecca grows sorrowful, clutching the nanny's clothes tightly, begging her not to leave, and the nanny soothes her gently, telling her it will be fine because if she only does exactly as she says, nothing terrible will ever happen. Holding her close, she whispers into the child's ear, urging her to return to her father and claim that the woman mistreated her, pressing her to tell him quickly so that he may drive her out, further warning that if she does not wish to be abandoned again, she must be a good, obedient child, asking sweetly if that is correct. Yet Rebecca's small heart wavers uneasily, for she cannot deny that her stepmother never once treated her harshly and in truth seemed entirely different from the others who came before. The nanny's eyes narrow sharply as she presses her again, demanding why she must repeat herself countless times, her voice rising into a shout as she declares that everyone leaves her behind only because she remains so indecisive. Rebecca's eyes glisten with tears at those cruel words, and the nanny continues her poisonous whisper, warning that her father's patience is running out, and if he truly abandons her, she will be utterly alone forever. Leona, hidden behind the wall, listens with trembling hands, her chest tightening as she realizes the truth. This woman has been weaving chains around Rebecca's fragile heart all along, manipulating her loneliness and twisting her thoughts so she would cling only to her. Leona's mind races, thinking bitterly that she was right. The nanny has been controlling the baby girl from the shadows, and for Rebecca, who has no one else to lean on, she has become everything, leaving her with no option but to obey. At the same time, the Duke, standing further back, clenches his fists in fury, his face carved with rage at the sight before him. Rebecca hesitates, finally gathering courage to whisper that her stepmother told her she would never leave. And she believed her because she was not lying. So perhaps she truly meant it. The nanny's composure shatters, her glare burning as she hisses that Rebecca has suddenly turned into a wicked child, declaring that such a bad girl must be punished, raising her hand high to strike her across the face. At that very moment, the Duke bursts forth, shoving the nanny aside with a roar, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. The nanny gasps, stunned to find him there, fumbling desperately for an excuse. But before she can shape her lies, Rebecca cries out, telling her father that the woman he brought into their home harassed her. The Duke turns to his daughter, his voice steady yet shaken, asking if she truly means Leona, and Rebecca nods with teary eyes, claiming she did, saying she forbade her from seeing the nanny and even kept her from eating. The nanny seizes the chance, bowing low and declaring that the child speaks the truth, insisting she merely fulfilled her duties as a loyal nanny, while the strange woman caused confusion and harm, further reminding the Duke that she heard him himself say, this lady was nothing but an unknown frontier noble, asking with sharp mockery if he truly means to leave his own child in the hands of someone so unworthy after witnessing such unruly treatment. But the Duke's eyes blaze with cold fire as he cuts her short, demanding if she truly believes him blind and deaf, reminding her that he clearly heard her own voice moments ago, manipulating and berating his daughter, and demanding furiously how she intends to explain such unforgivable behavior. The nanny speaks up with trembling defiance, claiming it is nothing more than discipline, necessary to raise a child properly, but the Duke seizes her wrist with iron force, twisting it as he asks if she truly intends to justify such cruelty, declaring that no excuse in the world can allow him to tolerate anyone hurting his daughter. His voice rings with authority as he commands the butler to remove her immediately, stating firmly that her accountability will be handled by the imperial family. Suddenly, Rebecca bursts into desperate cries, shouting at her father, demanding to know what he means and what he plans to do with her nanny, her voice cracking as she repeats that the nanny promised she would always stay by her side. Tears stream down her cheeks as she screams again, begging him not to take her away, confessing in raw anguish that she has no one else, and if he takes even the nanny, she will be completely alone. Leona quickly kneels down, calling Rebecca softly, assuring her gently that the nanny was never truly there for her, explaining that this is for her own good. And though it feels impossible to understand now, in time, she will see the truth. The nanny, however, thrashes in fury, her voice sharp with indignation, as she demands how someone who devoted herself so loyally to the Duke's family under the direct order of His Majesty the Emperor can be discarded so heartlessly, asking him if he dares to treat her in such a way. But the Duke's eyes harden, and he declares that the matter will be left to the Emperor's household, ordering his men to confine her in the underground prison, and then dispatch a letter immediately to the imperial family. When he bends down toward his daughter, who now rests upon Leona's lap, his tone softens as he asks if it has always been like this, if she had been following the nanny's instructions all along. Rebecca remains silent, unable to answer, and he strokes her hair tenderly, noticing the heat in her forehead, muttering grimly that she seems to have developed another fever. Turning to Leona, his gaze sharpens, commanding her to leave first with the child. After they depart, he notices a small glass bottle lying on the ground, and when he picks it up, his expression twists into shock as he recoils. Later, inside Rebecca's chamber, Leona speaks calmly to the Duke, telling him that until now, the only person his daughter could lean on was her nanny, and for a child, the one who stays by their side becomes their entire world, often trusted even more than their own father. The Duke stares at her in silence before asking with quiet pain whether his daughter truly cannot place that much trust in him. Leona replies without hesitation that of course she can, but questions if he ever openly showed interest in his child. He sits down heavily beside her, confessing that he has always done his best for her in his own way. Leona's eyes narrow as she presses him further, asking if he truly failed to see what his daughter endured all these years, leaving him unable to respond, his silence louder than words. Finally, she tells him that in truth, a child desires only one thing, and if he truly wishes to be her father, then he must express his heart openly and generously. Rebecca, curled against the pillows, sleeps soundly at last, though her lashes remain wet with lingering tears. The Duke looks at Rebecca's tense face while she sleeps and extends his hand, gently touching her cheek as he whispers for her to rest well. The next morning, Leona questions the maids about Rebecca, asking if she has eaten, but they inform her that she has not. They explain that they offered her various dishes, yet she only managed a spoonful, asking Leona what should be done. Leona sighs with sorrow, admitting they cannot help her. Since that day, Rebecca has suffered from fever, refusing food because the nanny was everything to her. And regardless of whether she was good or bad, her absence leaves a deep scar. Even when the Duke brings her kind ex-nanny to care for her, nothing changes, and Leona, unable to bear it, begins feeding her personally. Yet Rebecca rejects her still, yelling at her to go away, and the situation returns to how it was before. Leona persists, urging her to eat, promising she will leave after this bite, but Rebecca resists in anger, demanding again for her to go. Suddenly, she notices blood on Leona's head and panics, screaming out in shock. In response, the Duke compensates Leona with money for his daughter's mistakes, but as she sits down, she bristles with fury, demanding what kind of money he is offering, arguing that he not only apologizes, but also throws money, which makes Rebecca furious, shouting why she should apologize when she believes she did nothing wrong. Her father calmly apologizes, claiming the matter is now settled, leaving Leona completely flabbergasted. While Rebecca's father still defends her, insisting she is sick so her mistake should be overlooked, Leona grows furious, wondering what he is talking about. She tells the Duke that nothing changes, even if she is a toddler and ill, warning that if he indulges her like this, she will continue making mistakes in the future. The Duke rises, declaring that it is none of her concern, for he alone will raise his daughter, ending their conversation there and ordering her to rest. Leona attempts to stop him, but he refuses to listen, and from that moment, she realizes that both father and daughter are alike. The following day, Leona holds a hammer in her hand, startling Rebecca, who stares at her in fright, demanding to know what it is for. Shrieking, she hides behind the sofa, asking if Leona plans to strike her with it in revenge, but Leona calmly explains that she is simply preparing donuts for her. Rebecca watches in shock while Leona indulges in the sweets, her expression making Rebecca's mouth water until she rushes forward, begging to eat some cookies too. Leona refuses, reminding her she did not finish her lunch, demanding she promise first before receiving any. Rebecca, confused, asks what sort of promise, and Leona smiles, saying snacks are only eaten after a meal. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Rebecca retorts that she will have her nanny make them instead, but Leona reminds her she cannot because only she knows the recipe. Thinking proudly that these cookies do not exist in this world, Leona relishes in Rebecca's frustration until the girl finally concedes, agreeing to eat and asking for the cookies. Yet Leona pulls them away, remarking she never said she would give them now, which drives Rebecca into anger, accusing her of being a scammer. Leona simply smiles, adding there is one more condition, that Rebecca must promise in a sweet, gentle voice if she wishes to have them. Outraged, Rebecca shouts back, demanding why she should do such a thing when she is the princess. Leona tells her that if she refuses, then she simply won't give her the cookies at all. Rebecca grows furious, threatening to run to her father and complain, but Leona sighs, warning her that if she does, she won't ever be able to eat snacks again. Calmly, she continues describing the treats in detail, painting a picture of soft chocolate bread cut open with warm chocolate flowing out, making Rebecca's mouth water uncontrollably. In the end, Rebecca angrily gives in, declaring that she will eat and promises, leaving all the maids stunned as Leona hooks her pinky with hers, sealing the promise. She affectionately adds that her anger seems erased now, remarking how wonderful it would be if such lovely words were spoken more often. Then, picking up the hammer again, she announces that although Rebecca hasn't had lunch yet, she will let her try one piece as a reward. Excited, Rebecca hops onto her chair, smashing the cookie and taking a bite, her eyes sparkling instantly with delight. Leona teases her, asking if it is delicious, but Rebecca stubbornly insists it isn't, claiming the chef's version tastes better. Shocked, Leona warns her that if it's really so bad, she won't bring snacks next time, adding that had Rebecca admitted it was tasty, she would have made them for dinner. Horrified at the thought, Rebecca quickly changes her tune, granting Leona special permission to make them, gushing that they are amazing, which makes Leona chuckle warmly. The very next day, as Leona waits outside Rebecca's room, she hopes silently that the child will eat quietly this time. Announcing her arrival, she steps inside, only to be taken aback when Rebecca unexpectedly invites her to join her for dinner. Rebecca even hands Leona a note with an apology written on it, then softly admits that until now, the only person who stayed by her side was her nanny, and she believes her nanny was kicked out because of her. That is why she deliberately tried to act like a mean kid. Hiding behind her teddy bear, she apologizes again, confessing she was wrong. Leona is left stunned when suddenly Rebecca clutches her dress, promising that she won't do anything bad anymore, that she will eat well, listen carefully, and from now on she will call her mom, begging her not to leave. Leona's eyes widen in disbelief, her cheeks flushing as the little girl hugs her tightly. Holding her back, she assures her that she will never leave, that she will truly be her mother, and thanks her for the heartfelt apology. Rebecca seems startled at first, but soon melts into the embrace, finding comfort in her new mother's arms. Yet just as Leona thinks it is finally a happy ending, Rebecca suddenly collapses against her. Terrified, she shakes her gently, trying desperately to wake her. As night falls, Rebecca lies pale on her bed, murmuring "Mom" in her dreams, while Leona sits close, gazing at her fragile face, realizing she isn't a bad child at all, she only yearns to be loved. The sight reminds Leona of her own lonely childhood in the orphanage without a name or family. Hugging Rebecca tenderly, she wonders if perhaps she can change this girl's fate and prays she can rewrite her future. Suddenly, the Duke bursts into the room, shouting Rebecca's name. Leona jumps in shock as he rushes to the bed, his breath uneven, demanding to know her condition. Leona explains that Rebecca has been given medicine, but her fever remains dangerously high, so she must be watched through the night. Grinding his teeth in frustration, the Duke touches his daughter's head, muttering that it won't work, then turns to Leona with fury, ordering her to leave the mansion. She stares at him in confusion as he snaps that the more emotionally unstable Rebecca becomes, the worse her fevers and seizures grow, and though the cause of her illness is unknown, she had been improving until now. But ever since Leona's arrival, the disease has returned more frequently. Leona freezes, horrified, and asks him if he truly means that everything is her fault. Ian coldly declares whose fault it could be if not hers, insisting that the child is sick because of what she has done. Leona stares at him in disbelief, asking him what he just said, but he only turns his back, ordering her to leave the mansion as soon as possible because he refuses to watch his daughter suffer anymore. Clenching her fists, she questions what he means, yet after he storms out, she collapses into a seat, tormenting herself with the thought that perhaps it really is her fault Rebecca has fallen ill. Closing her eyes in despair, she sinks into confusion when suddenly Luca steps quietly into the room, resting a hand on her shoulder. Startled, she looks up as he gently remarks that it is late and wonders why she is still keeping watch, warning her that if this continues, even she will end up hurt. Offering his hand, he tells her he will escort her to her room so she can rest. She forces a small smile, thanking him for coming, but he studies her carefully and asks if she is angry with the Duke. Surprised, she hesitates, but he continues, saying that though it must be painful, she should try to understand both the Duke and the young lady, because everyone is only doing their best in their own way. He urges her to consider carefully what it is she truly wants. Confused, she presses him to explain, but by the time they reach her door, he only bows, saying he will take his leave here. Left with no choice, she says goodbye, wishing him a good night, then watches his figure retreating, her thoughts swirling at how mysterious he remains. Days later, the Duke himself walks toward Rebecca's chamber, recalling the grateful reports of the nannies and maids who happily claim that Miss Rebecca has been eating well and even laughing often, all thanks to Lady Leona's care. They spoke of how she nursed the child all night when she collapsed, leaving the Duke unsettled, uncertain if he should truly send Leona away. He wonders if it is perhaps better to keep her for his daughter's sake. Sitting heavily on his couch, he reflects on why he brought her in the first place, remembering it was because of one undeniable thing, her silver hair. His brooding is interrupted by a knock at the door, and at his permission, a man enters, reporting the results of the drug ingredients he had ordered tested. The Duke demands to hear them, and is told that they contain poisonous substances that worsened the young lady's illness. Even worse, it is confirmed that the same drugs are circulating through the black market. Grimly, the Duke asks who is controlling the trade, and the man replies that it is the Arvida family. The Duke freezes in shock, realizing it is the Arvida family, a household directly supported by the Imperial family, and demands to know how the nanny was disposed of. His man reports that the Imperial family evacuated her themselves, claiming they would personally administer punishment. The Duke's jaw tightens and he grinds his heel against the floor in frustration, muttering if that is truly all. The man hesitates before adding that His Majesty has ordered the Duke to attend a private meeting with him. But the Duke waves the command away with a cold glare, instructing his subordinate to report back that he cannot comply for now, because his duty to manage the estate takes precedence. Turning toward the window, his eyes darken as he thinks to himself that he must avoid meeting the Emperor for a while, at least until he uncovers the truth about the Arvida family. In a dimly lit dining room, an old man greets Duke Petrie with a calm smile, wishing him good morning, and remarking that it is an honor to meet in such a manner, while Ian politely returns the courtesy, thinking it curious that the great hands guiding the black market belong to none other than the Duke of Arvida. Arvida studies him with a sly gaze, noting that unlike his own frail body, Duke Petrie still carries the air of strength, smirking as he expresses hope that Ian will continue achieving greater things in the future. Then, leaning forward, he casually remarks that he has heard whispers about a new presence in Petrie's household, though Ian remains silent, choosing not to answer. Arvida's eyes gleam with calculation as he contemplates the shifting tides of the black market. With no other forces strong enough to take hold, he realizes that forging ties with the Petrie family, so close to the Emperor, could grant him the solid foundation his own house requires. With a silky voice, he offers his support, asking how best he might assist, but Ian only frowns slightly in confusion. Arvida then smiles knowingly, as if realizing something unspoken, and claps his hands. He announces there is someone he would like the Duke to meet, and soon a young lady in a flowing blue gown enters with elegance, offering a warm smile as she introduces herself as Astra, the eldest daughter of the Arvida family. Ian greets her with composed courtesy, noting aloud that it is a pleasure to meet her and addressing her as a princess, though inwardly he muses with sharp intent, thanking her silently for presenting herself so quickly, for now he can uncover the truth of the poisonous plants sooner than expected. The princess takes her place beside her father, her smile unwavering. The scene then shifts to Rebecca, who sits in her bed once again crying and refusing to eat, muttering angrily that she will not touch rice. Leona, trying her utmost, gently asks why she resists, reminding her that she must eat well to recover quickly, yet Rebecca shakes her head stubbornly, repeating that she does not want it. Leona's expression turns pained as she thinks that the child has been bedridden with no appetite for far too many days, her body weakening. Then, glancing toward the window, a sudden thought strikes her, and she brightens with a smile as she asks Rebecca whether she might like to go on a picnic. The child blinks in confusion, and in the very next moment they are outside in the garden, where Rebecca gazes at the neatly prepared table in bewilderment, asking what it all is. Leona, her smile gentle, explains that she arranged everything just for her, and Rebecca's eyes widen in astonishment as her jaw drops at the sight of the beautiful cake waiting before her. Leona smiles warmly, telling Rebecca that it is a picnic and they're going to eat something special, introducing the dish as the fondant chocolate she mentioned before and asking if it looks delicious. Rebecca stares at the cake with wide eyes, asking her mother if she can really eat it, and Leona assures her she can because her mom prepared it especially for her. Rebecca frowns, reminding her that she once said snacks should only come after finishing a proper meal, questioning why she is suddenly allowing it now and asking if it is just because she is sick. Leona keeps her gentle smile and softly apologizes, which puzzles Rebecca, who asks why she is saying sorry. Leona admits she loves seeing her sparkling eyes, but she feels guilty for not being able to grant her small joys until now, apologizing once again and asking her not to worry and simply enjoy it. Rebecca's expression softens, and she says there is nothing she can do, so she will enjoy it anyway, adding that if Leona keeps giving her delicious treats, she will forgive her. Leona nods gratefully and thanks her. Suddenly, a lady with her face hidden behind a fan approaches and greets Rebecca politely. Leona instantly stands, demanding to know who she is, and the lady smiles, introducing herself as Astra, saying she came because she wanted to meet the princess, as she shares a very special connection with Duke Ian. Leona's brows furrow in confusion as she wonders what kind of special relationship Astra claims to have with the Duke. Rebecca, on the other hand, slips under the tablecloth, glaring at the woman with hostility. Astra glances over the tea setup and remarks with a mocking smile that it is rather plain for the Empire's greatest princess, which makes Leona's blood boil. Suddenly, Rebecca bursts out, shouting at Astra to go away and calling her an ugly lady. Astra pauses, visibly confused, then comments that the girl is quite foul-mouthed for her age, adding that the higher a princess's position is, the more careful she must be with words and manners. Leona instinctively shields Rebecca behind her and carefully asks the lady if she is an acquaintance of the Duke, who happened to visit. Astra rolls her eyes and replies that it seems Leona has not heard the news, explaining smugly that she came as a suitable fiancé. Leona stiffens in shock, her voice trembling as she questions what kind of fiancé Astra is talking about. At that moment, Rebecca spots her father, runs to him, and clutches his clothes tightly, declaring that a strange woman has come to interrupt their chocolate party, then looks up at him curiously and asks what a fiancé even means. The Duke kneels to Rebecca's level, telling her softly that this person is a guest, but the child frowns in anger, insisting she is not a guest and demanding that he send her away so the three of them can enjoy their chocolate party together. Ian strokes her hair gently, asking her to wait and have the party later, then rises to his feet and looks at both ladies, instructing them to follow him. In the guest room, standing tall beside the window, the Duke glances at Leona and remarks that she is remarkable because she is the first person to win his daughter's heart so easily. Leona stiffens and replies sharply that his words sound more like sarcasm, confessing she never realized he could be so petty. He furrows his brows in confusion, but before he can answer, she bursts out angrily, shouting if it is not his way to let his child have her way and demanding that he stop dismissing everything with excuses and actually do what is best for her daughter. The Duke, calm as ever, answers coolly that Rebecca is a child who quickly grows tired of things, and in the end, such feelings will not last. Leona's face flushes red with fury, and her fists clench tightly as she wonders bitterly if this is truly the method he considers best for raising his child. In her frustration, she remembers Luca's words urging her to think about what she herself truly wants, and she recalls her promise to Rebecca, the little girl who called her mother. Drawing strength from that vow, she looks straight at the Duke and shouts that she will not leave because she has promised to be Rebecca's mother. The Duke gazes at her in silence for a long moment, then finally mutters that she may do as she wishes, but in the end, she will regret it. Suddenly, their tense exchange is interrupted by the sound of a maid's frantic voice as she tries to stop Rebecca from barging into the room, but the child rushes past her anyway, shouting at her father with tear-filled eyes and demanding that he stop bothering her mother. Her father looks at her in confusion while she shouts, warning that if he bothers her mother, she will lie down on the floor. He stares, bewildered, asking what she is doing. Rebecca keeps shouting, insisting her mother must stay with her and that she doesn't even know what a fiancé is. Kneeling, he asks if that woman is truly that important, and Rebecca firmly answers that she likes her mother. Leona, on the other hand, feels deeply moved by Riri's words, while the Duke presses further, asking why she likes her. Rebecca hesitates at first, then blurts that she likes her mom because she gave her chocolates. The Duke rises with a sigh, remarking if that is the case, she can have as many maids as she wants. But Rebecca insists, saying the one who made something delicious for her was Leona, adding that this is also her first time as a mother. Her father looks stunned, as does Leona, when suddenly Rebecca clings to her dress, begging her not to go. Leona smiles tenderly, thinking that whether chocolate or not, it is fine if Rebecca's affection is genuine. The Duke, watching with confusion, mutters that all of this is for his daughter, adding he knows she doesn't want to suffer like this, and if she wants to get better quickly, but she cuts him off, shouting she still hates it if her beloved mother leaves. He notices her flushed face and watery eyes, realizing her fever is rising again, and orders her to go out with the maid since this is a matter for adults. But before he can touch her, she pulls away, clinging tighter to Leona, declaring she hates it and won't leave. He finally relents, telling her he understands, postponing the talk, and declaring this is enough for today. Leaving the room, he reflects on his daughter's words, smiling faintly, realizing he never knew she loved chocolate. Meanwhile, Leona cradles Rebecca gently, relieved her fever hasn't risen too high. Astra approaches, fanning her face, mocking that she is foolish, claiming the Duke's child's feelings will change quickly, sneering that she confronts even knowing this. She taunts further, asking if she is truly deluded into believing she could become a duchess, ridiculing her origins as a penniless woman bearing only the title of marquise. Leona looks at her, thinking there is no harm in being scolded by an unloving family. Yet the girl standing before her truly shows a vile nature, wondering if this is her genuine self. Astra smirks, telling her to enjoy it while it lasts, because in the end, she will be named the Duke's third wife, reminding her that an arranged marriage between their families is already being discussed, and it is only a matter of time before it is settled. She asks Leona to take good care of the child, mockingly calling her a temporary stepmother, before waving goodbye to the baby, adding she hopes Rebecca will like her chocolates then as well. Leona watches her leave, unsettled, thinking something feels wrong, because in the original story the third stepmother never changed, and she cannot understand what is shifting until it suddenly strikes her that perhaps the original tale itself is beginning to alter. As night falls, Leona lies beside Rebecca on her bed, watching her smile softly in sleep. She gazes at her when suddenly Rebecca opens her eyes, asking if she is really all right, adding that this room is old and cramped, with a narrow bed, and that Leona should rest in her own chambers. But Rebecca insists she is content here, saying though the room smells old and the bed is narrow, it still feels wonderful to have her mother beside her. Leona hugs her, and Rebecca praises her, saying she speaks beautifully, is always pretty, and that such a lovely child like herself must be rare in the world, asking if she is right. Leona hugs her tightly, agreeing that she is indeed the cutest and prettiest in the world. Rebecca then proudly shows her soft toy, and Leona, smiling, asks its name. Rebecca teases, saying if her mom is curious, then she will tell her that its name is Ugly. Leona blinks in confusion as Rebecca hugs the doll, explaining that he is ugly and too thin with little cotton inside, yet he was made by her birth mother. She firmly tells Leona not to make things like that, but instead to just stay by her side and do what her mother failed to do. Pinching the teddy's cheek, she mutters that her real mother always chose useless things. Leona softly calls her name, but Rebecca hugs the rabbit closer, saying she is fine now because her new mom is here and won't leave her. Leona's eyes glisten with tears as she embraces her tightly, whispering that she will be fine, because mom will always be there for her. Hugging Leona tightly, Rebecca suddenly whispers if she knows that her father is a fool. Leona looks at her startled, while Rebecca mutters that the only thing she likes is ugly. Yet her father thought she liked rabbits, so last time he bought her 100 of them. Leona remembers the room filled with rabbits and hugs Rebecca, softly mentioning that it wasn't truly what she wanted. Rebecca agrees, saying her dad never understands what she really needs, never asks, and always does things his own way. It used to be less, but these days he is becoming even more foolish. Suddenly, she looks at Leona and insists that her mother is different. Leona smiles, asking if that is so, and then gently questions what she would do if her mom ended up being just like her other moms, or turned out to be a fool like her dad. Rebecca, thinking for a moment, hides behind her teddy and mutters that even then she would still love such a mother and wouldn't hate her just because she changed. Then she suddenly freaks out, hiding her face, shouting that Leona mustn't get the wrong idea, because she is not saying she loves her. She is only repeating what Ugly the bunny says. Leona smiles, telling her that she knows, and thanks the bunny, tapping his nose. After a while, Rebecca falls asleep, and Leona watches her gently breathing, thinking she wants to help this child grow stronger and change the fate of a life recorded in just a few words, so she does not have to die at 10, 20, or even before she reaches adulthood and old age. She vows to protect her from losing her pure heart, yet something feels strange, because in the past the entire original work seemed clear in her head, but these days it often blurs from time to time. The next morning, Leona wakes to the screaming of maids and the nanny pounding on the door, calling urgently for the young lady, shouting for her madam and Rebecca. Rubbing her eyes, Leona steps out with Rebecca, who is still sleepy, wiping her eyes and thinking what on earth is happening so early. The Duke stands there, holding Rebecca's hand and patting her head, asking if she slept well. She nods, asking why he called her here. He smirks, saying he has a gift to show her. She looks confused until he reveals a giant chocolate bunny surrounded by lavish gifts. Rebecca's eyes widen in surprise as he asks if she likes it, adding that they are all rabbits made of chocolate, prepared by the finest pastry chefs he personally ordered. Leona looks at the towering display, baffled at how he managed to prepare so much overnight, but then remembers his daughter's words from yesterday. Rebecca admits shyly that she likes it a little, while Leona looks at him smiling, realizing his methods are clumsy, yet it is clear he is desperately trying for his child. From behind the Duke, the butler approaches, whispering that His Majesty the Emperor is summoning him. The Duke frowns, asking if it is truly necessary unless urgent, but the butler lowers his voice, explaining that His Majesty specifically ordered his presence this time. The Duke's jaw tightens, anger flickering in his eyes as he thinks about how long he tried to avoid this, but realizes it is no longer possible. He orders the butler to inform the Emperor that he will arrive shortly. Rebecca runs up, clutching his sleeve, questioning where he is going again. He kneels briefly, apologizing, telling her that if she wants anything, she can ask the butler and he will buy her as much as she desires. But Rebecca shakes her head, holding tightly onto his hand, crying that she doesn't want gifts, only for him not to leave. His face hardens as he tells her helplessly that he cannot avoid it, promising he will return soon before striding away. Leona instinctively calls after him, but her voice is drowned in the rush of his departure. She turns to Rebecca, who collapses in tears, calling her father a fool and smashing the chocolate rabbit on the floor. Between sobs, she cries that she wanted her dad, not some stupid rabbit. Leona gathers her in her arms, biting down in frustration, thinking bitterly that for the first time in a while she thought she was doing well, only for him to ruin it in one moment. She wants Rebecca to regain her strength, but wonders how. Suddenly, an idea sparks, and she lifts Rebecca's hand gently, suggesting they make chocolate cookies together. Rebecca blinks through tears, questioning what she means, and Leona explains softly that they can bake them together. Rebecca's tears fade into a faint smile, nodding eagerly. Soon, the two work side by side, mixing ingredients, making a huge box of cookies. Rebecca beams proudly at the finished dough, declaring she made it, while Leona watches her with warmth, realizing she never thought the child would enjoy it this much. It is the first time she feels she did well learning to bake. Lifting the tray, she asks if they should go bake them now, and Rebecca happily agrees. But as they approach the fire, Rebecca suddenly freezes, spotting a tall figure standing there. Her eyes widen, and she calls out, "Father!" But her smile quickly fades when the man turns, revealing Luca. Rebecca scowls in anger, while Luca chuckles, saying he heard the two of them were making cookies, so he thought he would join, and even brought a magic stone. Leona's eyes widen, stunned at the glowing crystal, thinking it is her first time seeing one in person. She asks if it could really help them bake cookies, and Luca smiles confidently, assuring her that with it, they can perfectly control the fire's temperature, urging her to trust him and leave it to him. He even bows playfully, asking the young lady to excuse him for a moment. Rebecca's nose begins to drip, and before she can wipe it, Luca swiftly leans forward with a cloth, wiping her face. She shrieks in outrage, yelling at him not to mess with her, but Luca only laughs, gently saying everything is clean now. Leona watches him with narrowed eyes, thinking how strange it feels, this mix of familiarity and confusion, unable to understand why she keeps finding herself torn between Luca and the Duke. A lady with two ponytails, clutching a bucket of chocolate, smirks, thinking she will definitely succeed because there is no such thing as failure in her dictionary. On the other hand, the cookies are prepared, and Rebecca stares at them happily. Even Leona feels surprised to realize they turned out well. She mentions that Luca helped her a lot, so she wishes he had taken a few with him, but he left midway, while Rebecca disagrees, insisting she has nothing to give him. Leona lifts one cookie, gazing at it, asking Rebecca since they baked cookies, shall they host another tea party, because she will also invite Nanny and May. As Leona sinks into thought, Rebecca sneaks cookies from the tray, rushing toward the side table. She opens the box with the stone in it, slipping 2 cookies inside, smiling proudly, thinking she will give the chocolate cookies to her dad later. Meanwhile, Leona and Nanny notice her small gesture. Outside, the dining area gleams, decorated with cookies and tea, while Rebecca receives milk. She pushes it aside angrily, insisting she wants tea as well. May stares at her in confusion, asking why she does not want milk. Rebecca shouts, claiming she is an adult, so she refuses milk, demanding May give her tea. Leona, watching calmly, asks May to hand her the milk instead. Lily looks surprised, questioning why Leona would drink milk. Isn't she an adult? Leona smiles warmly, answering that even adults drink it since it holds many nutrients good for health. She blinks teasingly at Lily. Rebecca asks her if she tells the truth, and Leona nods gently. Then she dips the biscuit into milk, tasting it, exclaiming yum with delight, sparking Rebecca's curiosity. Rebecca grins, demanding the maid pour her milk too, stressing that it is not because she is a baby, but because it is delicious. Leona agrees softly, mentioning she knows, when suddenly Astra appears, greeting Rebecca and announcing herself as the soon-to-be stepmother, mocking their cookies, sneering that she cannot believe she is eating such a cheap snack again today. The nanny bristles angrily, demanding what she means, but Astra only mocks the employees further, ordering them to retreat quickly. Astra further tells Rebecca that she brought high-quality snacks fit for a princess, and now that she is her stepmother, she has to be a proper mother serving them to Rebecca. But Rebecca glares at her in anger, turning away, declaring she has only one mother and ordering her to leave. The lady tries again, asking her not to behave that way and to just look, questioning if it does not seem more delicious than snacks only commoners would eat. Suddenly, Rebecca shouts, insisting it does not look delicious at all, demanding her to take that piece of filth and get out. Astra jolts at Rebecca's command while the child yells louder, saying it smells rotten, calling Astra an ugly old lady, demanding her to go away. Leona on the other side grows worried for Rebecca, fearing that if she gets too worked up, she might catch a fever again. Suddenly, Astra snaps her fan shut, knocking it against her hand, declaring this is exactly why the princess remains spoiled, still acting this way today, and warning that if she does not listen to her mother properly, there will be no choice but to punish her. She lifts the fan, ready to strike, when Leona covers Rebecca, shouting at Astra, demanding what she is doing. Both maids jolt in shock, but suddenly someone from behind grabs Astra's hand. Turning back, she shouts at the person, demanding how he dares stop her, but freezes in horror when she realizes it is the Duke. He looks at her coldly, demanding what she is doing here. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she recognizes him, panicking, stammering that this is Duke Ian, and she frantically begs him to release her hand, staring in confusion, questioning who he truly is because she thought he was the Duke. Leona looks at him as he introduces himself as Luca, a knight of excellency under Duke Petrie, further apologizing for carelessly touching the princess's body, but reminding that their young lady is equally precious, so he hopes Astra does not lay a careless hand on Rebecca again. Astra steps back, shouting at him, calling him arrogant, but Luca calmly announces that the Duke will be returning shortly, asking her if she could wait in another room for a while. She looks at him in puzzlement while he continues, saying he knows she will not leave without seeing the Duke, but assures her not to worry because they have prepared gorgeous refreshments and fine tea for her. She grinds her teeth in frustration, glaring at him, but in the end she agrees, begrudgingly mentioning she will do that. Before leaving, Luca glances at Leona, passing her a faint smile, while both maids rush toward her, anxiously asking if she is all right or hurt in any way. Leona then turns to Rebecca, gently asking if she is surprised or injured anywhere, but Rebecca firmly replies she is fine, only annoyed that the lady ruined her party. Leona looks at her determinedly, thinking she cannot let Rebecca down anymore, then suddenly places a cookie into her mouth, asking if it is not delicious, further questioning whether they should have another tea party again. Rebecca brightens and happily agrees. Meanwhile, the Duke walks down the hallway, his head pounding, clenching his fist around a bloody glove, thinking how long he must continue like this, recalling Rebecca's words that she does not need gifts, only him not leaving. Standing outside the door, he hesitates to knock, thinking he returned as quickly as possible, yet certain she remains upset with him, wondering what gift he should bring to cheer her. Suddenly, his butler rushes toward him, making him turn sharply, questioning what happened. The butler informs him that while he was gone, Princess Astra arrived. Hearing this, the Duke immediately hurries to the guest room, sitting down heavily, recalling his butler's words as he explains that Princess Astra attempted to strike the lady with her hand, but Madame Leona protected Rebecca. Facing Astra, he questions sternly whether she tried to slap his daughter. The princess insists she only wanted to treat Miss Rebecca with a delicious dessert, but since the young lady's tone was harsh, she merely wished, as her future mother, to discipline her in proper etiquette. The Duke glared at her while she mentioned that Lady Rebecca needed to be more aware of her status as the Duke's wife, but the Duke told her firmly that she didn't need to do anything like that and asked her not to act foolishly, which startled the princess and made her try to speak again. But he cut her off, repeating that he had already told her not to do anything reckless, asking her if she understood. She ground her teeth in frustration, yet finding no other way, she replied that she understood and would be careful, bowing down. She then mentioned that she would take her leave, apologizing for the sudden visit. After the princess left, he turned toward Leona, mentioning that he heard she protected Rebecca. She looked at him angrily, questioning if he were a mother, would he simply sit there and watch his child be struck, declaring that she only did what she had to do and that she didn't know which of the Duke's thoughts Lily's mother truly was. He stood silently, then mentioned he heard she baked cookies with Lily and held a tea party. She looked puzzled, questioning how the Duke knew what she did when he was not with her. He explained that of course he knew, because everything was being reported to him, so he knew everything about Rebecca. Leona shouted at him furiously, questioning if that was so, then asking him what his daughter liked, if he knew what Rebecca's favorite snack was these days, or what kind of play she enjoyed most. He looked bewildered as she shouted again in anger, demanding if he really believed he knew everything about Rebecca just from reports given by the staff, and asking whether without a real conversation with her, he had learned any facts from seeing her firsthand. He admitted she was right, though he hadn't intended to receive that kind of advice from her or anything like it. She looked at him sharply, questioning why he had called her then, or wasn't it because he was curious about her and wanted to know more details. The Duke looked confused while she clutched her dress, telling him it was not too late and asking him to face Rebecca directly, to listen to what she says, to what she wants to do, and what she truly desires, questioning him if that was not the role of a father. Ian looked at her hair and mentioned that now he could see why Rebecca thought differently of her. She looked at him, confused, and suddenly he asked her to leave now. She grew angrier when suddenly he smiled, telling her that he would take care of it now because he finally figured it out. Coming out of the room, she grew more upset, thinking if he was suddenly kicking her out and if he really understood what she had just said. But she sighed, mentioning that he was a smart man, so he probably understood it on his own. Yet suddenly something felt strange to her, and Luca approached, standing quietly beside her. He questioned if she had finished her conversation well. She looked at him, puzzled, while he mentioned that he would take her to her room, but she told him no, that now she had walked to her room a few times and knew the way by heart. But suddenly she realized that she actually didn't, and noticing the expression on her face, he told her it was okay, asking her to rely on him anytime she wanted, that he would guide her to her room. Holding her hand, she questioned him about who the hell he was. A long time ago, magic existed in this world, at a time when most people knew how to do magic, which was considered a blessing from God, and when dragons, which now only exist in legend, flew high in the sky. The heads of the 5 families that founded the empire were also skilled in magic, except for the Petrie family. The rest of the families started a brutal civil war to increase their power, and in the end, they were all destroyed. As the magic legacy that had been passed down from generation to generation weakened, magic gradually became forgotten. Leona looked at his face, thinking that there was no magic in this world anymore, and she remembered that only the Petrie family could still use a small amount of mana. And this was definitely something that could only be explained by magic, so she held his hand, questioning him about who he really was. He introduced himself as the Knight of His Excellency, the Duke Ian, but she clenched her dress, telling him she was not asking for the official position. She wanted to know his true identity. She further mentioned that whenever she was around him, some strange things always seemed to happen, and not only did he appear out of nowhere, but also when she was with him, she felt like she was possessed by something. She thought it still felt exactly like this. She couldn't even remember how many times she had been there. No one in the mansion knew where or how he came from. However, he got along with people normally, and he might say that she was just being sensitive, but she questioned him if this was really possible. He smiled looking at her and told her that it was expected of her to be a wonderful person, and no one had ever tried to find out who he truly was to this extent, asking her not to worry because he was not a bad person, and he was simply a man who hoped that everything would come together well. She still looked utterly confused when he mentioned that he would tell her his identity. Twisting his fingers, sparkles appeared all over the place, and she freaked out, feeling utterly stunned. He smiled, telling her that he was a wizard, questioning her if he should call himself that. She looked at him, asking in disbelief if he was really a wizard, but he mentioned that he could only do a very little magic, and he did not just teleport her, but also erased her memory for a short moment. Her eyes popped out, thinking that the legendary wizards had long since disappeared from this world, and there was no way they still existed now. But this was the most logical thing at the moment, so she questioned him about what he actually wanted from this family, and if he was looking for property or status or something even greater than that. Luca smiles, telling her it is none of them like he said, and the only thing he wishes is just simply that he hopes everything goes well smoothly. Leona tells him that honestly, she can't believe what he is saying, and how can she possibly trust him? According to Leona, he can manipulate someone's memory and make them think positively of him, questioning him if she is right. He tells her that he only slightly manipulates the memories, but he never touches emotions, and he can completely assure her of that. He further mentioned that he knows she doesn't trust him, so he will do his best to make her trust him, requesting her to please trust him for just once. He also promised that he would make a covenant before her, and he clenched his hand, telling her that he, Luca, as a knight of the Petrie family, swears before Duchess Leona, showing her the signs of promise in his hand. Her eyes stretched open in shock, while he further mentioned that from now on, if even one word he said to Duchess Leona was mixed with a lie, let his existence disappear, transforming the sign to her hand. He mentioned that the covenant had been completed, and if he broke what he just said, he would disappear. She looked at him, while he told her that this was enough for today, asking her to let's get along well in the future, because he would gradually prove that he was harmless to her and this mansion, then suddenly kissed her hand. For dimensioning, he softly hoped she had a restful night. Just in the next second, she found herself standing there alone in front of her gate, being confused, thinking what was this? And in the end, she didn't discover anything. She thought she should have asked him directly. However, she didn't think he was really a bad person, because she could feel that he was more sincere to Rebecca than anyone else. Sometime later, Leona banged her head, thinking that not a single day went by in peace. Sitting there with Rebecca, the Duke approached them, asking why wasn't everyone saying anything. He further told Rebecca that she would have a guest today, asking her to hurry up and get ready. Rebecca looked confused, questioning him about what kind of guest, because she had never heard of this before. Her father told her that she did just now, since he had just informed her, but she shouted at him, telling him that she had decided to play drawing with her mother today and not to meet anyone. Her father told her that she couldn't act like a child forever, and how many times had he already told her not to draw, because would not meeting new friends be far more important than drawing, further mentioning that she needed friends with whom she could share what was in her mind, and her father understood that very well now. He then walked out of the room, informing her that he would send her kids to this room, so she should make sure to get along with them, and asking her not to cause any trouble. She shouted at her dad while Leona looked at him, thinking that he said what he wanted to say and left, and in the end, he still did not understand any of her advice she had given him. Rebecca was getting angry, shouting about what kind of friend her dad was even talking about. All of a sudden, she mentioned that he always did what he wanted to do, calling him a stupid fool. Leona approached Rebecca, asking her that if she was going to have guests, should they not prepare to welcome them properly? Further mentioning that it seemed her dad wanted her to make a lot of friends. Leona further gave an option to Rebecca, mentioning that if she talked to her guests and didn't like it, she would make sure to send them back somehow, asking her about her opinion. Rebecca's eyes became watery, and she rushed to hug Leona, telling her she agreed and asking her to please stay by her side. Leona smiled, telling her that she would always be by her side. After a while, two little princesses entered the room, both having blonde hair. One of them, with sparkling blue eyes, said hello to Millie, introducing herself as Lily, the daughter of Marquis Cove. The other one, with soft brown eyes, introduced herself as Jane, the second daughter of Count Nadira, asking Riri kindly to call her Jay. Both of them bowed to her in respect, thanking her politely for inviting them to the tea party. Riri warmly welcomed them, asking them to please take a seat. Leona looked at Millie, thinking quietly that she could do well. Meanwhile, Riri introduced herself formally as Rebecca Petrie. Lily again thanked Riri politely for the invitation, mentioning that she never thought she would meet the princess like this. Riri made a face, telling them firmly that she wasn't the one, and it was her dad who did it. Lily only smiled, mentioning that anyway, it was true, she had invited them. She further noticed the many rabbit dolls in her room, telling her that she also liked dolls when she was young, but weren't dolls something only babies played with? Even Jay laughed at her words mockingly. Riri was getting frustrated by their words, her cheeks turning red. Lily further mentioned that she was really surprised, and she couldn't believe that they were suddenly searching for friends for the princess, and that too from His Grace, the Duke himself, as Jay added that this was the reason why she and Lily had specifically come here today. Both the girls laughed together. Riri was getting frustrated, thinking why she felt so bad, while Leona was thinking of something and quickly took out a teapot, questioning them politely if they would like to have a glass of a savory drink. She then carefully poured them some milk. But Lily only smiled, looking at it, mentioning that milk was something only newborn babies drank. And Jay agreed with Lily, mentioning that she would prefer to have some tea, saying that she also wanted to have some tea that was very strong. Leona looked at them, smiling gently, and thought to herself that after all, kids these days were surprisingly mature. After the tea was served, the ladies started sipping on it, mentioning that the tea smelled good, and it was right to say that the Petrie family tea was truly exquisite. Even for Jay, she mentioned that it was completely different from bland milk. Lily further smirked, mentioning bland milk again, asking Riri if it would be better if she didn't say she was going to drink milk, as she was telling them all this out of concern for the princess. Riri was getting frustrated by them, telling them sternly that they were talking nonsense. Both the girls became puzzled, questioning her about what she was saying. Millie, being more frustrated, asked them if she should say again what they were saying. Leona was looking at her, slightly freaked out, when suddenly Riri shouted at them, telling them that they were talking complete nonsense. Riri further questioned them sharply if everyone that drank milk turned into a baby. So, did that mean they were adults? But if they put that much sugar in it, how was it any different from eating candy? Both of them glanced down at their teacups filled with sugar pieces, looking a bit embarrassed, while Leona calmly poured milk into Millie's cup, telling them milk was a good drink for both adults and children, because if they drank milk, they would grow taller and healthier. Suddenly, both the girls grew angry at Leona, and the one with blue eyes shouted, asking her how a woman so insignificant and unaware of her own identity dared to get involved in their conversation, while Jay shouted at her, telling her firmly to keep quiet. Leona freaked out slightly, trying to explain that wasn't what she meant, when suddenly Riri held her hand tightly, telling both of them that she was her mother. But both the girls became even angrier, saying mockingly that she really looked more like a maid. Riri then spoke up, mentioning that if she said she was her mother, then she truly was her mother, and her mother was only this person, no one else. She further told them that they were speaking without even knowing who her mother was, and they pretended to act like adults, but in the end, they were still children. Wasn't that right? Both the girls jolted up from their seats, questioning the princess loudly about what she had just said to them. Riri stood up straight, telling them the real reason she came here was because of her dad, because she was stepdaughter, questioning them if she was right about that. Both the girls also stood up, telling her that she spoke far too much, but Riri looked straight at them, questioning if she really did, further questioning if she was too harsh, as what they had said earlier was also too harsh, wasn't it? She shouted at them, telling them that what they did to her mom was exactly the same as what they did to her, asking them not to ignore her anymore. Lily shouted back at her, telling her that they were only giving advice to the princess's friends and would never ignore anything. Riri asked her sharply if really? Asking her if she could say the same things she had said earlier in front of her dad without hesitation. Both the girls freaked out while she further mentioned one more thing, that they would be punished even more for swearing at her mother. But Jay disagreed, telling her that her mother was not that woman, and she was sure Astra would soon become her stepmother. Riri grew even angrier, questioning them if the woman who smelled so bad was supposed to be her stepmother, and she shouted at them, pointing at Leona, telling them that her mother was right over here. Leona's eyes turned teary because she could not believe her daughter said something like that and defended her in such a heartfelt way. Suddenly, both the girls began trembling in fear, and Jay shouted, telling Riri that they only said what they were told to do, because if they just responded appropriately and then ignored her, they would get a reward later. Riri looked at them in confusion, asking them what they were talking about and who had told them to do that. Jay mentioned that she had just said the princess had to change her habit and should be scolded. Leona freaked out as she thought it might be Astra, but as Jay was about to say something, Lily quickly stopped her, asking her to be quiet. Riri then mentioned sarcastically what a great lady that woman must be, saying an asura or something like that was nothing, and she had just told them a bunch of lies, telling the girls that they had been fooled by her. Riri then pointed toward the gate, showing them the way, and asked if they could leave now. Both girls agreed nervously, but she further shouted at them, questioning if they didn't hear her when she said she wanted them to leave, or were they going to keep playing with her. Both the girls scrambled up in fear and ran outside, telling Riri that she was so rude. Leona quickly approached Millie, asking her if she was okay, while Riri mentioned that she realized it would not work, and then suddenly shouted at Leona, telling her that they should go scold her dad right now. Bursting inside the Duke's room, Riri shouted for her dad. The Duke looked at her, asking if her friends were back already. Leona, from behind, ran after her, trying to stop her, but she rushed straight toward her dad, shouting and asking what kind of friends, calling her dad an idiot, questioning him why he kept doing this to her again and again. He looked at her in confusion, asking what she meant and further questioning if she did not like those princesses. She shouted at him, questioning if he liked them, telling him further that she did not need friends and asking him not to do this to her next time. He asked her if she really did not need a friend, further mentioning that he liked that girl because she treated her honestly like a friend. Wasn't he right? Leona from behind was freaking out, thinking that even after all he had been through, he still did not understand. Riri further shouted at him, questioning if he believed that she liked her mom as a friend, further mentioning that her mom was next to her and listening to her, while those kids were just siding with Auntie Astra and coming only to trouble her. The Duke looked puzzled when Leona further told him that Rebecca was right. The Duke bent down to Millie, questioning if she meant those children were instigated by Lady Astra, because he found it hard to believe. Riri shouted at him, mentioning that he didn't believe her again, and her father quickly mentioned that he did believe her, asking her to tell him in detail. She cried, mentioning that they made fun of her rabbit dolls and mocked her mom too, and she did not like kids like that, asking her father if he wanted her to be friends with such kinds of kids and if he wanted her to feel heartbroken and depressed. Her father sat down, telling her that it was not the case, further mentioning that he had made a mistake because he was in a hurry to recognize her, sincerely apologizing to her. Suddenly, the butler approached the Duke, telling him that this time he can't make any excuse. The Duke went silent and suddenly made an excuse to Millie, telling her that he was busy today and had to go out, asking her to come out for now and promising they would talk later, questioning her if that was okay. Riri grew angry and slapped his hand, shouting at him, asking him not to be silly, further shouting that he was just like them and that she didn't want to look at him again, declaring she hated him too. She wiped her eyes, mentioning that she didn't need a dad who never listened to her story and then always said he was busy, making a sour face at him before rushing outside, mentioning that this time she was the one leaving first. Her father continued shouting after her, but she did not stop. After a while, she became lost, and everyone began desperately searching for her. Even Leona was trying to find her, looking worried as she mentioned to the nanny that there must be a rabbit hole in this mansion. Otherwise, how could such a tiny child disappear so quickly? The nanny asked Lady Leona to listen to her for a moment, then whispered in her ear, telling her that she would reveal where Riri was, taking her to a quiet room and mentioning this was where the young lady used to play all alone before Lady Leona came. And even after she herself had been kicked out of her nanny seat, she still used to secretly give Riri cookies when she came here. Leona looked around in confusion, not knowing there was such a hidden place in the mansion, when suddenly she noticed the ugly bunny lying nearby. She approached it, softly greeting it and asking the rabbit if he knew where Riri was, further mentioning that she was so worried about her, questioning him if he would tell her if he knew. Suddenly Riri picked up the rabbit, speaking up for him, mentioning that she was fine and that Leona didn't need to worry about her. Leona gently asked her if that was true, because if it was, then it was truly a relief for her. Leona further asked the rabbit to tell Riri that her mom didn't want her to get hurt, and the rabbit replied yes, asking her not to worry because she was really okay. Sometime later, Leona sat outside the room, thinking it had been a while, but Riri still hadn't come out. Opening the door and walking inside, she wondered if Riri still wasn't relieved, calling her name softly before finding her fast asleep on the floor. Looking at her with tenderness, she held her in her arms, thinking that Riri would be uncomfortable there, so she decided to move her to the bed. Suddenly, she noticed a book titled The Black Rabbit and the White Rabbit. Opening it, she realized she couldn't read the text clearly as it was slightly blurred, wondering if someone had written it by hand. It told the story of a rabbit who was strong and ate rabbits, yet eventually fell asleep in the arms of a yellow rabbit. One day, his parents were shot by a hunter and died, leaving the yellow rabbit and the baby rabbit alone. They were sad, yet the two spent each day happily hugging each other. As the baby rabbit grew older and could venture out on his own, there came many days when the yellow rabbit couldn't get out of bed, and the black rabbit, no longer a baby, silently stayed by the yellow rabbit's side until one day, the yellow rabbit never woke from its long sleep. Left alone, the black rabbit couldn't eat or sleep properly, and on rainy days, he kept thinking of the yellow rabbit. Then one day he heard someone crying in the rainforest, a tiny white rabbit, and he brought the white rabbit along with him. The white rabbit ate raspberries eagerly, even while sobbing, and after a long time, a faint smile returned to the black rabbit's face. After putting Riri into the bed and finishing the story, Leona realized, as expected, that it was a children's book someone had written themselves, but she couldn't believe who the author might have been. She remembered the nanny had told her this room held Millie's mother's belongings, and that thought struck her deeply. Looking at Riri sleeping peacefully, she sighed, thinking she still couldn't believe how her father and she had grown so far apart. Suddenly she felt a hand rest on her shoulder, and she froze in fright, slowly turning back to see who it was. It was Duke Ian, and he gripped her hand tightly, dragging her outside in a rush. She panicked, calling out his name, demanding to know why he was suddenly doing this. Struggling, she managed to wrench her hand free from his grasp, clutching it in pain and questioning him furiously if he was crazy, demanding to know what he was doing. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he shouted that this was all her fault. She turned back in shock as he claimed his daughter had never been the type to speak such cruel words and that she always listened to him well, but ever since she came, everything had changed. Leona stared at him in disbelief, telling him that he was the one responsible, asking if he was truly blaming her for his mistakes. She questioned him further, asking if he hated her simply because she had grown close to Millie. He clenched his fists, struggling to control his anger, finally admitting that he did. She froze, wondering desperately what she should do, because all she ever wanted was to help heal the rift between them and see father and daughter happy together. Her thoughts spiraled, fearing their relationship was falling apart because of her. Yet she also found it strange, because the Duke she had read about in the novel was a man unmoved by anyone, yet now he appeared unstable and vulnerable. She wondered anxiously if this ordeal would eventually change him. Gathering her resolve, she suddenly called out to him, asking if he knew what was inside Millie's treasure box. He looked at her blankly, demanding to know what she meant. She explained that the box held things the little girl cherished most, like a red jewel brooch surrounded by white gems, along with poorly made bunny-shaped cookies, then asked him directly who all those were for. The Duke's frustration deepened as he snapped back at her, asking what she was trying to say. His hands trembled as he muttered, questioning what he had done wrong, insisting he was only trying to protect her, confessing that he never meant to bring her into this. His voice broke as he continued, whispering that no matter how silver her hair might be, his words drifting into something she could barely understand, as though he was speaking only to himself. Leona stood stunned, realizing he was unraveling. He went on, saying Riri was more precious than his own life, but if she continued to stay by Millie's side, then his daughter would no longer see him. His body shook as he raised his voice, pleading with her to leave them now, swearing that if she left, they could return to how things used to be, begging her desperately, promising to do whatever she wanted, as long as she would just go away. She stares at him in utter confusion, half expecting him to explode in rage, throw money at her, and order her to leave immediately. If he had done that, she would have resisted with all her strength, declaring she would never go. But instead, she clenches her fist in frustration, because his eyes and his actions reveal something far more painful: the realization that she is nothing more than a strange presence caught between him and his daughter. With bitterness pressing into her chest, she finally tells him that she understands him, and she will leave. He looks at her, bewildered, asking if she truly means it. She lowers her gaze, thinking that perhaps it is true. Her very existence might be an obstacle that was never meant to be there. She then reminds him of his earlier words, that he would grant her whatever she wished, and asks him to do her just one favor. When he demands to know what she wants, she tells him it is the same plea she has repeated all along, that he must stay by Millie's side, even if only for once. Because this may be the final chance, as the door to the child's heart slowly closes. She begs him not to avoid being with his daughter, not because of busyness, nor because of his pride. No matter what anyone else says, that little girl looks only at him, misses him endlessly, because she loves him and sees him as her only true family. He stands frozen in silence while she turns toward the door, her voice breaking as she tells him that is all she has to say, and now she will go. Suddenly, he halts her, pressing a bag of coins into her hands, telling her to take it as payment for her last advice. She shakes her head, gently pushing it back, telling him that she cannot accept it, because she never gave her words in exchange for money. With a soft, aching smile, she tells him she did everything only for Millie. As night falls, she walks alone through the dark forest, tracing the path where she had spent a joyful morning with Millie, though now it no longer belongs to her. In the end, she is no different from the stepmothers who came before. She wishes only that Riri might grow to hate her quickly, so the pain will pass, praying that the child does not suffer for long. She hopes Riri remembers that the one who will remain by her side is her father, and that he and his daughter may return to the bond they once shared. Whispering into the shadows, she promises herself she will carry the memories of their time together and walk a different path as her mother. Sometime later, in a strange, unfamiliar place, Leona sits curled on the ground, clutching her legs as tremors of pain shake her. She gasps that it hurts, her voice breaking as tears sting her eyes. She reflects that she has been traveling endlessly for days, her body sore and exhausted, and wonders if perhaps she has grown a little stronger since her stay in the Duke's mansion. Her vision blurs as her tears fall, her chest heavy with sorrow. She whispers that her body aches, though at least she has been able to sleep, but confesses that she no longer knows what she should do. She remembers Luca's solemn promise about never lying to her, and when her eyes fall upon her own hand, the memory of their magical covenant flickers vividly in her mind. She wonders if the contract still holds true even after leaving the palace, whispering to herself that perhaps, if there is still magic in this world, then their bond remains unbroken. Driven by that thought, she wanders into a small shop, pulling a book from the shelf, her fingers trembling as she flips through its worn pages. The text reveals hints of forgotten enchantments, and she realizes that Luca did not deceive her. He truly was a wizard, and somehow he had been sincere with her all along. For a fleeting moment, comfort brushes her heart, but then she slides the book back onto the shelf with a heavy sigh, murmuring that it doesn't matter anymore, because he is someone she will never meet again. Stepping back into the bustling street, she feels an odd sense of reassurance, at least in knowing that Luca does not seem like the type who would ever harm Millie. Yet her steps falter when her gaze lands upon a grand temple ahead, its spires rising like guardians of faith. She recalls that even though magic has faded from the world, people still revere the last transcendent being, the god Amidius. This temple, adorned with shrines, serves as both sanctuary and symbol of divine connection. The imperial family maintains close ties to the priests within, sometimes receiving oracles that shape the destiny of the nation. Staring at the gates, she wonders if traces of magic might still linger within its sacred walls, perhaps holding the key to returning to her original world. Her thoughts swirl. If she digs deeper, she might even uncover truths about the Petrie family, their connection to the Empire, and perhaps even unravel the mystery of Luca's hidden identity. But then, she reminds herself with a bitter pang that she has nothing to do with the Petrie family anymore. Still, the image of Millie's smile surges before her eyes, and her yearning for the little girl's happiness outweighs every other hesitation. With determination, she climbs the steps and pushes open the doors of the temple. The incense-laced air greets her, thick with quiet reverence. A woman dressed in the robes of a shrine maiden approaches, her voice soft yet piercing as she asks where Leona has come from. Leona bows her head gently, answering simply that she has come to pray.
Palace window, Ian watches a figure depart. Anger tightens his fist before he turns away. He stares at his desk, desperate for a reversal of fate, his eyes close, recalling Leona's urgent plea to stay for his daughter this one final time. If he refuses, the child's heart will shut him out forever, for he is her only family. Papers scatter abruptly across the floor. A sharp guilt stabs him. Then a piercing pain erupts in his chest. His heart screams and collapses. Simultaneously, Leona is questioned by a woman in a church. With a quiet smile, Leona explains she is there to pray. The woman eyes her critically and directs her to a distant pew. Observing the seat, Leona releases a soft, bitter laugh. Judgment by appearance, she notes, exists even here. She sits down, accepting that protest is pointless. Folding her hands, she confesses her own lack of faith. The sight is disheartening. The temple feels like a transaction. Any trace of magic seems lost. A wary sigh escapes her. She focuses her prayers for Riri, for Rebecca's health and happiness. She pleads silently, if a god exists, let her child forget her. May that young life be joyful, free from the memory of abandonment. Her meditation is shattered by a sudden presence, an old man in a black cloak. She flinches at his gaze. He apologizes for startling her. Trembling under his intense stare, she asks if they've met. He chuckles, they have not. Yet he finds her intriguing. Puzzled, she meets his eyes. He then introduces himself as Caleb, meaning dog. He questions whether she finds this interesting. She offers her name Leona on his request. His hands clap with genuine delight. He declares her name to be wonderfully interesting. Leona is amused by the strange man, viewing him as little more than a beggar seeking alms for prayers. An idea strikes her, a transaction. She decisively tosses her last golden coin toward him. Before leaving, she tells him to take it, stating she will go now. The old man asks if she's leaving already. She smiles, saying she has something to do. Caleb folds his arms, declaring that all she wishes for will come true, for their god Amidius will make it happen. Asking her to have faith. Confused, she says she will have it and bids him good day. After she leaves, Caleb examines the coin in his hand. 3 children approach from behind, calling for Honorable Mr. Caleb. A brown-haired boy asks if he is dressing like that again. Caleb replies that listening to people is sometimes useful. He clenches his fist. The boy informs him that the Emperor will arrive soon. He must go to an important place and get ready. Caleb feels the coin's strange weight, telling them always to listen to the priest. The boy looks confused, asking what he means. Caleb questions whether a priest can know all the gods' will. He will know, he states, when the right time comes. He looks at the door, hoping to meet the lady again. Meanwhile, Leona moves through the streets, feeling hopeless. Her only coin is gone, given to a beggar, and she finds no trace of magic. She does not know where to go. Seeing boats bound for neighboring countries, she smiles, thinking of boarding one to escape. But suddenly, she bangs into someone. She apologizes, saying she could not see well. Looking up, it is Luca. She stares in confusion, asking why he is here. He tells her he came because he was worried about her. She faces away, anger flaring. Did the Duke truly believe she would never leave his child's side? She tells Luca not to worry. She is getting on a boat to go far away. He sighs in relief, seeing she is still brave. She flushes, her face reddening. She hasn't seen him in 3 days! Did he come because of the Duke's orders? Her sentence is cut short as Luca suddenly pats her head, calming her. She looks at him, momentarily soothed. Before anger bursts forth again, he tells her she looks complicated, frustrated with herself, worried, and sorry about the baby. This is making her heart heavier. He asks her to cry, assuring her it is okay. Leona looks at him, gritting her teeth in frustration. She shouts, questioning who he is and how ridiculous it is for the Duke to send him. Luca looks at her, telling her she is a baby like Riri, pretending to be strong but weak inside. She grows angry, demanding what he is even saying. He tells her she was right. He knows nothing, but he thinks he knows it is not okay for her to be like that. Leona tries to pull away, asking why the Duke is watching over her. Luca says she is wrong. The Duke doesn't know where he is or what he is doing. He covers her eyes, telling her not to worry. He has nothing to report. Leona's eyes fill with water. She only wants to know who he is. After crying, she steps back, revealing her red, blushing face. He looks at her, smiling. She isn't crying anymore. She turns away, mentioning that, fortunately, she is not. He questions whether she wants to leave this place, asking where she is going for now. Leona tells him he is right, and she also tried to do that, but it was in vain. Luca regards her carefully, questioning her genuine affection for the baby. Leona affirms her love and her fierce desire to keep Riri from harm. Yet, when asked about the Duke, her composure shatters into a shout of pure hatred, declaring him the person she despises most in this world. Luca is visibly startled by the intensity of her feelings, cautiously wondering if the man possesses a single good quality. Leona erupts again, asserting that in every aspect of his character, he is utterly irredeemable. She then catches the amused expression threatening to break across Luca's face and demands to know what it means. He explains he merely wished her hatred were not so absolute. Suddenly, he offers his hand, stating he can assist her in any way. Confused by his meaning, she is abruptly pulled toward him as he declares this is how. She shouts in protest, but a moment later finds herself on a boat in the vast ocean. Gazing at the sky, she realizes the distant port was reached with impossible speed. Luca calls to her from behind, expressing his wish for her happiness and absolute freedom to go and do as she pleases. His words send Leona into deep contemplation, for she is uncertain of her own desires. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Perhaps he could return her to her original world. Yet the modern era holds no one for her. Her true yearning is to be with someone meaningful, to be loved and to love in return, specifically to be near Riri. She gathers her skirt, stealing her resolve. Suddenly, Luca reveals the Duke is actively searching for her. Shock renders her silent, questioning the truth of it after her harsh expulsion. Luca moves closer, asking if this is not welcome news. He then covers his eyes and a strange magic unfolds before them. She is stunned to see a vision of the palace, where the Duke is frantically commanding a search for her. As the magic fades, Luca explains that he showed her the mansion's current state. The Duke is filled with regret, uncertain he can find her, and is too emotionally weak to understand his own feelings, resorting only to clumsy anger. Leona begins to laugh, calling the Duke a fool. Luca gestures toward her, asking for her decision now. She states it is not yet time, for thoughts of the Duke still ignite her anger. But because she misses the child, she confesses she wants to go back. With a resolute smile, Leona asks Luca to take her back to her old home. There is a place she must visit. Could she return alone? Taking her hands, Luca assures her it is fine. As shimmering magic circles envelop them, he conveys a message: if everyone else can reach her, she should at least come for him, who misses her dearly. With a gentle smile, he asks to meet her again at the mansion, promising to wait. Suddenly, Leona lands before a familiar gate. Taking a deep breath, she vows to return and musters her determination, gazing at the entrance. Pushing it open, she finds the gate broken. It stayed a mystery. Inside, chaos reigns. The Duke shouts furiously at a terrified couple, demanding they find Leona. The woman stammers, given no chance to speak. Suddenly, Leona slams the main door open and storms into the fray. She fixes the Duke with a piercing look, stating bluntly that his current demands are not his true intent. Both men exclaim her name, stunned by her magical arrival. A smirk touches Leona's lips. He looks utterly lovesick. She observes coolly, reminding him sharply that he was the one who drove her away. The Duke protests, calling it all a misunderstanding. Her eyes flash with anger. How could it be? The commotion drew her here. What kind of violent spectacle is this? Anne sighs, a wave of relief washing over him. It wasn't meant as violence, he explains, though he concedes she is right. Frantic and unable to find her, he had visited repeatedly, hoping against hope she had returned. Leona retorts that he was in the wrong, damaging the property of someone he was merely visiting. Her parents watch on, utterly bewildered by her audacity toward a Duke. Shadows of gloom cross the Duke's face as he offers a shame-filled apology. Her father swiftly interjects, demanding compensation for the damage. The mention of money makes her parents' eyes gleam with unmistakable greed. Leona can only sigh, realizing they remain unchanged. She turns to leave, but the Duke pleads with her to depart together, insisting he has much to say. Still simmering with anger, she coldly mentions owing thanks to someone for forcing her to toil all night on a desolate mountain path. Leona steps outside and tries to speak, but she shouts for him to stop, demanding they just move and to say anything on the way if he must. Suddenly, her father stops her, asking her to listen for a moment. He pleads, is it possible she could have spoken directly to the Duke when he visited days ago and saw their misery? Wriggling with anger, she asks if that's why he asked for money for the broken door. The Duke looks at the old man, adding that he only agrees with his wife's words. Leona's anger flares, stating they never treated her as family. Their first concern was always money. Flustered, her father claims he lacks the experience to ask properly. Is the repair cost, plus the compensation for her past injury, still not enough? The couple shares a startled chuckle. That money is long gone, they admit, a fact made clear by the jewels her mother wears. Leona, regaining her composure, shouts that she hadn't known they spent it all, lavishing themselves thanks to their daughter's suffering. Her mother freaks out, asking what she means, insisting they only used what was necessary, a sentiment her father echoes. Leona scoffs in disgust, demanding they speak plainly. The word does not include her, she states. She then turns to the Duke, shouting that no more money will ever enter this house under her name, telling her parents to expect nothing. Her mother shouts, demanding why she has changed. Leona meets her gaze. She had to change, she states. Is sacrificing for the family not the greatest virtue? She asks her mother coldly. From this day forward, she declares herself a person without family. They must not seek her. A bitter smirk graces her lip. There is no problem, she adds, for they never treated her as one. Her father's furious shout follows her. Is she crazy? She cannot be like this. Later, the two of them sit together on the moving horse. She sighs, the quiet a profound relief, but the Duke's gaze is heavy with gloom. He asks if she is all right. She turns and says she is, then demands to know why he came. He admits that after chasing her away, he found no peace. She was right. He told her. She glances at him as he continues. She was right because after she left, he finally listened to his daughter's words. The baby cried all day. Finally, the child spoke her mind for the first time. She hit him with a block, demanding never to see him again. The person she loved left because of him. The child sobbed, making her pain even greater. She cried her heart out, confessing he knew nothing. She had never spent a single birthday with him. In her books, birthdays were happy days, yet she was always alone. She had never heard him say he loved her. Clutching his waist, she whispered she missed her mom, she preferred to play with her, and now she was very, very sad. Returning to the present, the Duke states he felt like an idiot. He halts the horse. After that, he felt a deep emptiness inside. He had thought everything would be fine without her, but it was pure arrogance, a stupid, grievous mistake. He was also afraid of losing his daughter and had acted unforgivably. Even if she cannot forgive him, it is okay. He only wishes for her to become his daughter's mother. If not for her, he would never have realized how wrong he was. Listening, Leona shivers. She tells him she will listen to anything he says. Then she poses her daring question, what if she claims the magical quarry? She is stunned into silence, for in that instant, the Duke agrees without hesitation. He will give her the quarry if she desires it, he states, his tone impossibly gentle. He dismounts and offers his hand. She stares, overwhelmed, realizing the quarry is a treasure even the Emperor covets. How can he offer it so softly? She asks him why it has all come to this. She reminds him he is engaged to another, to his daughter's own mother. A calm smile touches his lips. He has resolved that matter. He assures her she need not worry. That position now belongs solely to her. Leona is speechless, demanding he repeat himself, but he instead asks her to dismount. It is fine to hate him, he says, but she must not hate Riri. Liana stares, a torrent of frustration within her. In a hushed, fierce whisper, she vows never to forgive him. To her, he remains the worst of men. She does this for the child alone, she tells herself, stepping down from the horse. She returns only for Rebecca. The Duke offers his sincere gratitude. Now with it all laid bare, a single, clarifying truth fills Leona's mind. Her desire is not exile to another world, nor return to her past. She simply needs the child by her side. Her face flushes with the realization. She should be happy to return lest he question her motives, so she will cling to her anger for now, to later hold the girl tightly in her arms. She will apologize for days, pray fervently, and accept whatever the child says. Heart pounding, she dashes toward the room. She throws the door open, and her eyes immediately flood with tears. She knows without a doubt why she is here. It is because she is Rebecca's mother, and she calls out for Riri. The maids spin around, stunned by her abrupt return. They rush toward her, their faces streaked with fresh tears, demanding to know where she has disappeared. One whispers they have been waiting for an agonizing length of time. Leona offers a rushed apology before urgently asking after the child. They gesture toward the room's far corner. Leona's gaze finds Riri, a small, trembling shape sobbing behind the sofa. She approaches with cautious, guilt-laden steps, whispering that she has returned. She braces for the child's rightful fury. A tiny, wounded voice then declares she has no mother. The statement wraps around Lena's heart like a cold shadow. She begins apologizing repeatedly, admitting her failure. Riri shouts back in a surge of anguish, insisting she possesses no mother and ordering her to leave. Leona accepts the outburst, stating she comprehends the rage and will simply remain silent until Riri recalls her. She then commands the maids to depart, determined to hold her solitary vigil. Time stretches thin. Riri continues to yell for her to go, but Leona does not budge. Eventually, Leona attempts to soothe her with a gentle tone, explaining her mother is not trapped within the toy rabbit, but that both of them will never forsake her now. Riri's eyes welled with new, glistening tears. She retorts that her stuffed bunny never wept that way and calls her mother a fool. The sharp word lands like a physical blow, a deserved pain Leona feels deeply. Beneath that ache blooms a peculiar sense of belonging. This raw confrontation feels far preferable to the desolate silence of her lonely exile. Riri speaks again, her voice quivering. She knows her father banished her mother. She had resolved to apologize to him for anything if it might bring her back, so she waited. A wave of profound sorrow crashes over Leona for this steadfast, wounded child. Then the fragile dam shatters. Riri's tears fall in a torrent as she confesses her profound sadness and constant terror that her mother is gone forever. She describes fighting a fever and a cough, tormented by nightmares where her mother kept vanishing into a void. Abandoning her no matter how desperately she screamed, Leona slowly inches closer, her own sight blurring, and pledges she will never abandon her side again. Riri instantly rejects the vow, labeling her a deceiver. Leona insists it is the truth, that she will stand unwavering until trust is restored. Riri calls her a fool once more, the insult muted by a damp sniffle. She turns to stare at Leona, her expression a tangled knot of frustration and bewildered hope, and states she cannot fathom what is so remarkable about her to finally prompt her return. Leona simply listens, permitting her own tears to fall, embracing every agonizing and precious syllable. This is her anchor. This is her home. Leona draws a steadying breath. The baby still calls her mother through quiet sobs. She reaches out, a gentle touch, and whispers it is because she misses her this much. Riri shouts back, her small voice sharp, that everything happened because of her. Leona apologizes, voice thick, accepting all blame as her fault. She then offers a new beginning. From now on, they will eat only delicious food and reconnect with their old, joyful feelings. She asks Riri if they should, pulling her into a warm embrace. She promises they will eat well together, play happily, and grow healthier. Do you understand? The baby finally hugs her back, a soft laugh bubbling up. Night falls. Riri sleeps soundly in her bed. The Duke appears in the doorway, his voice low. Is the baby asleep? He looks at the peaceful child and exhales a deep sigh of relief. It has been too long since he has seen her rest so well. Leona suddenly stands, her movement decisive. Tell her, she says. He looks at her, confusion clear on his face. She clarifies, her tone insistent. He must say it now, so when the baby wakes, he can tell her directly. He nods his agreement, stating he will, of course. Leona shakes her head sharply, a flare of anger in her eyes. She disagrees. She mutters, wondering if she must force him to care before she can tease him, admitting she does not even know what she is saying anymore. She sinks back in her chair with a frustrated scoff. The Duke watches her, then speaks softly. He understands. Then he asks if they can talk. They move to a private meeting room. She sits and demands to know what there is to discuss. He questions if she remembers the promise, the position belonging to her alone. He reveals a crucial development. Days ago, the engagement ceremony was officially annulled, treated as if it never occurred. He has personally conveyed this final news to the Arvida family. Leona is visibly startled, her mind racing. Why did this explanation is calm? From the very beginning, the decision to marry was merely a strategic move to investigate the black market. Leona stares at him, utterly bewildered by this revelation. He meets her gaze and poses a new, weighty question. Does she know anything about the Arvida family? She tells him she is unsure about them. He explains the black market rages with illegal transactions. Their smuggling and circulation of illicit drugs is rampant. These substances fuel countless crimes. Managing this shadowy network from behind the scenes, profiting from amassed assets, is the Arvida family's doing. He admits criminals remain criminals, but he was also concerned about hindering lawful merchants. He needed to investigate thoroughly to protect his territory's people. Meanwhile, when the nanny was captured earlier, a strange medicine was found in her possession. The nanny tricked the baby into drinking it, which severely worsened her illness. After tracing the medicine's origin, he confirmed it came from the black market. While trying to identify its maker, the seller and all related evidence vanished completely. It was as if someone was actively blocking his investigation. Therefore, approaching the Arvida family and accepting their marriage proposal was solely a strategic move to gather information on this black market. However, from the very start, his true priority was ensuring no one endangered the baby, the only person the child truly needs by her side. He failed to see that clearly. He bows his head, offering a sincere apology for all his past actions. Leona scoffs, stating she returned only for the baby. Yet, she feels a growing confusion about the market situation. She considers whether such a plot existed in the original story's region. Her memory of the original work is now fading and unclear. She cannot recall if this content was part of it. Things feel increasingly different from her expectations. There seems to be no other path but to reason this out completely. Elsewhere, a man shouts in fury, hurling a glass to the ground. He clenches a crumpled paper in his fist, raging that they dare pretend the marriage ceremony never happened. He does not understand what is happening. He rants about becoming a member of the Petri family, even as damaging rumors spread widely. In the same room, a lady kneels silently on the floor. The man glares at her with pure rage. He hurls a heavy candle holder toward her, blaming this disaster entirely on her failure to perform. The lady clenches her fist, a large, fresh scar visible on her hand. She apologizes, calling him father, and urges him not to worry. The man scoffs derisively. He stares at her, demanding to know what she means. The lady looks up, a grim grin spreading across her face. She tells him he should not worry. She will not disappoint him this time. The next morning, birds chirp outside. Riri wakes, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazes at her mother. She asks if she slept well. Leona opens her eyes and returns the good morning, asking Riri the same question. It has been 10 full days since her return to the mansion. Even after coming back, Riri remained sick for several days, but now the child has completely recovered her health. Riri hugs her mother tightly, jumping onto her stomach with a delighted squeal. Leona feels the desperate tug and understands the silent fear behind it. The child is terrified she might leave again. She hopes Riri will not live in such fear anymore, for Leona has no intention of ever leaving her side. They hold each other in a warm, close embrace. Suddenly, an idea strikes Riri and she pulls back, looking startled. She exclaims it is not the right time yet. She scrambles out of bed and urges Leona to follow her. It might be complete now, she insists they should go see it. She leads Leona to a different room in the mansion. Leona follows, confused, and steps into a beautifully decorated chamber. Riri announces proudly that her father has been preparing this room for a while. It is ready now, and it is Leona's room. Leona jolts in surprise. She asks Riri what she means, as she already has her own room. Riri scoffs, asking if she means that old, dark, cramped space. How can she even compare the two? There is no way, Riri declares, she can let her mother stay in such a place any longer. Suddenly, Riri's gaze shifts to someone standing just behind Leona. It is the Duke. He affirms that Riri is right. Leona turns, startled to find him standing so close. He addresses her formally as the Duchess. This room, he explains, has stood empty for a long time without an owner now. As Riri's mother, it belongs solely to her. Leona looks at him, her confusion evident, but before she can speak, he asks if she dislikes it. She waves a hand, not in disagreement, but to convey it feels like a heavy pressure settling upon her. She then glances at Riri, who is beaming at her father. Leona realizes she is still adapting to this new reality. Still, it does not truly matter, as long as the baby is this happy. The Duke bends down to play with Riri for a moment. He then turns to Leona, asking if she has eaten breakfast. She admits she has not yet. He takes a deliberate breath, clears his throat, and formally asks if she would like to have it with him. Riri immediately grows excited, pleading with Leona to have lunch with her father. She rushes over, grabbing Leona's hand. Leona asks if this is truly what she wants. Riri insists she wants her to wear a nicer dress than usual before they go out to eat. Leona looks on, bewildered, as Riri promptly begins rushing her mother out of the room. Riri asks her father to wait while they change. The Duke watches her go with a soft smile. He looks around the newly occupied room, his face beaming with quiet happiness. This space has finally found its rightful owner. Over in Riri's chamber, the maids are equally excited, buzzing to dress the new Duchess. They insist she leave everything to them, for this is the first breakfast the family will share together. They vow to do their absolute best with her hair and makeup. Leona tries to gently stop them, mentioning that it is just a simple breakfast. Riri immediately disagrees, her eyes sparkling with determination. She orders the maids to make her mother the most beautiful woman present. She guides her mother to sit, the meagerly selecting necklaces, subtly surprised by the baby's excited involvement. After choosing one, Riri asks her to put it on. Leona smiles, agreeing to whatever she wants. Perhaps she mooses, because her baby has the most beautiful face and heart. Anything she chooses will be lovely. Riri sighs in deep relief, feeling thoroughly satisfied. She mentions it is only right, and there is nothing she can do about this natural talent of hers. Riri then proudly presents a drawing. She has made a beautiful picture of a happy family, with Leona clearly in it. Leona takes the paper, surprised and touched. She tells Riri there is truly nothing the baby cannot do. Riri shrugs with pure happiness, stating of course there isn't. Leona looks at the drawing, realizing it is the most beautiful painting in the world to her. Once ready, they both head to the dining room and push the door open. The Duke turns, mentioning they are late. Then, he momentarily loses his senses as his eyes fall upon the Duchess. Both ladies wear stunning, matching white gowns with elegant accessories. Leona seems to sparkle, and she apologizes softly for their late arrival. She notices the Duke's strange, frozen expression and asks if something is wrong. Ian collects himself, stating there is nothing strange. Riri giggles, asking her dad if he is surprised by her beautiful mom. The Duke clears his throat, his embarrassment clear. He asks them both to please sit down. Even seated, Riri continues playfully chewing her fork. She demands that her father answer her question. Is her mother beautiful? Leona, feeling tense, asks Riri not to pressure him. Riri turns to her mother, insisting it is true, and tells her dad to be honest. The Duke awkwardly mentions he just thought she was someone else for a second, which makes Riri frown. She tells him that it is not the right answer. He should have said her mother was always beautiful, but today she looks even more beautiful, and he should say so properly. Ian feels utterly confused by the elaborate instructions. He asks her slowly if that is truly the case. Riri calls her father an idiot, confirming his statement was right. She asks if such an idiotic person really gave birth to her. The Duke's expression turns gloomy, leaving him speechless. Riri prods him, demanding he say something, and, feeling a wave of shyness, finally agrees with her and addresses Leona directly, repeating the same heartfelt words. The ladies are visibly impressed by his effort, and Riri even gives him a delighted thumbs up. Leona gently chides Riri, asking her not to force her father. She believes such sincere compliments should come freely from the heart. Riri insists her mother is wrong. She truly believes it is from his heart, and she knows her father is already in love with her. Leona steals a glance at the Duke. She finds this impossible to believe. Even if he does not mean it, he cannot simply say such a thing. It is obvious, however, that he has changed from the man he was before. Suddenly, the Duke shifts the topic entirely. He asks Riri about the painting she has been so busy with lately. Riri looks at her father, sensing his evasion, when Leona abruptly startles. She turns sharply toward the Duke. He tells Riri firmly that she can draw. Riri, genuinely surprised, and asks in confusion if she really can. He assures her yes, she can. Then he asks if she knows why he has never approved of her painting before. The Duke explains that her late mother loved to draw. Because her body was weak, she painted in her room every single day. The Duchess was incredibly skillful, just like her daughter is now. He confesses he feared Riri would become more and more like her mother, inheriting that same physical weakness. Riri stands up on her chair, her emotions bursting forth. She shouts that this is not right, that while it is painful at times, she is getting better now. Ian smiles softly, telling her she is absolutely right. That is all he has ever wanted, for her to grow healthier. Suddenly, a memory strikes Leona with force. She recalls the old book she once found in the storeroom. Her eyes widen as the realization dawns. That mysterious book might have been created by Riri's own mother, a personal journal of her art and her days. The thought settles heavily in her mind, connecting past and present. Leona continues her breakfast, quietly wondering if the person who painted in the mansion before Riri was born was indeed that woman. Riri turns her attention back to her father. She questions him directly about whether he truly loved her mother. Ian asks for clarification. Is she speaking of her biological mother? Leona listens, realizing the baby's deep curiosity about her origins. The Duke tells Riri he loved her mother very much, more than anyone else in the world. The baby pouts. With that same heart, she declares he should now also love Mother Leona. Does he understand that she feels sorry for her first mother, but she still hopes their new family can be happy for a very long time? The Duke looks confused, asking if this is because of him. Riri confirms it. Of course, her mother is adorable and pretty like a bunny, she explains. But he has nothing good except being a little handsome, and even his personality is bad. Though she concedes having a lot of money can maybe count as a good trait. The Duke, while Leona feels a genuine warmth at the unexpected compliment about herself. She hugs Riri, telling her she is also the cutest baby in her eyes. Riri agrees readily and tells her to get back to eating. The Duke, watching them both, suggests they visit the baby's favorite garden after their meal. Both ladies turn toward him. Riri asks, her voice hopeful, if he means the rose garden. He confirms she is right. She grows excited, asking if she can really go since he has never allowed it before. The Duke states it is possible now. He cannot remain like that forever. Riri's eyes sparkle with pure happiness. She asks if this is the truth, if he is truly not angry anymore. Even Leona feels confused, unaware of what kind of place could have been so forbidden. Ian explains quietly it is because the place holds her mother's preserved memories. Leona remains puzzled, noting he has spoken of that person often today. The Duke turns to her, stating he has decided to finally face his past fate. Previously, he tried to avoid it at all costs, but thanks to her, he has realized he must confront it. Leona lowers her eyes, deflecting the credit. It is not because of her, she says, but because of Riri. She thinks to herself that such raw, natural honesty is a bit hard for her to accept, yet it is not a bad feeling at all. Later, arriving at the rose garden, Riri is overjoyed to be there again. Even Leona is surprised by the garden's breathtaking beauty. She remarks that now she understands why the baby loves this place so much. Riri chuckles. Leona looks around, realizing the vast number of unique blue roses. It is her first time seeing such flowers. The Duke, noticing her confusion, explains that they are not real. He specifically crafted them with his own magic. She looks at him, admitting she did not expect to see something so beautiful. He plucks one of the blossoms, stating they can only grow within this greenhouse. Entry and exit from this place are also strictly limited. He adds that this garden was specifically designed for the baby's biological mother. A soft smile touches his lips as he mentions that it is very suitable for beautiful ladies. Leona looks at him bewildered, stating that such flowery words do not suit his personality. Does he agree? Suddenly, the Duke calls Riri over and gently takes her hands. He tells her this was the favorite place of the mother who gave her life, the one who valued her above all else. Riri grows sad, whispering she does not know what to feel. Her mother left her too early. She considered her a valuable child but did not even leave her a name. She adds that her father says she was waiting for her but left no letter behind. The Duke tries to explain, but the baby pulls her hand free and rushes to Leona. She declares that Leona is the most precious and important person to her now. He should not talk about the past every day or she will be angry. The Duke attempts to clarify, but Riri runs out of the garden. Leona watches her go, understanding that at only 5 years old, fully accepting her mother's death is immensely difficult. She turns to the Duke, asking if he had to say those things right now. He insists it is not that simple, but before he can continue, Leona asks him to wait. He must wait until the baby has accepted herself more fully. She was so happy here, Leona pressed, so why had he forbidden her from this place all this time? The Duke scratches his head, feeling hesitant. He explains that Riri's biological mother struggled for a long time to accept that she had a child. Many painful things happened before she finally did. After her sudden passing, visiting this place alone became too difficult for him. Yet he knows the lady truly loved the baby. That is the reason he now wants to show Riri proof of that love. Leona disagrees, her gaze steady. That cannot be the only reason he kept her away, she states firmly. There must be more to his long silence and prohibition. Ian is startled, unable to respond. Leona notes there must be a reason he cannot tell her, but he will not be able to hide it forever. He cannot lie to Riri all the time, so, if not now then later, once Riri is stronger and more mature, he will have to reveal everything. Ian tells her he will think about it carefully. From behind them, Riri plucks one of the magical blue roses and rushes to her mother. She offers it, saying the rose suits her very much. Leona's face lights up with excitement, asking if this is a gift for her. Suddenly, the Duke calls for Leona's attention. Now that he thinks of it, there was something he failed to mention earlier. He states that an official announcement will be made soon, declaring Leona as his rightful duchess. Leona looks at him, utterly shocked. She asks what he means by this announcement. Riri glances at her father, asking if he means he will tell everyone Leona is her mother. The Duke nods, confirming it is right. Riri sparkles with immediate happiness. She says she jests they celebrate with a party dedicated only to her mother. The Duke is shocked by this as he believed his daughter disliked parties intensely. Leona hugs the baby. Riri explains he is right, she did not like parties before. But now, because of Mom, it is different. She will also tell everyone not to look down on her anymore because she has a mother too. Her words make Leona understand the past pain. Riri was likely teased for being motherless. Riri is now thrilled at the thought of proving those children wrong. Both ladies grow excited, planning to invite every person who ever made fun of them. They even decide to wear matching costumes and order the father to arrange identical dresses and shoes for them. The Duke watches them, a soft smile on his face, and agrees to. Days later, the baby sleeps soundly on the floor, exhausted after a long drawing session. Leona looks over at her tenderly and lifts her into the bed. Suddenly, a soft knock sounds at the door, and May asks permission to enter. She informs Leona arrived unexpectedly. Leona is confused as she was not expecting anyone. Her surprise deepens when May reveals the visitor's identity. It is Princess Astra, and she has come specifically to meet with Leona. Leona that Princess Astra wishes to meet her and is waiting outside. Leona is confused by this sudden, unexpected visit. She orders the maid to escort the lady to her room's private terrace, deciding to hear what she has to say. Sitting across from Astra on the terrace, the princess first thanks her for receiving her. Leona remains wary and asks directly why she has come. The princess states she is here to offer a sincere apology for her past behavior. Her true wish, she explains, is to be good with children, and she now sees that her previous actions were a thoughtless mistake. She thanks Leona for making her notice this fault and also wishes to apologize to Princess Riri, asking for her location. Leona tells her the child is currently napping. The princess nods, saying she will greet her another time then. Leona is still quietly surprised. It is good to know Astra can admit fault, but she cannot shake her suspicion. Is this apology serious, or is there a hidden, villainous motive behind it? Astra picks up her teacup. She then mentions quite casually that not long ago, the Duke informed her family their wedding agreement was nullified. And she asks if Leona is aware of this case. Leona confirms she knows. The princess notes it must be because the Duke told her, and now Leona will be the official duchess since Riri loves her so much. Then, she asks if Leona truly believes this decision is right. Leona looks at her, confusion growing. Astra continues, explaining that the Duke's vassals and the kingdom's lords are not exactly enthusiastic about this change. She knows it is not Leona's fault, but the situation is a little strange, isn't it? Leona replies firmly that she does not care what others think of her origin. This is a decision the Duke made personally, and they will all have to follow it. Astra grins, asking if she is really so sure. She stands, offering that apology is an apology. She was merely worried and wanted to offer advice, but Leona seemed more assured than she thought. She must excuse herself now after this sudden visit. She turns to her maid. Suddenly, Leona freezes, her eyes locking onto a distinctive blue rose pinned to the coat. Even the princess notices her stare and points at it. She asks if Leona also agrees that the blue roses are beautiful. She mentions with deliberate casualness that the Duke himself gave her this rose. She adds that, as Leona may not know, these blue roses only grow within this mansion and not just anyone has access to them. Since the Duke personally gave it to her, she thought she had won his heart. Leona stares, the realization striking her coldly. The Duke told her he made those roses himself, that their origin was exclusive to this house. Astra watches her reaction, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She remarks that it took considerable effort to acquire it. She asks Leona what is wrong if the brooch is bothering her. Her smile is icy as she delivers her final blow. It is no problem for her, she says. The princess thought Leona was Riri's real mother, which is why the Duke took her in as his wife. But don't you think, she whispers, they can just as easily kick her out? Leona stands shocked by Astra's venomous words when a maid calls from behind requesting a moment. The maid adds that the young princess has woken and is anxiously looking for her. Astra laughs lightly, stating that in that case, she must take her leave early. She offers a parting smile, telling Leona it was a pleasure to meet her. She further adds, her tone layered with implication, that of course Ain chose her as the official duchess. With a final knowing grin, Astra departs. Leona feels a heavy tension settle in her chest. The concerned maid approaches, asking if she is alright, noting she looks quite pale. Did the princess say something upsetting? Leona dismisses it, saying it is nothing, and quickly asks about the baby. The maid explains Riri was crying, frightened that her mother had disappeared again. She assured the child her mother was only greeting a guest, but Riri did not believe her, worried she had tried to run away. Leona walks inside, her mind churning with Astra's taunts, the Duke's promise to make their status official, and the thorny question of his true motives. She feels a gnawing worry. Did the Duke choose her solely out of duty towards his daughter? The next morning, both ladies prepare for the party. Riri eagerly asks her mother what she wants to wear. Leona is delighted by her daughter's involvement, though her only real hope is that the chosen dress does not have a corset. The maid dashes that hope, confirming it does. She adds that Luca was with them during the purchase and suggested this style himself. Looking over the accessories, Riri selects a necklace, insisting that her mother wear it because she will look beautiful. Leona smiles, agreeing to try it, touched that Riri wants her to be the most beautiful person at the party. After a long, rushing day of final preparations, Leona is utterly worn out. She remarks that preparing for a party is a major ordeal, but as she looks at her now sleeping baby, she realizes they had a wonderful day together. Gazing at the ceiling, she finds she cannot sleep and decides to go for a walk. Outside, she strolls quietly through the moonlit garden. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, asking if she is unable to sleep. Looking up, she sees it is Luca. He smiles, walking to her side. He mentions he is glad to see her back in the mansion. She returns his smile, reminding him she promised to return. The young man studies her, asking if she has changed her mind about being here. She looks at the sky, contemplating. Now, as she wonders, she realizes she can truly be by the Duke's side. She clenches her arm, admitting she has been feeling better lately, though the situation still gives her odd, unsettled feelings. Luca tells her the Duke thinks of her more than anything else. Leona looks at him confused and asks why he would say that, given that he has always been by the Duke's side. Luca admits he does not know everything, but he believes it is because the Duke truly apologized to her. In fact, reveals the Duke's personal time had stopped long ago, frozen in a childhood where he feared nothing. So now, sometimes he acts in ways Leona cannot understand. This includes being ridiculously jealous at times and on other occasions behaving more childishly than even baby Riri. Luca knows a Duke like that can only be handled by someone special. He turns to face her fully, his expression earnest, and states he hopes she is the one person who can finally change him for the better. On the other hand, the Duke struggles within a troubling dream. He murmurs restlessly in his sleep, trapped in the vision. In it, he watches a man who tells him to never let his one and only family fall apart and to never abandon them. Ian watches helplessly as they leave him behind, shouting for his family not to go. Suddenly, he feels someone stopping him from behind. It is a girl, her face blurred and unclear in his memory. Calling his name, he jolts awake, his heart pounding. He clenches the blanket, realizing it was that same damn dream again. He does not know who the strange girl is, and lately, his childhood memories feel increasingly mixed up and fragmented. He has also been experiencing unknown, sharp pains and bouts of dizziness. He does not know if something is truly wrong with him. He forces himself to come to his senses. Now, the only things that truly matter are his daughter and his new family. That is all he must focus on. In the morning, Leona sits before her mirror, examining her tired face. She could not sleep at all last night. She did feel briefly calmer after talking with Luca yesterday. He told her she is the only one who can handle the Duke. She even questioned why he believed that. The boy said it is because she is the only person in the mansion who looks at the Duke as he truly is without pretense. Yet her thoughts are a tangled mess, pulled apart by everyone's words, even Princess Astra's mocking taunts. She does not know if she is truly the one who can change the Duke. She cannot even guess his true feelings, and the uncertainty gives her a piercing headache. Suddenly, the maid styling her hair speaks up, asking if she slept poorly because she looks so tired. Leona assures her it is fine. The maid gently suggests she rest, but acknowledges she cannot because there is much work to do today. Leona looks at her asking what she means. The maid explains the baby specifically wanted a party, so the master arranged, but before she can finish, someone rushes into the room. It is the Duke holding something carefully in his hand. He stops abruptly, startled to see Leona already being prepared. Leona looks at him, equally surprised by his sudden, urgent appearance at this hour. She asks him what is happening. His expression is a mix of urgency and something else she cannot quite decipher, halting all other thoughts in the room. Ian explains it is because of the party both ladies are hosting. Suddenly, he deposits a towering pile of books and papers in her room, stating he is entrusting all party arrangements to her. Leona looks at the massive stack, completely freaking out. Riri walks over, asking her father if he is really handing all the work to her mother. Ian confirms that he is. He tells Leona the list contains everything she needs to oversee. She stares at the endless tasks, feeling overwhelmed. He further explains that events in this family have been prepared by the Duchess for generations. This position has stood empty for a long time, and it has been years since he hosted a proper gathering. Since this is the perfect opportunity to formally introduce her as the Duchess, it would be deeply meaningful for her to manage it herself. The maids chime in happily, agreeing that, as expected, the master cares greatly for their madam. Otherwise, he would never entrust such an important duty solely to her. Leona shoots them an angry look. Does leaving this mountain of work for her really mean he cares? She thought he was just bothering her. Suddenly, the Duke assures her she does not need to worry excessively. There will be plenty of experienced people to assist her with every detail. She turns to look at him, utterly confused about what is really happening. Then, she notices his hand briefly clutching his shoulder, his expression pained. She takes a step back, startled. He quickly gets embarrassed, clears his throat, and tells her he will leave her to it now. Alone with the daunting pile, Leona feels her panic rising. She realizes there are countless decisions to make, from the menu to the decorations. The sheer scale of the responsibility makes her head feel like it is burning with stress and confusion. The weight of the entire event now rests squarely on her unprepared shoulders. Riri notices her mother's tension and asks if the work is truly that difficult, as hard as learning her numbers. Leona takes a steadying breath, admitting it is hard because this is her first time. She realizes it was originally the Duchess's duty to prepare family events. Perhaps the Duke is giving her a genuine chance to prove herself. As her mind reels with panic, a soft knock sounds at the door. A boy asks permission to enter. With permission granted, Luca steps inside, carrying another stack of books. Riri looks at him and asks what all these books are about. He explains they contain everything about planning the party, and the Duke sent him to assist the lady. He then looks at Leona, concerned, and asks if she is feeling unwell, noting her complexion seems off. Riri immediately freaks out for her mother, shouting and asking if she is sick. Leona tries to assure her it is not the case, but Riri shouts again, pleading with her not to get sick. She then orders a maid to call the doctor at once. After a short while, the doctor arrives and looks Riri over anxiously, asking if the young lady is okay. Riri looks back in confusion, stating she is not sick at all. The doctor is puzzled until Riri clarifies it is not her, but her mother who is unwell. Leona, now lying on the bed, looks at the doctor and laughs weakly. The doctor walks over, mentioning they called urgently about sickness, so of course she assumed it was the young lady. She asks Leona what seems to be the problem. Luca, standing nearby, explains that the lady looked pale and seemed dizzy earlier. Leona tries to insist she is fine, which only makes Riri angry. The child shouts that her mother always says she is fine and demands to know what they will do if it is a serious illness. The doctor checks Leona's pulse and declares everything appears normal except for a slightly low pulse rate. She concludes it is likely due to exhaustion, and with proper rest, she will recover. The doctor then produced a small bottle of medicine, instructing her to take it to help her regain her strength. Leona looks at it warily, stating she does not think she needs medicine. The doctor insists it is a restorative tonic meant to boost her energy. She adds she was actually about to send it over anyway at the Duke's specific request. Leona stares in confusion. The doctor then presents a small ornate box, explaining that not long ago, the Duke personally delivered some rare, precious herbs to her. He requested she create a health-boosting medicine from them, and this is one of the resulting tonics. Leona looks at the box, her mind swirling with suspicion. Is it poison? She cannot easily believe something good would come from that man. Riri, however, lets out a deep sigh of relief. It seems her father has finally come to his senses, she remarks, because now he is taking care of her mother on his own. Luca, cutting smoothly into the conversation, turns to the doctor and asks if she has still not found the true cause of the young lady's chronic illness. The doctor admits it remains very difficult to pinpoint the exact cause. However, she notes Riri has improved dramatically recently, which is strange as no new specific medicine was used. She looks thoughtfully at Leona and states it is still just a theory, but but she believes Lady Leona herself might be the cure for the young lady's lingering sickness. So after checking Leona, the doctor prepares to leave. Before departing, she looks at Leona meaningfully. Before Leona's arrival, the baby's condition was far worse, she explains. The child suffered greatly from anxiety and frequent, exhausting outbursts. But now, as Leona spends consistent calming time with her, the baby is steadily improving. This leads the doctor to believe Leona has played a vital healing role. Leona is utterly flabbergasted, staring at the doctor in profound shock. Riri asks the doctor if her mother is on a special medicine for her. Leona chuckles softly, gently correcting her. It simply means she needs to be even happier, she says. The baby grows very excited, asking if that is truly the case. Even Luca, standing quietly behind them, advises them not to take this lightly. Leona might indeed be the key to resolving the young lady's lingering illness. Leona turns toward him, a flicker of genuine excitement in her eyes. She feels deeply encouraged that her baby shows such a clear glimmer of improvement. Riri also bubbles with excitement, claiming she can feel a fresh rush of energy flowing through her body. The doctor then instructs Leona to stand up from the bed. As she rises, Leona feels a swell of joy knowing the baby is healing, and she hopes fervently for Riri's full recovery. She decides to return to her work immediately, but as she moves to stand, Riri shouts for her to take a little more rest first. Leona chuckles, assuring her it is unnecessary. She is already happy and is taking the medicine. However, Luca, now standing beside her, places a gentle hand on her shoulder. He guides her firmly back toward the bed, stating he would prefer she rest a while longer. Yet, he admits he cannot fully suggest that as there are urgent important matters regarding the party she must oversee. He picks up a stack of pages, spreading them before her as clear options to choose from. Riri is also amazed by his efficient idea. Leona looks at him, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she thanks him sincerely for his thoughtful effort. Time, buoyed by this happy purpose, flies by swiftly. Finally, the long-awaited day of the party arrives. Maids rush into the room, abruptly waking Leona from her sleep. She jolts upright at their sudden arrival. The lead maid is thrilled to see her awake, announcing with relief that she is perfectly on time for the grand event. The maids are also thrilled, for the party day has finally arrived. Leona is still half asleep when they rush her to the vanity, insisting she leave everything to them. Step by step, they prepare her. After completing her skincare, Leona examines her reflection, noticing her own charming face. Suddenly, she thinks of the baby and asks May about her. May assures Leona not to worry, Riri's nanny has already gone to wake her. Suddenly, a small figure bursts into the room with a shout. Leona is shocked as Riri rushes in, crying and asking why she used to weep, confessing she feared her mother had left her again. Leona understands that the child's deep-seated fear is still present. She apologizes to Riri, admitting the fault is her own. Riri keeps crying, simply longing for her mother's love and wanting to see her first thing every morning. Then, Riri seems to realize the situation. She asks her mother why she is here so early. Leona explains she came to prepare for their party. Instantly, Riri grows excited, declaring they should get ready together. After both ladies are fully prepared, May is styling Leona's hair when she suddenly notices a faint scar on Leona's back. She gasps softly in confusion. Leona turns, asking if something is wrong. May is uncertain how to ask about it. In the end, she abandons the question and focuses instead on putting the gown on Leona. She smoothly changes the subject back to Leona's hair. The maid is also quietly amazed by Leona's unique silver hair, a color she has rarely seen. She recalls a memory from her time working at the Imperial Palace, where she once saw a woman with similar hair. That lady seemed to be of very high status, but May never saw her face. Now remembering, she realizes that the woman looks strikingly like Leona, for apart from her, Leona is the only person she has ever seen with such silver hair. Leona herself wonders if her hair is truly so uncommon in this world, as even among the Seln. She ponders if it is merely a distinctive feature. Everyone around her continues to praise its unusual beauty. A short while later, both mother and daughter stand fully prepared in stunning, matching blue gowns. Their entire appearance shines with an elegant grace, ready to command the evening's party. Elsewhere, a man sits alone, groaning as he stares into a cup of wine. The noise and the crowd of imperial nobility are giving him a profound headache. He massages his temples, already wary of the evening ahead. He has come this far, yet he remains frustrated. Using Duke Petri to assassinate rebellion leaders has stemmed the tide, but this tactic has its limits. He grinds his teeth, realizing that to secure a truly strong imperial domain, he must find another way. Suddenly, a sly smile touches his lips. He turns to the man standing silently beside him. He questions him about the arrival of the Oracle of God Amadeus. The addressed man is old, with beautiful white hair and a long beard. He bows and addresses the younger man as His Holiness. He advises that they must patiently wait for God to arrive. He further states he understands the concern, the urgent need to strongly stabilize imperial authority, for the royal heirs must be secure. He believes, he adds, that God would desire the same stability as His Majesty. The younger man, feeling a flicker of shy agreement, nods at the old man's words. The elder is pleased to see that his counsel is well received. His Highness feels a surge of cheer, wondering why he hadn't considered this path before. He looks at the old man, a grin spreading across his face. This man will be the perfect agent to carry out this delicate new mission. On the other side of the realm, a very different scene unfolds. Duke Ian receives a sealed letter. Upon reading its contents, his face visibly pales, his expression stiffening into a mask of profoundness and struggle. The paper trembles slightly in his hand. And at the party, noblemen gather in clusters discussing Leona's status with hushed disdain. They are shocked the Duke would host such an event for a lady of her obscure background. Some even blame young Riri for the entire situation, wary of her legitimacy as the Duke's daughter. They laugh crudely, suggesting it would be far better if the Duke had married the Arvida princess instead. According to their whispers, that match would have benefited everyone in countless ways. Outside the grand doors, someone listens intently to every poisonous word. It is the Duke, his expression shadowed with a deep, quiet sadness. Suddenly, a trusted man approaches and whispers urgent news into his ear. The Duke's gaze sharpened. He is already aware of this development. Just then, the ladies arrive. Riri spots him and asks excitedly if he was waiting for them. She is thrilled, eagerly hoping for her father to praise her beautiful appearance. He offers a gentle compliment in return. Leona walks closer to the Duke, asking if they should enter the party directly. He disagrees. First, he states he has something important to discuss with her alone in a private meeting hall. Leona's political story is unfolding exactly like the original plot. Riri is being chosen as the crown princess. Leona is stunned by this sudden, weighty decision concerning a 5-year-old child. The Duke, however, firmly disagrees with her concern. He believes this is for the baby's own ultimate good and protection. Leona looks on, understanding his motives. She knows he has worked tirelessly to maintain crucial relationships, all to silence the vicious gossip surrounding Riri's birth. He has gone to great lengths to secure a position where no one can openly oppose her. Now it seems that the decisive time has arrived. She realizes that once Riri becomes crown princess, no one would dare harm her. Her eyes widen with a dawning, terrifying realization. This is all happening just as their lives were finally settling into a smooth rhythm. She wonders if this is a sign, proof they cannot escape the original storyline's grip. But one conviction burns within her: she cannot allow this to happen. She tells the Duke this plainly. He is shocked, demanding to know why she opposes it when it is clearly for Riri's own good. Leona stands her ground. She questions him directly, her voice firm. Does the baby herself truly want to become the future empress? Has anyone asked her what she desires for her own life? Leona tries to calm herself, explaining to the Duke that becoming crown princess does not guarantee Riri's safety. She reminds him of his own past, hasty decisions that caused him significant problems. She states firmly that even if the baby agreed, she would still oppose it. According to the original storyline, she knows that Riri becoming the crown princess leads her directly to a tragic deathbed. No matter how much the present has changed, there is no need to plunge knowingly into a foreseen tragedy. She must eliminate every possible risk for the child. Ian is visibly confused by her strong, unexpected disagreement. He assumes she would agree for Riri's sake. Her resistance makes him reconsider his own plans. He stands up, telling her to have her own reasons, so he will think about it again. Leona releases a sigh of relief. In any case, they both agree that the baby's happiness must be the first priority. Suddenly, they are both startled by the arrival of the court's lords, ladies, and vassals who have come to formally greet them. The Duke allows them to enter. He takes Leona's hand firmly, stating they must be certain of their invitation to this. He introduces her to the assembly as Leona Petrie, the new official duchess. Leona greets everyone gracefully, calling it a pleasure to meet them all. The crowd is surprised. The Duke has never formally introduced his wife until now. They remark that this is indeed something worth celebrating with the new duchess. Two men standing at the front converse quietly, relieved that the long-standing worries about succession might finally be over. They wonder if this is a positive development. Others express happiness at reuniting after so long, as this is the first major gathering since the late Larius's passing. Suddenly, the Duke's voice cuts through the murmur. He has had enough of their unnecessary talk. He states sharply, "This is not the occasion to dwell on old." Leona studies his expression, thinking the lady they mentioned must be his late wife. An elder gentleman among the younger nobles apologizes for their ignorance, urging the Duke not to be upset. Then, he shifts his sharp gaze directly toward Leona, unsettling her. He questions the Duke about her lineage. He had heard she was from the Arvida family, but it seems he was mistaken. Leona is about to speak when Ain intervenes. He looks at the old man coolly and questions why her forefather should matter at all to them now. His tone leaves no room for further debate. The old man looks at the Duke, his expression one of pure confusion. He insists that if she is to become a Petrie family member, they must know her origins. Ian looks first at Leona, then back at the assembly. He states coldly that she is a lady with no family to protect her, a fact he thought might interest them. It is, he adds, a perfect detail for those who wish to tear things apart or even drag him into scandal. The old man tries to humble himself and backtrack. Suddenly, the Duke takes Leona's hand firmly in his own. He declares that attempting to double the family's honor through such scrutiny might end up ruining it altogether. He then brings her hand to his lips, kissing it gently. His eyes sparkle with a defiant light as he offers them all to move to the main party. He leads Leona out, telling everyone to enjoy the festivities in the new duchess's honor, before closing the door pointedly on their stunned faces. Leona is immediately worried about his confrontational behavior, but he disagrees. He is the Duke, he states, so it does not matter. He He further asks her not to worry and to hurry, as the baby is surely waiting for them. Entering the grand hall, they find every guest's gaze fixed upon them. The intense scrutiny makes Leona deeply nervous. She whispers into Ian's ear, questioning what she should do. He tells her she needs to do nothing but simply be herself. He reveals that this entire event was prepared to facilitate the official announcement of Leona Petrie as the new Duchess. He hopes everyone will now enjoy the party in light of this fact. Leona musters a soft smile, looking out at the crowd. She takes a steadying breath, hoping to project the confidence she desperately needs to feel inside. This is her moment for better or for worse. Sometime later, Leona and the baby are left alone near the stairs while the Duke converses with nobles. Leona watches him, thinking she must now learn to behave with similar authority. After receiving the title of Duchess, she must firmly hold her position, though she still wonders if she can truly fulfill this role. Riri, standing beside her, tugs her sleeve. She asks her mother to dance with her now that the greetings are done. As soon as Leona descends to dance with Riri, they are immediately surrounded by the crowd. Nobles approach, their words laced with hidden mockery. Riri, frightened by their subtle aggression, hides behind her mother. One lady mocks the child, stating that a lady is a lady no matter how she was born. She adds that Riri must be worthy of her family name and cannot just hide to Riri. They all seem like monsters. Leona notices her daughter's unease and straightens her own posture. She looks at them directly, demanding to know what they are doing. A young man among them claims they are doing nothing, merely greeting the Duchess. Leona's gaze sharpens. Is this how nobles speak? She questions. She turns their own tactics against them. How dare they speak of the lady's birth in front of the Duchess and address her with a lesser title, when she is the rightful heir to the ducal title? She smirks coldly, asking who among them truly lacks noble qualities. One man is visibly shocked by her boldness. She then mentions the Duke's stern warning to punish anyone who dares to insult his family, which includes both her and the princess. She unnerves the man further, stating the Duke spoke of ripping out the tongues of such offenders. She calls loudly for the Duke to come over. In a second, the entire group hastily excuses itself and scatters. Watching them leave, Leona grinds her teeth in frustration. They should not dare be so careless again. Riri, meanwhile, is surprised and deeply proud of her mother. They share a quiet vow for revenge next time. Then a new song begins, its melody whispering through the hall. Riri grows excited, declaring it is for them and they must dance. Both mother and daughter move to the center, dancing in their own joyful world. For Riri, this party is for them and they are the main characters. They are both immensely happy. Suddenly, Leona trips and stumbles. She is about to fall when the Duke appears from behind, catching her securely. He mentions he is happy to see her enjoying herself, but she should be careful. Riri, seeing her father, becomes even more excited and begs him to join them. Leona accidentally stepping on Anne's feet repeatedly. She apologizes, admitting she is not good at dancing. Yet in this moment, she feels she could definitely be happy because they are all together. After a while, food is served and Riri enjoys it delightedly. Then Leona turns to the Duke with a serious question. Did he give the blue rose to Astra? He is visibly startled, asking in confusion what she means. Before she can elaborate, a familiar lady appears, greeting good as Astra. She states she is here to deliver a gift from the Arvida family. Leona instinctively hides her face slightly while Riri shouts at her to leave. Astra clears her throat. Along with this congratulatory gift, she states the Arvida family remains respectfully unaffected. She has come to convey that her father wishes for her to get along well with Duke Petrie from now on. The Duke glares at Astra with icy intensity. He states that before discussing any gift, she should address something else. Astra looks back at him, feigning confusion. He explains bluntly, reminding her of the time she struck his daughter. Has she already forgotten that? He demands to know if she has ever apologized to Riri directly for that act. The lady freaks out, her hands beginning to tremble visibly. The Duke makes his position brutally clear. They will have no further conversation until she apologizes to his daughter here and now, in front of everyone. Riri, standing beside her father, shouts that she is okay now. Her mother is the real Duchess. So, the only thing she wants from Astra is a clear public admission and apology. A dark expression flickers across Astra's face. Her tongue feels heavy, her words stuck. She continues to act as if she knows nothing, panicking internally because this confrontation was never part of her plan. She stammers, claiming she doesn't know where this accusation is coming from. Suddenly, Leona remembers the blue rose and turns sharply toward the Duke. He looks back at her, confused by her intense focus. Then Ian's own gaze locks onto the blue rose brooch pinned to Astra's gown. In a swift, decisive motion, he strides forward and plucks it off. He holds it up, his voice cold and accusing. He mentions he heard a rat had gotten into his private garden. And here, it seems, is the proof. Astra freaks out completely, staring at him in utter shock and confusion, her carefully constructed composure shattering. Leona looks on, realizing the lady was wrong and had lied to her. A strange feeling of relief washes through her heart. Astra feels the attack turning against her. She grinds her teeth in fury, deciding she should not be the only one feeling embarrassment. Suddenly, she notices a maid passing behind Leona with a tray full of food. Astra subtly uses her magic, aiming to make the maid trip directly into Leona, but her attack is wasted. The Duke, already wary of her tricks, swiftly pulls Leona and the baby toward himself for protection. Instead, the magical push causes the maid to stumble forward, tripping over the Duke's leg and crashing directly into Astra. The tray of food flies, covering Astra and pushing her roughly to the ground. Riri looks at the messy scene and states coolly that Astra has truly become a disgrace, covered in food. Astra's eyes pop open with pure rage and she is about to erupt when a man shouts from behind. He demands to know what she is doing. Astra freaks out, calling the man father. The man, Duke Arvida, continues to shout. He came here thinking a mere woman might cause a problem, but he arrived in person only to witness this humiliating spectacle. He turns to Duke Ian, demanding an explanation. Ain calmly asks Arvida to compose himself. He apologizes for his daughter, stating it was mainly an employee's mistake and he will ensure appropriate reprimand. Princess Astra shouts in anger, pointing an accusing finger. Was it really a mistake? It looks like a game played by the new Duchess, who conspired with her maids to cause this disgrace. Riri shouts back, defending her mother. Leona steps forward, stating firmly that she would never do such a thing. Why would she? Astra screams that she did it because Astra was supposed to become the Duchess! That is the reason she conspired to humiliate her like this! As Astra lunges to push Leona, Ian steps swiftly between them. He grabs Astra's wrist, stopping her cold. He tells her it is enough and questions what she is trying to do to his family. He tightens his grip, his voice a low warning. He could cripple her hand forever, so she could never use magic with it again. Astra shouts in pain, claiming he is doing this over a worthless commoner. The Duke looks at her with cold disdain. It seems she is truly eager to die, he states before shoving her toward her father. He declares that even as a princess, there is a limit to his tolerance. She falls to the ground. The Duke then announces, for all to hear, that Leona is the Duchess. She is not someone to be treated with such disrespect. He adds a chilling ultimatum. If the disrespect continues, he will assume House Arda has declared a bar on House Petri. Duke Arvida is shocked into silence, then shouts at Ian, demanding to know what he is doing. As he speaks, a terrifying sensation overcomes him. An invisible, powerful force like a giant snake folds itself around his body. He cannot move, cannot even breathe properly, completely immobilized by the unseen, magical pressure. He wonders if this is the legendary power of Duke Petri, who now glares at him with dark, red-rimmed eyes. Arvida grinds his teeth in furious frustration. Were the rumors about Duke Ian true? It is a known wonder that a duke like Ian exists. In a world where great wizards have long since vanished, there persists a stubborn rumor he possesses a unique magical power passed down only through the Petri bloodline. Arvida's hand trembles violently under the strange. He once dismissed it as a fake story to flatter the Duke. Now, feeling this force, he knows it is terrifyingly real. He has no choice but to apologize to Leona. His daughter lies on the ground nearby. He glares at her, ordering her sharply to shut up. This is not the time, he hisses. They need to leave immediately. Once outside the hall, Astra stumbles after her father, utterly confused. She asks what suddenly happened to him. As she begins to spew more insults about the Duke, Arvida turns and slaps her squarely across the face. He demands she shut her foolish mouth. Did she think her petty pushing would accomplish anything? He shouts, blaming her for bringing shame to their entire family with her little schemes. He then abandons her, stating coldly that she is now a stranger to him. She can either find her own way home or not. Astra watches him leave, the sting of the slap merging with a deeper pain. It is understandable he is angry, she thinks bitterly. Since her birth, she has never lived up to his expectations, always blamed for everything. The weight of this truth crashes down, leaving her utterly confused about what to do next. Suddenly, Leona appears, calling her name softly. Astra looks up, letting out a slight scoffing laugh. Astra assumes she has come to mock her, having found nothing better to do at her own party. Leona says nothing. Instead, she silently offers a clean handkerchief. She mentions a carriage is waiting for her at the door. She thought Astra might need this small comfort. Astra stares at the offering before turning away sharply. She shouts that Leona is so cruel. How can she continue to insult her like this until the very end? Before storming off, she adds that since Leona prepared this humiliation on her own terms, she will not thank her. The party is hers, she spits, and she hopes she enjoys it. From behind, the Duke approaches, asking Leona if everything is all right. Leona watches the princess disappear, realizing the scene she just witnessed. All the princess ever truly wanted was her father's acknowledgement. She tells the Duke quietly that everything is fine and suggests they return to the banquet. On the other side of the wall, Astra hides alone, finally letting her held-back tears fall freely, her body shaking with silent, frustrated sobs, and holds Leona's hand, asking if she is truly okay. She chuckles softly, assuring him she is all right. As they prepare to descend the stairs, Riri shouts for them and rushes over. She asks if the bad lady has left already. Leona apologizes for leaving her alone again. The baby smirks, stating it is fine because she is a big girl now. Suddenly, Riri turns to her father. She mentions she heard the Emperor himself acknowledge her as a ducal descendant. Ian looks at her, confirming she is absolutely right. Riri then adds that this means the people claiming she might not be a true Petri are calling the Emperor a liar. Does her father think her logic is correct? Ian is visibly shocked. He demands to know who on earth said such a thing to her. Riri, on the verge of tears, points at a group of people behind her. She explains they were chatting about it while her parents were away. A man in a green coat panics. He stammers that it is not an unreasonable doubt. Sir Lares passed away so suddenly, and they have no proof she is truly of the Petri bloodline. The Duke's anger ignites. He shouts, questioning who dares say such things. Leona steps forward, taking over the conversation. She states coldly that the Emperor himself has acknowledged it, Even without His Majesty's word and Petrie, the Duke has publicly recognized Princess Rebecca as his own daughter. Therefore, she sees no valid reason for this denial. Their doubts do not change the fact that Riri is the daughter of Duke Petrie and hers as well. Ian listens, turning to her in stunned silence. Leona further adds that they should cease all baseless slander immediately. She sighs, glancing at the children standing nearby. Children are reflections of their parents, she states. She wonders what their own children will grow up to be, with such examples before them. The crowd glares at her, their expressions venomous, as if they wish to chew her alive. On the other hand, both the Duke and Riri look at Leona with awe. The Duke smiles, whispering that she is indeed amazing. He then addresses the others sharply. They must not forget in whose honor this party is held. Leona is the Duchess of the Petrie family, formally recognized as part of his lineage. From now on, anyone who raises doubts about the Duchess will face action from him as both the head of the Petrie Duchy and the head of the Petrie family. He declares this protection extends to the princess as well. Everyone must keep this in mind. The assembly looks on gloomily but has no choice but to accept his condition. As the tension settles, Leona suddenly notices a small group of girls hiding nervously behind a nearby pillar, having witnessed the entire confrontation. The girls look hesitant and deeply confused. Suddenly, one in a pink dress addresses the princess. Riri points a finger at her, shouting that this is the girl who made fun of her and her mother. Both girls freak out, quickly introducing themselves and saying it's nice to meet her again, asking how she is. Riri turns her face away angrily, demanding if they are looking for another fight. The lead girl is startled but then explains they came to apologize for their past behavior. Their eyes fill with sincere tears as they apologize again, admitting their actions were because the adults told them to act that way. A girl named Jane adds that they actually wanted to be friends all along. Another, Mike, explains that they are always bullied for seeming like they show off, so they never get real friends. They know they were wrong and apologize once more for their rude disrespect toward her and the Duchess. Riri's face flushes red. She states she doesn't like being friends with people who just show off. But honestly, she admits there were times she wouldn't listen and showed off a lot too. She became friends with someone who saw her real self. Then she offers her hand, her face sparkling with newfound happiness. She says she will be their friend. The girls look at her in stunned confusion, their own eyes growing teary. They bow and rush forward, hugging Riri tightly. They hope to get along happily, declaring they are friends now. Riri's parents watch, their own hearts swelling with joy at the sight. Soon after the party finishes and night falls, Leona takes a deep breath, stretching her arms. She states it is finally over. She asks her baby if she enjoyed today's party. Riri sparkles with happiness, saying it was more fun than she imagined and nice because she got to brag about her mother. Both ladies are content, though Leona feels a touch of confusion, not realizing Riri adored her so much. But now she notices the Duke vanished right after the party. She wonders if something urgent came up. Riri looks at her, asking if she means her dad. She mentions he was taken away by the artist. Leona is confused. The baby grins, stating that's why they are dressed so nicely. Suddenly, a knock sounds at the door. Permission is granted, and a small crowd enters, servants and an artist carrying a full set of painting equipment. Followed by the Duke himself, he asks her to excuse the intrusion. Leona freaks out, looking at all the materials being arranged. She realizes they are setting the room up for something special, a surprise she never anticipated. The Duke steps closer to her and asks her to sit on the sofa they have prepared. She looks at him, utterly confused about what is happening. The baby clings to her side. Riri explains they are going to have a portrait painted. Leona looks at her daughter in confusion, but the little girl rushes to take her hand, pulling her toward the sofa. She announces they will get their family portrait done now. Riri scoffs playfully. Isn't it natural to draw a portrait when she looks so cute and has such a cute mother? She guides her mother to sit, then clambers onto the sofa herself, nestling right next to Leona. The Duke watches from behind and asks, "What about your dad?" The baby smirks. "He is right," she says. She points to the spot on her other side, stating that since she is in a good mood today, she will specially allow him to sit next to her. Everyone settles into place, but Leona remains puzzled by the Duke's sudden decision. He tells her softly they are doing this simply because they are a family. Is it wrong, he asks, to think they should have at least one portrait together? She is astonished by the vulnerable sincerity on his face and admits he is not wrong at all. Now it is time for their beautiful moment to be captured forever on canvas. Riri stares happily at their family portrait, a soft smile on her face. Leona enters the room and asks where she is, wondering if she is looking at the portrait again. The baby runs to Leona, confirming she is right. She says she wants to make many more together. Leona hugs her back, asking if she wants her to capture a portrait every year to see how much she changes. Riri becomes excited, declaring she would love that. Suddenly, Leona remembers her friends have arrived. She asks Riri if she wants to go meet them. The baby is confused at first, but after seeing the other children, she quickly runs off to join them, her face beaming with pure happiness. The watching ladies smile warmly at the joyful scene. Leona observes them, thinking that children should indeed play outside like this. The behavior of others toward her and the baby has changed dramatically since the party, showering them with gifts and apology letters. None of this truly matters to Leona. However, for simply seeing the baby smile is enough to heal her heart. Soon, she joins the children's game of hide and seek. Riri gets playfully angry with her mother for finding her too quickly. Leona teases that it is because of her deep love for her, then asks if she wants to help find the others. Riri gets excited and agrees, rushing across the grounds to search. Meanwhile, Leona spots someone hiding behind a large tree. She thinks she has found another girl, but upon closer look, she is shocked to see it is Luca. He looks strangely different, his form appearing almost transparent. At the same moment, Riri finds her father, who is confused because he wasn't even playing. She rushes back to her mother, asking who she found. Leona says it was Luca, but when she looks back, he has vanished completely. Just as they share a moment of shock, a maid hurries over. She informs them that Leona's parents have arrived at the estate. Leona is stunned. Seeing no way to avoid their inevitable nonsense, she decides to meet them. She tells May she will see them and gives Riri the task of finding the other players. She goes to the receiving room, where her parents are already crying, performing a show of concern for her. Leona looks at them, her face darkening at the ridiculous spectacle. She plays along with their act, asking coldly why they are here. They whine that she did not invite them to her grand party. Leona's eyes widen as she realizes they have only come because they heard of her new status as Duchess. She takes a deep, steadying breath and questions them pointedly. Could she have just invited anyone, especially those who have treated her so poorly? The lady freaks out, demanding if Leona is calling them anyone. Leona sighs warily, stating they were less than that. Among the two visitors, there is also a young woman whom Leona addresses as her sister. Ian looks at her, realizing he did not see her during his last visit and had forgotten her entirely. Leona tells her sister coldly that she was not present at their last meeting, so she is unaware that Leona has already cut all ties with the Selm family. There is no need for them to act high and mighty now. Suddenly, the sister grows irritated and shouts at Leona. She claims they took care of her when she was ill. Her outburst makes their parents panic. The couple turns on her, shouting for her to stop. The sister, named Jane, then brings up Riri. She mentions that in the past, Leona used to act like she forgot things. She even managed to convince a doctor to diagnose her with a terminal illness, just to change her fate. Leona freezes, staring at her in utter shock. Her parents rush forward, grasping her hands. They sob that they tried their best to feed her and keep her alive, so she should not turn them away like this. Leona's expression darkens. She shoves their hands away and shouts back. They made her work when she was truly ill. They blamed her for feigning sickness, and now they are only here for her newfound wealth. Why should she care for people like them? The father grows enraged and raises his hand to slap her, but his wrist is caught mid-air by the Duke. Ian twists his arm sharply. He shouts, demanding how he dares to treat his wife like that. His expression is so dark and dangerous that everyone in the room trembles in fear. He states he will forgive their absence from the party, but makes this clear: anyone who disrespects his wife, no matter who they are, Ian Petrie will not stand idle. Leona looks at him, realizing he has protected her once again, just as he did at the party. In that moment, she notices a faint, unnatural glint of gold in his eyes. Later that night, Leona lies in bed thinking. Her parents left in fear of the Duke and likely will not return for a long time. Suddenly, Riri climbs onto the bed, asking what she is thinking about. They have a quiet conversation about the day's strange meeting. Leona realizes Riri has a firm belief in God. The baby is very thankful to him for giving her such a beautiful mother, who is just like a soft rabbit. She even tells her mother not to feel lonely because she has a family now. Leona is deeply amused and touched by her child's earnest expressions. She hugs Riri tightly, telling her that because of her, she is truly not lonely anymore. After their conversation, Riri falls asleep. Leona watches her with a soft smile. Suddenly, she hears a faint noise. Looking around, she sees Luca appearing at the window. She walks closer to him, stating that he has come at the right time. She questions if he is finally ready to explain what happened in the garden. He tells her he is, because he does not want to be hated by her. She wonders if he was behind the strange events during the family meeting. Luca smiles, confirming she is right. He chuckles, admitting he thought she would never realize it, but he is glad she did. She tells him to stop joking and demands to know who he truly is. Her eyes then widen with a sudden, horrifying thought. She looks at him and asks if he is the Duke's twin abandoned long ago who has now returned for revenge. She shivers in fear. Luca smiles, telling her she always has such weird ideas. Sadly, that is not the case. He does not know how to explain it, but the clearest description is that he is a part of Duke Ian. Leona stares at him, utterly shocked. He explains they were separated after a tragic incident years ago. As they lived apart, unaware of how to reunite, their condition worsened. Since then, abnormal phenomena have occurred. His eyes change color, his body fades, and their souls occasionally swap places. The Duke might not speak of it, but he likely experiences this too. Luca does not know how to fix it, but he believes she is the one who can help them. Is she ready to help for everyone's sake? Leona looks at him, deeply confused. She has never heard of such phenomena and has no leads. Luca disagrees. He insists because her very presence here is not without reason. Leona looks at him, stunned into silence. After he leaves, she tries to sleep but is awakened by Riri's cheerful voice asking if she slept well. Leona tells her she did, though in reality she barely slept, haunted by the heavy task Luca gave her. She remembers his pleading face, asking her to help them out of this dilemma. At the dining table the next morning, the Duke tells the ladies to prepare. They will visit the Imperial Palace tomorrow. Leona, sitting across from him, freaks out internally. The two men are so different, and their duality unnerves her every time. She cannot comprehend if they were ever truly the same person. She looks at the Duke directly. If this is about their past conversation regarding Riri's future, she states she has already made her opposition clear. The Duke states he knows her opposition, but they can decide after visiting. As she said, the baby might even come to like the palace. Riri will like the crown prince, and it will be a path to her death. Riri asks her father if it is really important for her to go. She agrees only after securing a promise. He will grant her one private wish later. Leona freaks out, asking the baby if she truly wants to go. She knows if Riri goes, she will fall for the crown prince, be led into terrible actions, and ultimately die. She cannot say this directly, but she must stop it. Suddenly, Leona realizes nothing is happening exactly as the novel foretold. She slams her hand on the table. She declares she will go since the baby wants to. A strong feeling rises within her, perhaps fate can be changed. She decides they will simply avoid the crown prince. How hard can it be to avoid one person in a spacious palace? Riri is thrilled to sit in the carriage. It is her first outing since her illness. Leona also feels a flicker of happiness. This is her first carriage ride since the one that brought her to the Duke's residence. Remembering that day, she looks at the Duke and questions why he chose her. He could have picked a lady from a well-known family. And glances at Riri and explains, the doctors could not cure her. During that desperate time, he received a key to the temple library from the emperor. There he found a rare book. It stated that a white-haired person, a rarity in their country, could hold the power to heal. That is when he learned the second daughter of the Selm family had white hair. He urgently proposed a contract marriage. But honestly, he regretted his decision the day he came to her home. She was trembling with anxiety, then suddenly lowered her head as if asleep. When she looked up again, she glared at him. Her entire attitude had changed, and she has since had a profound influence on the baby. His words make Leona remember her sister's claim about a fake illness. Now she understands why she was brought here. Yet she is still deeply worried about the original Leona's state before her arrival. A sudden, crucial realization strikes her. She turns to the Duke and asks him for a significant personal favor. After the long journey, they arrive at their beautiful destination, the Grand Imperial Palace. Riri is utterly amused by the sight of such a vast, beautiful castle, and even Leona is impressed. Looking at the palace, Leona steels her resolve. She must work hard to avoid any contact with the crown prince. Both father and daughter then have a playful fight over who will help Leona from the carriage. In the end, the Duke loses to his determined child. Leona takes both their hands, and a strange calm washes over her. The nervousness brimming inside her just moments ago seems to disappear as soon as she holds their hands. Upon meeting the Emperor, he is visibly excited to meet the new Duchess and kindly asks her to forego formalities. Leona thanks him for his generous consideration. Suddenly, the Emperor notices the small baby hiding shyly behind her. He is flustered with happiness, calling Riri's name and asking how she has been, as it has been quite a while since they last met. Ian mentions it has been 3 years. The Emperor is shocked by the length of time and also remarks that Riri looks bigger than her age, which surprises the Duke, who still sees her as his little child. The Emperor then inquires about the Duke's sudden positive change in the recent party. Riri gets excited and explains that it was because she got a mother. The Emperor is delighted to talk with her and asks if she will attend the Imperial Palace's next party if he sends an invitation. The baby sparkles with happiness, saying she will, but only if he invites her mother too. The Emperor is further pleased to know they are both so happy with the Duchess. Afterward, the Emperor invites them to sit, stating they will talk more later. Leona sits with Riri, noticing the child is growing bored and tired, a natural reaction for a 5-year-old in such a formal setting. Even the Emperor notices her restlessness. He asks what they should do, as he and her father still have more to discuss. Riri's eyes light up when he suggests she visit the palace gardens. She immediately says she wants to go. Leona is initially frightened at the idea of wandering, but realizes staying here carries a higher risk of encountering the crown prince. Going outside might actually be the safer option. She states she will join the child as she cannot let her go alone. With the Emperor's permission, they wander into the gardens, relieved she does not have to leave the baby unattended. Then she suddenly freezes. Someone in a black cloak rushes past them, moving swiftly. The baby looks at her mother and asks if she knows that man. Leona says she does not, but a deep, unsettling fear grips her. The figure felt eerily familiar, yet she must be imagining it. She forces herself to dismiss the troubling thought. It was the same old man from the temple. Both ladies are shocked by the garden's beauty, and Riri is excited to explore more. Leona takes her hand, her gaze scanning the area warily. She knows she should not let her guard down. After a while, the baby is still energetic, but Leona grows tired, breathing heavily. She notes there is no one else around except for a few distant maids. Even after checking every corner, her vigilance might have been excessive. As the baby chats happily with her mother, someone suddenly shouts from the branches of a large tree, irritated and demanding to know who is making noise. Leona's expression darkens instantly. Riri looks around confused, unable to locate the voice. Leona looks up and freezes, realizing the crown prince has been here the entire time. The boy jumps down gracefully. Leona immediately apologizes, explaining that the Emperor permitted their visit to the garden. She did not realize this section had a specific owner. She states they were just about to leave. The crown prince shouts at her, asking if she plans to just leave after disturbing him. He points a finger, angrily demanding an apology. Riri, noticing his rude tone, shouts back, questioning who he is to speak to her mother that way. The boy grows angrier, demanding to know if she knows who she is addressing. He shouts that he is the crown prince. Undeterred, Riri continues shouting, asking why she should be afraid of him when her own grandfather is the emperor. She demands he apologize to her mother right now. Leona is internally freaking out. This situation is completely different from anything she imagined. In the novel, Riri falls in love with the crown prince at first sight, but looking at the two children now snarling at each other, she realizes it seems less like a destined meeting and more like two enemies barking like furious territorial dogs. The scene is utterly unpredictable and charged with childish hostility. Crown Prince grows more irritated, stating she is the first person to ever treat him this way. Riri retorts that he is not that great either. It is sad, she adds, that no one around him tells him the truth. As the two children argue, Leona finally steps in and asks them to stop. Riri immediately moves behind her mother for protection. Then, the boy surprisingly asks for Riri's name. She looks at him confused and demands to know why he is asking so suddenly. She shouts that she will not tell her name to someone so rude. She takes her mother's hand, declaring they should leave because this is now boring. Walking away together, Leona asks Riri if she found the boy interesting and if she wants to meet him again. The baby firmly states she did not like someone who was so rude to her and her mother. She does not care if he is handsome. Leona feels a surge of happiness. Everything is going in the opposite direction from the novel. The meeting that was supposed to be love at first sight has turned into childish animosity. This gives her real hope that the future can be changed. Riri changes the subject to her father. She asks Leona how many years she wants to love him. She then answers her own question, saying it should be just one more year, because in 1 year she will turn 6 years old. Seeing her at 6, she is sure her mom will like her dad too. Leona tells her gently that she will love Riri endlessly, even if her feelings for the Duke never change. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince stands alone. He pulls something from his pocket, a small item given to him earlier by the same mysterious old man from the temple. The old man told him he might need a secret weapon to win someone's heart, and he was offering it only because he is the Crown Prince, hoping it would help. Looking at the shining badge now, the Crown Prince scoffs and folds his arms. Having something like this is useless, he mutters. He walks away, feeling the old man simply tricked him and was just annoying. Back inside, the Emperor asks the Duke about the status of his earlier proposal regarding Riri's future. Ian states respectfully that he must reject it. The Emperor is shocked, asking why, as any noble woman would desire to become Empress. Ian explains his daughter does not want that position yet, and he wishes for her to live freely. The Emperor takes a slow sip of his tea. He sees this as Ian's final answer and says he respects the decision, but adds that Ian can be a bit too easygoing at times. Suddenly, the Emperor mentions a name, Laurie's. Hearing it, the Duke visibly freezes. The Emperor watches him closely and asks if he has forgotten about her. The casual question carries a heavy, unsettling weight. The Emperor continues, stating that if Laurie, who was never in good health, had held a higher position, perhaps even the Empress's, what did he think would have happened? He is certain not only Ain, but all the people of the Empire would have prayed for her recovery and tried their utmost to cure her. Yet, now, his daughter is also not in good health. The Emperor stares intently at the Duke, his voice lowering. Does Ain want to repeat that nightmare? Ain trembles, his tongue heavy with fear. The Emperor tells him to think carefully about the right choice. Just then, a maid appears and informs them that the ladies have returned. The Emperor's expression shifts instantly into a warm smile. He asks if they enjoyed the garden. He is pleased to hear they liked it very much and gives them permission to take as many flowers as they wish. He then invites them to stay for dinner. After they politely refuse, the Emperor turns back to the Duke. In that case, he cannot say more, but he hopes Ian will think carefully about their discussion. After the family departs, the Emperor asks the maid a quiet question. Did she take the ladies to the designated location? Receiving a confirming yes, he smirks. He wants to see how much the Petrie family can run from his grasp. On the carriage ride home, Leona is confused by the Duke's grim expression. He has seemed in a dark mood since their meeting. She wonders what he discussed with the Emperor. He is giving normal answers to Riri's chatter when he is suddenly shocked to hear a certain name. Leona explains that they actually met the Crown Prince in the garden. Riri, hearing the name, gets angry and shouts. She tells her father she was furious with the boy. Ian freaks out. He rushes to his daughter, taking her hands. He pleads that she should not judge someone after just one brief meeting and asks her to meet him again. Riri shakes his hands away. She states she hates that Ian is never going to meet him again. The Duke tries to calm her, but the baby is so upset that she calls him annoying and hides in her mother's embrace. Leona looks at the Duke, her own anger rising. Why is he pushing her so hard when she hates it this much? The Duke agrees he values Riri's wishes, but this is also for her own sake, so he feels he has no choice. He insists he does not want to upset her. Suddenly, the baby goes completely limp and faints, terrifying both parents. The Duke carries the unconscious baby in his arms, rushing into the palace. He shouts desperately for the doctor. Lying her gently on her bed, Rebecca's eyes flutter open. She calls weakly for her father. The Duke, frantic, asks if she can recognize him. The baby assures him not to worry too much because she is a strong girl. Then, noticing the flowers in Leona's hands, Riri starts to cry. She says she wanted to make a flower crown for her mother when they got home, but now she cannot. Leona kisses her forehead, telling her not to worry, she will keep the flowers safe. Riri must get well soon so they can make a beautiful crown together. Meanwhile, the doctor rushes into the room, demanding to know what happened. Leona explains, panicked, that the baby suddenly developed a high fever. The doctor checks her temperature, her expression growing grave. She will administer medicine immediately, but this fever is dangerously high, she adds, frustrated, that Riri had been showing clear improvement recently. The Duke, his worry a palpable weight, asks how his daughter can ever recover completely. The doctor explains that, so far, only treatments absorbed very quickly by her body have worked, including strong nutritional supplements. The medicine given recently is not a cure, it only temporarily manages symptoms like regulating her temperature. However, her body has now developed a tolerance to it. The same treatment cannot be used again. The doctor adds that the symptoms, appearing during excitement, and the way the drugs interact are significantly different from a common illness. Leona, deeply worried, asks if there have been any similar cases recorded. The doctor states she is not sure if others have had it, but as a medical practitioner, she cannot disclose such personal patient information. Respecting her profession but desperate, Leona asks where they might look for such records. The doctor reveals that documents in the temple's library record cases of difficult to diagnose diseases. However, not just anyone can enter that secured place. Leona's heart sinks. Finding an answer is proving much more difficult than she ever imagined. She wonders if there is truly no other way. Suddenly, her eyes widen with realization. She turns sharply to the Duke. Did he not say he found a rare book in the temple library thanks to the Emperor's help? The Duke confirms he was given a key to enter for a limited time. They would need that key again. However, the Emperor cannot always secure permission from the reclusive High Priest. Leona declares firmly that she will go and meet the High Priest herself. The Duke stares at her, utterly confused by her sudden resolve. After Leona leaves the room, he looks down at the baby with deeply worried eyes. Riri weakly tells him not to worry, her brave smile resembling her mother's. The Emperor's haunting words echo in his head, "Will you let it repeat again?" A desperate, inner feeling grips him. He cannot bear to lose someone precious again. He cannot allow even the slightest mistake this time. He cannot. Abruptly, he turns back and tells Leona he is going to change the baby's doctor immediately. The lady is shocked, asking who he is talking about. Suddenly, the Duke shouts at her in frustration. Did she hear the doctor? He was giving nutritional supplements instead of real medicine. As a result, the baby's condition has worsened without proper treatment. Leona bursts out in anger. Is he the one hearing things correctly? Is he even sure he understood what was said? She fires back. The baby is suffering from an extremely rare disease! Finding similar cases is profoundly difficult, and they are running out of time and options. Her voice trembles with fear and fury. She continues, stating the doctor worked tirelessly to find a solution and prescribe supplements accordingly. Yet instead of trying to understand the complex situation, the Duke is impulsively planning to fire him. What will he do if a new doctor carelessly treats the baby and her symptoms worsen? In that case, he will only end up regretting it later while blaming the past. She knows he is acting this way because he loves and cares for Riri, but in times like this, he must act like a true father. She steps closer, shouting that he needs to be firm or at least pretend to be strong. Their raised voices wake the baby. She calls out for them. Her parents rush to her side, asking if she is feeling okay now. The baby asks if they were fighting. Leona assures her it is not the case, realizing her mistake in arguing in front of the child. Riri holds her mother's hand, pleading with her not to leave because her pain lessens when she is near. The Duke, standing back, tells her he understands and will ensure her mother stays. He then leaves the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Leona falls asleep beside Riri's bed. Sometime later, she feels a gentle hand caressing her hair. She wonders drowsily who it is, for the touch feels wonderfully warm and soft. Then the night passes and morning arrives. Leona wipes her eyes, shocked that she fell asleep. She checks on the baby, touching her forehead with relief that her fever has broken. She realizes she needs to change Riri's bandage, but then notices something on the side table. It is a beautiful, freshly made flower crown. She is stunned. Who could have made it? It must be the same person who comforted her last night. She is startled, wondering if it was the Duke. Her hand trembles with a confusing mix of fear and hope. Could it have been Luca? A few hours earlier, she had gone to the temple as the Duke informed her of disturbing news the doctor had disappeared. She grows angry, asking the Duke if he was the one responsible since he threatened to retire him just yesterday. Ian scoffs. He is not talking about Riri's doctor, but the one she asked him to find, the physician who examined the original Leona before her arrival. Leona takes a steadying breath, realizing this is also a major problem. Ian explains the man vanished without a single trace. He apologizes, as he could not grant her this favor. Leona tells him there is no need to apologize for trying. Still, she wonders what could have happened for someone to vanish so completely. The Duke's attitude seems strangely detached, as if he has mentally retreated into the past. Now, leaving for the temple, she feels everything has become a mess since their palace visit. It feels like a vain idea to think she could ever change fate. Still, she has the key. She will start by trying to enter the library, but first, she must meet the High Priest to find the records that could save the baby. Pushing open the heavy temple door, she is shocked to see the man inside. It is the same person she met before. She realizes with a jolt that he is the very same seemingly homeless old man from her past encounter. As the door swings open, Leona stares in shock at the man standing before her. She wonders why the homeless person from before is here. He greets her politely, explaining that he has come to escort her to the temple since she requested company for the journey. He adds that her husband arranged permission for this visit. and asks whether she brought the key along. She holds it up to show him, still puzzled about his presence and what his actual occupation might be. Suddenly, a young priestess rushes toward them, addressing the man as the high priest. She insists that such tasks should be handled by others and need not occupy his time. Leona freezes, realizing that this man is actually the high priest Caleb. Her mouth falls open in disbelief as she struggles to compose herself. The old man turns toward her, mentioning that he realizes he never properly introduced himself earlier. The priestess looks horrified that Leona did not recognize him. She scolds the Duchess angrily for her ignorance, launching into an elaborate introduction. She explains that the high priest possesses powers so remarkable they resemble magic. He alone received recognition from His Majesty the Emperor and wields tremendous influence within the imperial family. This distinguished figure standing before her is none other than the high priest Caleb himself. Leona regards him with confusion, wondering why someone so important would dress as a common beggar. The old man smiles warmly, claiming her praise leaves him at a loss for words. He insists he remains simply a priest, and she should not find him difficult to approach. The young woman continues protesting, but Caleb dismisses her concerns and guides Leona forward, remarking that they cannot leave the Duchess standing here endlessly. He leads her toward the library, pointing out the path along the way. Leona follows, walking through corridors where people bow respectfully as the high priest passes. She notices one particular priestess who previously treated her rudely when she wore shabby clothing. Now that same woman smiles graciously upon seeing Leona's expensive attire and prestigious escort. She sighs quietly, wondering whether she will truly find what she seeks in such a place. Caleb suddenly turns toward her, asking directly what brought her to the library. Leona hesitates, uncertain how much to reveal. He smiles kindly, assuring her that silence is perfectly acceptable if she finds the question difficult. He dismisses his inquiry as mere curiosity from an old man. Leona recalls hearing that the high priest wields considerable influence within the imperial family. Anything she shares with him will likely reach the emperor's ears. Even avoiding the truth or remaining silent could prove dangerous. She decides that offering a half-truth might be her safest option. She tells him she has been feeling quite unwell. The priest turns toward her, asking if this is truly the case. Leona begins her performance, explaining that she has hidden her condition from everyone else. Even the physicians cannot identify her illness, having never encountered anything similar before. They cannot prescribe proper treatment. She heard the temple library contains extensive medical records, so she came hoping to find a matching case. She requests his discretion, wishing to avoid causing concern among her loved ones. The old man promises to keep her secret. They reach the library entrance. He asks for the key, then holds it while speaking words in another language. The doors swing open. Leona realizes with surprise that the key alone does not unlock them. He returns the key ring, informing her that the door now stands open and she may enter freely. She thanks him. He expresses hope she finds the information she seeks and promises to pray for her complete recovery. He warns that the library is quite vast, advising her to be careful not to lose her way. She thanks him for this helpful warning, though inwardly she finds him rather strange and hopes to avoid future encounters. He departs, saying they will meet again. Meanwhile, Riri discovers her mother has gone out without her. She shouts in frustration, demanding to know why she could not come along since she also wanted to leave the house. Her father explains that the trip should be brief, so he simply sent Leona ahead. Though Riri's fever has subsided somewhat, she still requires caution. Riri insists she feels perfectly fine, claiming she could even run around without any problem. She complains of boredom from spending all day resting in bed. The Duke asks if she would like to draw together or perhaps eat something special, like chocolate. Riri acknowledges that these suggestions sound pleasant enough, yet she desires something different right now. An idea suddenly strikes her, making her eyes sparkle with mischief. She raises her hand and reminds her father of a promise he made previously, the one about fulfilling her wishes. He looks at her with confusion. She declares she will not leave his side unless he agrees to honor one of her wishes now. Luca suddenly enters the room, asking what wish she discusses. Riri tells him she will explain later when they are alone. The Duke questions if she refers to the wish promised in exchange for visiting the imperial palace. He has not forgotten about it. Riri grows excited, declaring she wants to make her wish right now. She desires to play hide and seek with her father. The Duke looks at her with confusion. She stands eagerly, insisting this is what she wants. He agrees to her request. Riri pushes him off the bed, announcing she will count while he hides. She sets the rule that he must stay inside the mansion, considering it cheating if he ventures outside. The Duke acknowledges these terms, though inwardly he does not truly understand the game. He leaves her room and hides in another chamber behind stacks of books. He wonders if changing rooms counts as acceptable, since he cannot clearly recall the rules. He remembers playing long ago during his childhood, though the details remain fuzzy. Looking around, he realizes he once hid in this very spot while playing with someone. His memories grow blurry as sharp pain pierces his head. He wonders about the identity of the woman appearing in his dreams, glimpsing faint images of her declaring she found him. A loud noise startles him as someone shouts his name. Opening his eyes, he sees Leona standing before him. He asks why she is here. She explains she just returned from the temple, asking if he feels alright since Riri searched for him endlessly. He confirms they were playing hide and seek, admitting he forgot the rules after so long. He apologizes to the baby before losing consciousness again. Leona continues calling desperately for him to wake. She rushes to the garden seeking Luca, demanding to know where he spent the entire day. She grabs him, asking if this represents the abnormal phenomenon he mentioned. Upon returning home, she found Riri crying because she could not locate her father anywhere. Searching further, she discovered him lying unconscious on the floor. Luca explains that every time he acted against his true feelings, pieces of his heart fractured. This situation ultimately resulted from that ongoing damage. Leona grows worried, asking what they must do to awaken the Duke. Luca admits uncertainty, suggesting they resume searching the temple library for answers. As night falls, dark clouds gather, and thunder rumbles loudly across the sky. Riri startles at the noise and immediately jumps toward her mother, wrapping her arms around her tightly. Leona gazes at her fondly, asking if the thunder has frightened her. Riri scoffs at the suggestion, insisting she feels no fear whatsoever. She claims the noise simply bothers her ears. Another thunderclap crashes moments later, and she shrieks, diving beneath the blanket for cover. Peeking out, she declares firmly that she is absolutely not scared of thunder. She merely prefers being under the blanket right now. Leona smiles at her daughter's stubbornness. She suggests telling her brave little girl something interesting. Riri emerges from her hiding spot curiously. Leona explains that thunder is actually known as God's warning. She elaborates that the booming sounds represent divine anger toward those who commit wrongdoings. God shouts furiously from the heavens to scare people into abandoning their bad behavior. Riri's eyes widen as she asks if God truly scolds wicked individuals. Leona confirms this is indeed the case. Riri crawls out completely, admitting she feels much less afraid after hearing this explanation. She quickly corrects herself, however, insisting she was never frightened to begin with. Leona pats her head affectionately, acknowledging her bravery. Riri settles beside her mother, then asks a thoughtful question. She wonders if her father sleeps because he made both her and her mother upset. Leona pauses, caught off guard by this connection. She gently assures Riri that such is not the reason at all. Her father will wake up soon. Riri smiles warmly, reflecting that her father stays busy constantly. Yet he always returns home eventually and greets her happily. She believes he will come back this time too, no matter what stands in his way. Leona returns her smile, agreeing wholeheartedly. Until that moment arrives, they must protect the mansion together. Meanwhile, in the Duke's absence, Luca handles all estate matters requiring attention. Leona observes him from a distance, noting how seamlessly he fills the role. At this rate, no one could possibly distinguish him from the real Duke. The household maintains strict secrecy regarding Ian's condition. Only the nanny May and the butler know the truth among the staff. By confiding only in trusted individuals, they prevent confusion and unrest throughout the mansion. Luca currently assumes the Duke's position until Ian regains consciousness. Leona explained the situation to Riri as well, though convincing her proved challenging. Somehow, they managed to make her understand. Worry weighs heavily on Leona's mind. Riri's illness already posed serious concerns, and now the Duke's coma complicates matters further. The situation grows increasingly delicate with each passing day. She remembers Luca suggesting they search the temple library for answers. Visiting there seems unavoidable now. Lost in thought, she barely notices Luca approaching until he calls out, apologizing for keeping her waiting. He asks why she has come to find him. Leona rises and walks toward him, reminding him to address her simply as Leona per their agreement. Other employees must not suspect his true identity. He apologizes and speaks her name with unexpected tenderness. Leona startles at this unfamiliar tone from him. She explains she needs his help, asking if he will accompany her to the temple library. He looks confused briefly before recalling that he originally suggested searching there for clues. Of course, he should join her and assist in the effort. He agrees immediately and prepares to leave. Before departing, she reminds him that when alone together, he should speak naturally as himself. Once outside the gate, Leona pauses, her heart racing inexplicably. She cannot understand why her chest flutters so. Since Luca spoke to her in that gentle manner, her heart has not stopped pounding. She touches her warm cheeks, scolding herself to regain composure. Now is hardly the time for such distractions. She steels her resolve, acknowledging that while finding clues matters greatly, learning more about Duke Ian proves equally important. Understanding the reason behind his coma and the separation between him and Luca requires deeper knowledge. She decides to start by learning about Luca himself. Every employee in the mansion was suddenly replaced years ago, leaving no one who remembers the Duke's past. Perhaps meeting former staff members could provide answers. She approached the nanny earlier, asking if she knew anyone who worked at the estate long ago. The nanny initially recalled nothing, then remembered an elderly former butler. He served the previous Duke and Duchess, Ian's parents, for many years before her time. He left when all the other employees were dismissed and now lives in seclusion beyond the castle walls. Leona asks the nanny if meeting the former butler is somehow possible. The woman confirms it can be arranged, though she doubts he will answer any questions since he guards his secrets well. Undeterred, Leona insists on trying anyway, determined to learn whatever she can about the Duke's past. The nanny agrees with this approach and offers to visit him first on Leona's behalf. Leona expresses gratitude for this assistance. Suddenly, Riri calls out to her mother, eagerly showing off a portrait she has drawn. She asks whether the painting resembles her father. Leona beams with pride, confirming it looks exactly like him and praising her daughter's artistic talent once again. Riri puffs up proudly, announcing she will boast about her work when her father wakes up. Leona agrees wholeheartedly, knowing he will be overjoyed. Riri then notices her mother's outdoor attire and asks if she plans to go somewhere. Leona explains her intention to visit the temple. She gently asks if her daughter minds her going out for a while. Riri considers this carefully before questioning whether the trip holds true importance. Leona confirms its significance, explaining she must seek Riri's permission since they promised not to leave each other alone. Breaking that promise today weighs heavily on her. Riri looks shocked, asking if her decision truly matters that much. Leona assures her that as their daughter, she holds the greatest right to decide. Riri sighs dramatically, admitting she wanted to refuse. However, since her mother isn't truly abandoning her and will certainly return, she grants permission. After all, she considers herself a kind child. Leona embraces the little girl tightly, calling her a savior. She explains that Riri saved her life, making it brighter than anyone else ever could. She promises never to leave unless Riri releases her first. The child adds playful instructions for her mother to avoid following strangers or getting overly excited and falling. Leona laughs, promising to follow these 4 rules and reassuring her of a swift return. Riri waves goodbye alongside her maid, wishing Leona safe travels. Inside the carriage, tears stream down Leona's face as she watches her daughter recede from view. She recalls how the child used to grumble whenever she departed. Now she marvels at how much the girl has grown, feeling both refreshed and bittersweet about this change. Luca comments that Riri's maturity reflects Leona's positive influence. Leona laughs embarrassed, insisting she deserves no credit. Apologizing for appearing tired, she admits sleep has been scarce lately. Luca notices and produces a small bottle, offering it to her. She accepts carefully, asking about its contents. He explains it contains sleep oil, brought specifically because she has seemed exhausted recently, hoping it will help her rest better. Leona thanks him sincerely for such thoughtful consideration. Upon arriving at the temple, Leona pushes open the door and steps into the library. Luca gazes around in amazement at the sheer size of the space. He comments that the temple's collection truly lives up to its reputation. Suggesting they split up to cover more ground, he volunteers to search the left section while directing her to explore the opposite side. She nods with determination, silently hoping they will finally uncover some useful clue this time. Leona flips through countless volumes, closing each one with a disappointed sigh as she realizes none contain what she seeks. She notices numerous records documenting various illnesses, yet nothing matches Riri's mysterious condition or the Duke's unexplained state. Glancing toward the window, she reflects that if answers were this easily found, her daughter would have recovered long ago. Her thoughts drift to Luca's eyes, remembering how they shifted to red after the Duke fell unconscious. She wonders what this means, considering whether it proves both men share the same essence after all. Reaching for a book on an upper shelf, she shakes her head, feeling overwhelmed by the countless questions swirling in her mind. Suddenly, Luca appears beside her, retrieves the volume, and asks if this is the one she wanted. She turns to thank him but startles at how close he stands. Instinctively stepping back, she repeats her gratitude, mentioning she should have used the ladder instead of bothering him unnecessarily. He reassures her that helping is never trouble and she can always rely on him for such small tasks. Leona watches him, noticing his eyes flash red once more. The door opens and Caleb enters. His gaze shifts between them before addressing Leona, expressing surprise at seeing her again so soon. He guesses she still hasn't located the information she seeks. She laughs lightly, admitting the search proves difficult alone given the vast collection, which is why she brought the Duke along today. The priest bows politely toward Luca, apologizing for not greeting him first, unaware of his visit. Luca dismisses the concern, taking responsibility for arriving unannounced. He adds that they will continue browsing without needing this reported to His Majesty. Caleb's eyes narrow briefly before he agrees to comply. Leona smiles curiously, asking what brought the priest to the library. He explains he was also searching for something and has now found it. Realizing he interrupted their efforts, he bids them farewell and exits, closing the door behind him. Leona feels puzzled, noting he never actually examined any books after arriving. Luca suggests the materials they need might be upstairs and proposes moving to the second floor. She agrees, pushing aside her suspicions to focus on the task. She grows increasingly anxious as volume after volume proves useless. One book describes symptoms vaguely similar yet distinctly different from what she seeks. Glancing up, she notices Luca smiling warmly. Curious, she asks what pleases him. He admits that witnessing her genuine devotion to Riri fills him with hope, believing the child will recover soon because of her dedication. She protests, pointing out she hasn't discovered anything useful yet. He insists she will succeed, expressing unwavering confidence in her abilities. Confused by his certainty, she also observes how happy he appears. He confirms feeling genuinely joyful. Studying his expression, she suddenly smiles at herself, realizing that witnessing another's happiness brings unexpected warmth. She previously thought only Riri could evoke such feelings, yet here she experiences them with him too. Memories surface of Ian occasionally smiling with her, and she acknowledges he wasn't so terrible either. Lost in thought, she barely hears Luca calling her name. Closing another irrelevant book, she suggests they try different ones, though doubts grow about finding anything useful today. She recalls promising Riri an early return and fears breaking that vow. Reaching for another shelf, she accidentally bumps into it, dislodging a heavy book that tumbles toward her head. Luca shouts warning but cannot reach her in time. The volume strikes her and she crumples to the floor. He rushes over, anxiously asking if she is injured. She assures him she is fine, merely startled by the impact. Liana notices that the book has fallen open across her lap. She is stunned to discover it contains detailed accounts of founding mythology. According to the text, the 5 noble families who established the empire all possessed magical abilities. Their greed for power, however, led to the destruction of every house except the Patri family. Only fragments of magic remain within their bloodline now. Descendants can access this power once they reach adulthood, though the precise method remains unknown. Leona absorbs this revelation with shock. Magic has not vanished completely after all. This might explain why Luca can wield such abilities. She turns toward him, sharing what she just read. The book clearly states that Petri family members can use magic. She asks whether this means the Duke possesses similar capabilities. Luca confirms that under normal circumstances, the Duke's power should have awakened upon reaching adulthood. They never did, likely due to his unstable mental condition. Leona asks him to clarify this statement. He sighs, reminding her of his earlier explanation about the Duke's time stopping during childhood. She recalls that period clearly, when the Duke was fearless yet often acted in ways difficult to comprehend. Luca elaborates further. The Duke became head of the family at an extremely young age after his parents passed away. Determined not to let emotions sway him, he built walls around his heart. This self-imposed isolation ultimately harmed him deeply. He reached adulthood without his powers manifesting properly. The abnormal separation between himself and Luca resulted from this suppression. Under ordinary circumstances, his powers might have emerged as a side effect despite everything. However, the previous Duke and Duchess had cast protective magic upon their son before dying. This spell was designed to shield him and promote stability. Thanks to their intervention, both he and Luca managed to exist separately while functioning normally. Part of the Patri family's magic remained within Luca as well. Leona struggles to process all this information. The Duke failed to awaken his powers during youth. His parents' protective spell caused an unnatural division within him. She wonders if he unconsciously cast magic upon himself to withstand emotional shock. Unable to accept harsh realities, he may have split apart a piece of himself, creating something resembling a dual personality. Gazing at Luca standing before her, she reaches a sobering conclusion. If her reasoning proves correct, the only path toward healing for both the Duke and Luca requires them to no longer remain separate from each other. They must become whole again, and meanwhile, the Duke remains trapped within his nightmares. He sees himself weeping, feeling too young and overwhelmed by the weight of his family's future. He calls out to the woman before him, addressing her as Larise, confessing that he believes he has lost everything and considers himself the worst person imaginable. The woman kneels beside him, gently insisting that his words are untrue. She assures him that he is already doing remarkably well and promises everything will work out. She asks if he trusts her. Through his tears, he whispers that he does. Time shifts within the dream. He speaks to her again, explaining that as head of the family, she too will face difficult decisions someday, and he hopes she can understand this reality. She stands silently before him, offering a warm smile as she confirms her understanding. Later, lying on her deathbed, she apologizes for not being able to stay with him until the end. He clutches her hand desperately, questioning why she would apologize when none of this is her fault. Tears stream down his face as he repeats the word no over and over, unable to accept what is happening. Elsewhere, Luca strolls through the market with Leona, asking if she needs to purchase anything specific. She smiles, explaining her plan to buy a gift for Riri, who bravely guarded the mansion during her absence and deserves recognition. She wonders aloud what the child would prefer, debating between desserts, sweets, or perhaps a toy. Luca smiles warmly, assuring her that Riri will treasure anything she receives. Leona questions whether this is truly correct. Her attention suddenly shifts to a family huddled in an alleyway. She observes them quietly, remarking to Luca that homelessness still plagues their society. Luca mentions that the emperor once distributed money under the guise of public welfare, though he personally doubts such measures constitute genuine charity. Leona agrees wholeheartedly, noting that poorly planned assistance often pushes people deeper into hopelessness. If given the opportunity, she would implement different strategies, offering employment instead of handouts, teaching people that earning money doesn't require extraordinary skills, and showing them legitimate ways to support themselves would create lasting change. Luca appears genuinely surprised by her insight, remarking that she never ceases to amaze him. She turns curiously, asking what he said, but he dismisses it as nothing. Suddenly panicking, Leona realizes that arriving late will upset Riri, so she urges them to choose the gift immediately. Her mind races with indecision over what to select. Luca chuckles at her distress, asking her to keep his suggestions secret so Riri believes her mother chose everything independently. Leona agrees, and they continue walking, discussing random sights along their path. Meanwhile, the priest Caleb informs the emperor that determining the duke's exact condition proves difficult, though he senses undeniable changes occurring. The emperor sighs contentedly, noting that losing audience with him has apparently destabilized the duke further, which serves his purposes well. Caleb suggests that stronger measures will prove necessary if the emperor wishes to fully control the Petri family. The emperor concurs, emphasizing the need for firmer action from the duke. He envisions absolute power once the empire's most influential ducal family falls under his command, leaving none daring to challenge imperial authority. Caleb bows, promising compliance with the emperor's will. Before he finishes speaking, a young boy enters the chamber. The emperor's face brightens as he greets the crown prince, praising his timely arrival. The boy mentions responding to his father's summons. The emperor thanks him, asking if he knows of Duke Petri, noting their previous garden encounter with Lady Rebecca. He sighs dramatically, claiming difficulty maintaining contact lately since the duke exhausts himself assisting the crown. Concerned about his health, the emperor requests his son visit the Petri household personally. The boy reacts with shock, questioning if he truly means for him to go. The emperor steps closer, adding that while there, his son should also meet his future crown princess, assuming he found her agreeable enough. He instructs the boy to treat both the duke and young lady courteously, offering royal assistance if needed. The crown prince acknowledges his father's wishes and departs, recognizing the political maneuver to absorb the Petri family. Understanding their importance for establishing royal authority, he resolves to succeed where previous attempts failed. Upon arriving at the Petri mansion, however, the crown prince receives a less than warm welcome. Riri immediately shouts at him to leave. Shocked by her behavior, he demands clarification. She continues yelling, asking if he didn't hear her clearly. The nanny struggles to control Rebecca while the boy grows irritated, though he composes himself, remembering his duty despite her disrespect toward royalty. Forcing a smile, he requests she call him Eckhart, explaining that the emperor sent him personally out of concern for their family. He asked to be guided to the duke. Rebecca dismissively claims nothing warrants worry, so he should return home since her family remains healthy. The boy steps forward, expressing relief and suggesting he might still greet Duke Petri. Angered by his persistence, she shouts that she already told him to leave, adding that being crown prince doesn't guarantee automatic welcome, and perhaps he should learn proper manners. Having endured enough, the crown prince snaps back, questioning whether her rude behavior toward royalty demonstrates politeness. He asks which child truly needs manners instruction. Riri mocks him, questioning his perceived importance and age. Everyone present gasps at her audacity. The boy grinds his teeth in frustration, mentioning he heard she once caused trouble for those around her and apparently remains unchanged. He advises her to reform her ways. Suddenly, May announces Leona's return, informing everyone that the madam has arrived. Leona approaches, shocked by the crowd gathered at the gate. She pan-slightly recognizes the crown prince, wondering about his sudden visit and their apparent argument. Riri brightens considerably seeing her mother. Leona greets the crown prince properly, inquiring about his presence. He explains the emperor's concern over Duke Petri's silence prompted this personal visit. Luca apologizes for causing worry, asking the boy to convey that he is perfectly fine. The crown prince agrees to deliver the message, requesting that the duke maintain occasional palace contact to ease his majesty's concerns. Luca promises compliance. Preparing to depart, the crown prince steals a glance at Riri, startled to find her glaring as if ready to devour him. He retaliates by sticking out his tongue, further frustrating her as he rides away while she shouts angrily behind him. Leona attempts to calm Riri, reminding her not to use rude language, though Riri continues expressing her annoyance. Meanwhile, the crown prince continues teasing her from within his carriage. Upon entering, Riri welcomes her mother by calling her Big Bunny and asking if she had a pleasant trip. Leona is startled by this new nickname. Riri explains that it fits perfectly because she herself is Little Bunny, making her mother the larger version. Leona finds this notion incredibly endearing. She kneels down to meet Riri at eye level, assuring her that the trip was wonderful simply because of her. She apologizes for not returning sooner and asks if the crown prince's visit caught her off guard. Riri puffs up with pride, insisting she handled the situation well since she is somewhat grown up now. She shows her mother a portrait she drew while waiting patiently without causing any trouble. Leona gazes at the beautiful artwork, genuinely impressed. She claps her hands together, praising Riri's excellent drawing skills. Riri admits she does not feel entirely satisfied, noting that they seem to lack resemblance in artistic talent, as she had assumed Big Bunny would also excel at drawing. Leona freezes when Riri suddenly reveals her own drawing. Panic sets in as she recognizes it as the scribble she mindlessly made earlier, believing she had erased it. Desperate to change the subject, she quickly mentions bringing a gift in her bag. She hands it to Riri, explaining that she kept her promise so well today that she deserved a present. Riri's eyes widened with surprise, questioning if it was truly meant for her. Leona confirms it is, suggesting that watercolors might suit her artistic abilities better than crayons given her remarkable talent. Riri eagerly agrees, declaring she will draw countless pictures of big bunnies. Leona smiles, telling her she looks forward to seeing them. Meanwhile, Luca returns and questions his men about any unusual occurrences. That night, he visits the Duke's chamber, remembering how a servant mentioned hearing moaning sounds from the room that morning. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the Duke twisted in pain, sweating heavily as if trapped in a nightmare. Now, as Luca reaches out to touch him, a sharp sensation forces him to pull his hand back quickly. Gazing at the Duke, he wonders if time is running out. The next morning, the household helpers stare in shock at the mountain of presents. They ask Leona if she purchased all these items yesterday, commenting on the overwhelming quantity. Leona admits she got carried away and bought various things. She turns to May, asking if she invited Millie and Jaina today as planned. Since they have so many gifts, she thinks a treasure hunt in the garden would be delightful. She requests May to hide them around the grounds. The maids happily agree to help. Just as May departs, the nanny informs Leona that she visited the old butler as previously discussed. Leona's face falls as she asks how it went and whether he agreed to meet. The nanny sadly reports being turned away at the door, sensing that the butler wishes to bury those painful memories. Leona feels disappointed, wondering if meeting him is truly impossible after all, especially since she desperately needs information. The nanny apologizes for not being more helpful. Leona reassures her that it is fine, grateful she even looked into it. In the garden, the maids finish setting up as the little ladies race around searching for treasures. Riri and another girl each find one, leaving one child empty-handed. Leona rises, asking the young ladies if they discovered many treasures. Two of them beam with excitement while the third appears less enthusiastic. Noticing Jaina's disappointment at finding only one, Leona contemplates how to handle the situation. Suddenly, Riri observes her sad expression and approaches, handing over her red box and urging Jaina to take it. The little girl looks shocked, pointing out that Riri found it herself. Riri smiles warmly, reminding her that Jaina helped earlier, so she wants to share. Jaina's face lights up with happiness, mentioning she only made guesses but appreciates the generous gift. The other girl also offers something since Jaina assisted her too. Leona watches these adorable interactions, amazed at how wonderfully her daughter is growing up. Suddenly, Luca stands beside her, announcing he also found a gift to present to her. Leona gasps when he pulls out a ring box, asking if she will accept it. She stares at him in confusion. The two little girls gasp, wondering if this constitutes a proposal. Riri pouts angrily. Leona attempts to explain, but Riri scoffs, declaring it absolutely is a proposal since Luca likes her. Everyone turns toward them in bewilderment. Leona rushes to cover Riri's mouth, insisting that of course her father loves her, and since they are already a couple, this cannot be a proposal. She looks desperately at Luca for confirmation. The girl's eyes sparkle at the realization that the two genuinely care for each other. Leona exhales deeply, relieved they avoided exposure. Luca's expression dims as he gazes at the ring in his hand. That night, Riri visits her father's room, sitting beside him and recounting everything she did that morning. Leona watches her, glad she had such an enjoyable day. She gently asks Riri if she feels afraid because her father is sleeping. Riri remains quiet for a moment, then admits everyone worries about him, but he is her dad. Tears spill from her eyes as she whispers what will happen if he never wakes up, confessing how deeply she misses him. Leona wraps her arms around Riri, assuring her that even while sleeping, he thinks about her constantly just as she worries about him now. For her sake, he will wake soon. Riri continues crying, declaring she will wait for her father to awaken because even if he is a silly dad, she wants him by their side. Leona's eyes grow misty as she echoes the hope that he wakes up. As a tear escapes her eye, the Duke slowly opens his own. Elsewhere, Luca feels himself fading away. A smile crosses his face as he realizes his time has finally come. Leona slowly opens her eyes, overcome by a strange and unfamiliar warmth. To her shock, she finds the Duke glowing with a soft, radiant light. She wonders what could possibly be happening. Just then, she feels a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning, she sees Luca standing there, calling out to both her and Riri. Leona shouts his name in surprise. Riri stares at him, noticing the strange glow emanating from his body. She asks what is causing this, wondering if it is simply because the moon shines so brightly tonight. Luca smiles warmly and tells her she is mistaken. The reason for his condition is simple: the time has come for him to return. Leona looks at him with confusion, demanding to know what he means by that. He gazes at her, addressing her as Leona for the very first time. He explains that her warm and sincere feelings toward both the baby and the Duke have melted the cold black magic that once kept them apart. He mentions that he heard the sound of her tears reaching the Duke's heart. Now, he can feel that they are ready to become one. Leona's eyes widen in shock as she asks if he truly means that both of them can merge together at this very moment. Riri looks at him with distress, questioning where he plans to go. He pulls both of them into a warm embrace. He tells Leona that just as she loves the baby, both he and the Duke love both of them in exactly the same way. He gently kisses her forehead. Tears stream down her face as she whispers his name. He looks at her, asking her not to feel sadness over their farewell, because he is not truly disappearing. In that instant, a brilliant light fills Leona's vision. She opens her eyes to the sound of Riri's voice calling out to her. Riri urges her to look at her dad. Ian sits up, his body still sparkling with that same gentle light. He looks at both of them with confusion. Memories flood back to him. He recalls his childhood playing with a girl named Larise, promising her never to hide for too long. He remembers his teenage years, shouting for her when she got lost, asking with concern what happened to her dirty clothes. He sees her on her deathbed, their daughter resting at her side, as she apologized for not being able to stay with him forever and asked him to care for the baby. He stands up and looks at the baby. His first instinct is to step back and apologize, believing himself incapable of caring for the child alone. But the baby's cry stops him in his tracks. Turning back, he remembers Leona's words urging him to stay for his child because she is his family. He sees her in his vivid dreams, holding his hand and asking him to play with her. She cries, hoping he will wake up so they can all play together. Tears fill his eyes as he realizes he wants nothing more than to be by their side. His eyes open fully as Leona calls out to him, asking if he recognizes them. He smiles warmly, calling their names and telling them he has finally returned.
Happy, 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 happy!
Riri drifts off to sleep while clutching her father's sleeve. The Duke gazes at her, then admits he believes he has caused considerable trouble for Leona and offers an apology. She acknowledges that his words hold truth, reminding him that he remained unconscious for an extended period, leaving everyone deeply worried. He takes her hand, expressing regret for the distress he caused. She questions why he suddenly lost consciousness, wondering if this marks the first occurrence of such symptoms. He reveals that this is not the initial episode, as he has experienced similar spells several times before. Reflecting on these instances, he realizes that each visit to the Imperial Palace left him unable to think clearly. Whenever he felt compelled to act against his wishes due to his obligations toward the Emperor, a burning sensation would seize his chest. He suspects the answer may lie hidden within those moments. Leona regards him with concern as he contemplates the possible cause. He admits he cannot yet identify the exact source, but believes he will gradually uncover the truth. He also senses that the mystery behind Riri's illness may soon reveal itself. He mentions that waking up was possible because of both Leona and Riri, and that precious old memories have returned to him. Leona asks what he means by this. He explains that he recalls memories of the baby and her biological mother, his sister. Leona reacts with shock, exclaiming in confusion that she cannot believe the baby's mother is actually his sister. She turns away, hiding her face in disbelief, unable to process that the Duke's wife could be his sibling. She wonders what kind of complicated situation this has become. From behind, Ian smiles and clarifies that while he does not know the identity of the baby's biological father, he knows his sister entrusted the child to him. Leona sighs awkwardly, acknowledging she now understands. He gazes at the baby, explaining that his sister bore a child under unknown circumstances, leaving the father's identity a mystery. He recalls his father charging him with protecting both the family and his sister. As the head of the household and her only remaining relative, he dedicated himself to shielding her. Yet in the end, his sister passed away early, leaving only Riri behind. The moment her eyes closed forever, he felt as though a part of himself had vanished. Burdened by guilt for failing to protect his sister, he became excessively protective of the baby. Simultaneously, he avoided forming a genuine connection with her, as seeing the child stirred painful memories of his sister. He ignored her attempts to gain his attention through mischief. Everything shifted when Leona entered his life. Witnessing and experiencing Leona's affection for Riri reminded him of how his sister cherished and worried about the baby. It also brought back memories of how their parents trusted and loved them. These recollections enabled him to awaken from the dark curse that had held him captive. Leona watches him with concern, then lowers her gaze and apologizes. He looks confused, asking why she feels the need to apologize. She admits she judged him harshly without understanding the full situation, believing he failed as a father to properly care for his child. He reassures her that her judgment was not entirely misplaced. In many respects, he considers himself inadequate, having failed to protect both his sister and his daughter. He sighs, suggesting that perhaps she is better suited than him and may hold greater importance for the child's future. Leona firmly tells him he is mistaken, emphasizing that he holds equal significance in the baby's life as her father. He looks at her, questioning whether he deserves to remain by the child's side. She assures him that he is undoubtedly the most precious person to the baby, and he must have felt that truth in this moment. He recalls the tearful expression on the baby's face when she looked at him after he woke up. He admits that yes, he definitely felt that connection. Gently taking her hand, he confesses with quiet honesty that he remains incomplete and carries many flaws. He desires her presence beside him to guide and support him. As the real Anne, he now wishes to move forward and share the coming days with her. Leona reacts with surprise at his words, then releases a soft laugh and agrees. Feeling grateful, she leans her head closer to him, catching him off guard. She expresses that as mother and father, they must stand together to raise the child in a healthy manner. He shows appreciation for her efforts. While they remain absorbed in the moment, Riri suddenly calls out, startling them both. They exchange glances before breaking into quiet laughter. They lie down beside Riri, and Leona turns to him, asking about Luca. She wonders if he has completely vanished. He explains that he is Ian, yet also Luca. The pain from his sister's death separated into another form that remained within the mansion to fill what he lacked. He recalls that before the feast, the magic inherited from his parents helped preserve the humanity he was close to losing. Riona listens carefully, realizing he refers to the Petri family's magic. Her expression shifts as she grips his hand, urging him to uncover the forces behind Riri's sickness and resentment. They eventually fall asleep together, believing that as long as they remain united, nothing lies beyond their reach. He quietly feels that with his cherished family beside him, they can now accomplish anything. He holds gratitude for both women in his life. After the Duke awakens, the baby experiences surprise upon learning that her father and Luca are the same person. She is equally shocked to discover she is 6 years old rather than 5, since her father had registered her birth date late. With Leona entering her life, her fate shifts away from that of Villainess. She becomes a kind child with a smiling face every day, surrounded by happiness. She stays busy playing in her room when a voice interrupts, asking if she is inside. She is surprised to see her mother and father. Leona steps closer, asking if she is drawing again today. The Duke gently asks if she can show them what she has been making. Riri shakes her head, refusing for now and saying she will reveal it once finished. Leona kneels to her level, telling her she is excited to see it and that she must show her mother too. Riri agrees with a smile. Riri quietly wonders if her mother once disliked her father. Now they seem much closer, which makes her happy. She feels truly content with her life. After a while, the scene shifts to a carriage. Riri looks at her mother and asks if they are going to the palace again. Leona smiles and explains that this time they are heading to the temple library, a place Riri has never visited. Curious, Riri asks her father if there are fairy tale books there. He admits he does not know, asking her to search for them herself. Riri confidently accepts the task. Leona watches her with a soft smile, slightly worried that the child may feel disappointed if such books are not there. As she gazes at her with affection, Riri turns and asks what is wrong. Leona simply hugs her, saying she is thinking about how much she has grown. Riri proudly replies that she is already 6 years old and fully grown now. Leona feels relieved that everything has finally settled, both for the child and the Duke. She recalls the night when the two sides became one and the Petri mansion was filled with bright magic. The next day, when the Duke woke up, the butler, Nanny, and May were all surprised and overjoyed. Yet even after hearing about Luca, no one else in the mansion remembers him at all, as if he never existed. For her, he still remains within the Duke because both were always meant to be one. The Duke notices her gaze and asks why she is looking at him like that. She calmly replies that she is simply enjoying the peaceful moment. He looks slightly confused as he holds her hand and thanks her sincerely for everything. She sighs in disbelief, pointing out that he keeps repeating the same words and asking how many times he plans to say it. He smiles and answers that no matter how often he says it, it will never feel enough. Riri suddenly reacts, noticing her parents acting affectionately. She points it out, making both of them awkwardly deny it. She insists that they behave like this all the time, even saying that a maid told her this is what being lovey-dovey means. Leona panics when Riri suddenly asks if she is going to kiss her father. She quickly tries to stop her. Ian realizes this situation is partly his fault, yet he avoids admitting it, unable to face the child directly and shifting blame elsewhere. Through watching Leona, he begins to understand what it truly means to care for a child. He realizes that without her, he would have remained trapped in his old ways, blaming everything around him. Because she pulled him out of that darkness, he feels a deep sense of gratitude toward her. No matter how many times he thanks her, it will never be enough. After a while, they arrive at the temple. The baby is amazed by how vast the place is. A young boy appears and politely says he will guide them to the library. He asks the couple to follow him, and the Duke thanks him. Suddenly, Riri notices a scent and tells her father. This confuses him until the boy explains that there is a garden outside the temple, so the fragrance may be coming from there. Riri's eyes light up at the mention of the garden. She eagerly urges her father to go there first. The Duke hesitates, and even Leona reminds her that they came for the library. The boy reassures them that it is fine to take a short look. He asks if he should guide them to the garden first. The baby happily agrees, telling him to lead the way quickly. As soon as she reaches the garden, she is amazed by the sight of countless flowers. She excitedly calls them to follow her. The Duke grows concerned and tells her to slow down as she might fall. The baby confidently insists that she will be fine. At that moment, Leona suddenly notices a girl nearby and looks at her carefully. She realizes that the girl has silver hair just like her. She quietly wonders who she could be. Leona recalls May telling her that she had never seen anyone with silver hair before. The only exception was someone she glimpsed briefly while working at the royal palace, a noblewoman with similar hair. Leona wonders if this could be the person she mentioned long ago. She considers approaching her, unsure if she should speak. Before she can decide, Riri calls out and rushes to hug her. The baby excitedly says she has seen everything in the garden. Ian asks if she is satisfied. Riri happily agrees, saying it was fun. He notices Leona's distant expression and asks if something is troubling her. She tries to explain that she had been watching someone. When she looks back, the lady has vanished, likely having already left the garden. She turns to the Duke and tells him there is nothing, and that they should head to the library. The baby is excited for the library. Leona remains lost in thought, wondering if she will ever see the lady again. After searching through the library for a long time, they return to the carriage. Leona sighs in frustration, feeling the day has been wasted since they found no real results. Her eyes grow teary as she worries that even if she searches every book, she might still find nothing. The Duke notices and reassures her that even if the library fails, there will surely be another way. Suddenly, Riri begins crying. She declares she no longer wants to go to the library. The garden was fun, but the library was boring with no fairy tales, only difficult words. Leona realizes the baby is right. She is impressed that Riri had managed to endure without complaint. The child kept herself occupied until the search was done. Leona pats her head in encouragement. Riri proudly declares she can do anything if she tries hard enough. Leona tells her that for their amazing and hardworking Riri, they will make a delicious dessert as a reward. The baby is surprised, imagining countless sweets. Leona confirms they can also invite her friends and the nannies to join them. Suddenly, something strikes Riri's head. She asks the Duke if he remembers his old family butler. Ian is confused until she explains she means the butler who served the previous Duke. He left when the entire estate staff was replaced. Ian recalls him as a devoted, wise, and reliable man. He had been dismissed in the past due to Ian's overwhelming anxiety about his sister. This led him to let go of many staff members, including the butler. He is puzzled why she brings him up now. Leona explains that she feels the need to hear the perspective of someone who had known him for a long time. She reveals that she had once tried to meet the butler without his knowledge, but could not. She believes that if Ian meets him personally, things might turn out differently. The Duke realizes he could try, yet he worries that the old wound of being cast out by someone he trusted may still be deep. After all this time, he wonders if the butler would even be willing to face him. Leona holds his hand, calling softly to him. He smiles, agreeing that they can go meet the butler. She lights up with happiness, thanking him. He quietly thinks that regret alone changes nothing, and that action must follow thought. He tells her that it should be him who thanks her. Her influence has helped him change. He signals the rider to stop. The man steps forward to ask if something is the matter. Ian explains that they are altering their destination. Only this carriage will continue, leaving the other helpers puzzled as they watch him. He urges them to hurry, noting that it would be impolite to travel late at night. After some time, the boy announces that they have arrived at the palace the Duke mentioned. Ian steps out, observing the house and remarking that this is where the butler lives. Riri, wine-eyed, asks where they are. Leona explains that this is the home of the butler who cared for her father since childhood. The baby's eyes sparkle as she realizes that this man is like a grandfather to her. He looked after her daddy. She wonders why he does not live with them. Leona tells her that is why they are here, to bring him back. He is a wonderful person. Someone watches them from behind a window. As Leona looks up, the figure hides. She is confused, wondering if something moved on the second floor. Meanwhile, the Duke knocks on the door, asking if anyone is inside. When there is no reply, he questions if the house is empty. Just as they consider leaving, the baby suddenly shouts "Grandpa." This startles her parents. Ian tries to quiet her, warning that it is rude if no one is home. Then he notices a sound. A man appears, remarking that it is rare to have visitors in such a remote place. He asks if they are lost. When he sees who they are, his expression shifts to shock. Man looks at him, acknowledging that it has been a long time. The old man stiffens with anger, questioning what brings such esteemed individuals to this humble place. He assumes they must have lost their way in the woods. Just as he prepares to leave, Ian stops him, insisting he is not here by mistake and has something important to say. The old man, still angry, asks what could possibly need saying after so many years. Riri, trying to hold back a sneeze, suddenly lets it out. Leona checks if she is okay. Riri explains that it is cold. The butler looks at the child and recalls the infant she once was. He realizes how much time has passed and how much she has grown. He tells the couple that after sunset, the wind here becomes quite chilly. Though he does not know what they wish to discuss, they should come inside for now. He serves them tea, apologizing that it may not suit such noble tastes, but hoping they will forgive the modest offering. Ian assures him that it is more than enough. Leona finds the aroma quite pleasant. The butler then turns to Riri, bringing her warm milk with honey. As she sips it, she is surprised by how sweet and delicious it is. This makes him happy to see. When Ian calls him butler, he shakes his head, saying the title is not quite right. Ian bows an apology. The old man rushes forward, shouting, questioning what Ian is doing. Ian explains that he had previously dismissed all the staff at the estate, including him. His anger had been justified because he had been betrayed by someone he trusted most. He admits that he was not in a good state, having lost his parents, his sister, and everyone he held dear. Only a helpless infant and the immense responsibility of a noble house remained. Under that burden, he made wrong choices. He claimed it was to protect his sister's honor and keep secrets, but in truth, perhaps he wanted to erase the guilt of failing his family. Leona notices Anne's trembling hands as he holds them. He tells the butler that it was only recently that he came to his senses, thanks to his wife Leona. He explains that the baby had also been unwell for some time but improved greatly, again because of his caring wife. The butler is surprised. Leona clarifies that Ian could only change because he resolved to face the situation himself. The butler smiles. Ian continues, admitting he drove away the one who cared for him since childhood. He left him to fend for himself and sincerely apologizes for that. The old man's expression darkens as memories return. Ian tells him there is no need to forgive him. Coming here is in part another selfish act. The old man asks what he means. Ian stands and asks if the butler would return to the estate with him. The old man shouts in shock, questioning his meaning. Ian explains that he came not only to apologize but also to humbly request him to come back. Even if forgiveness is impossible and resentment remains, it is acceptable. The Patry estate, and more importantly the family, needs someone like him. Someone who can care for both the household and the family as their own. Ian asks the old man if he would return with them and join them again. The old man remains confused. Suddenly Riri speaks up, her eyes sparkling as she looks at him. She asks if he is really coming because it is so exciting. She calls him Grandpa and tells him that when they get home, he can make her sweet milk with lots of honey again. The old man's eyes filled with tears. He is overwhelmed by the passage of time and the feeling of having been abandoned. He never imagined he would have another chance to watch over them. Riri runs to her mother, exclaiming that she wants to play hide and seek with her grandpa too. The old man, finding no way to refuse, agrees that he will come with them. The couple grows excited. He extends his hand, warning that this old butler has never served the Patry Duke half-heartedly. They should be prepared for that. Ian takes his hand, assuring him that he knows this and expects nothing less. He looks forward to working with him again. Suddenly, Riri notices movement in the corner. She is surprised, blinking to make sure she is seeing correctly. The butler tells An that he will finish packing in a few days. Ian replies that it is all right, asking him to let him know if he needs anything for the move. Riri, still amazed, asks her mother if Grandpa is really coming with them. Leona confirms that he is. Then, unexpectedly, Riri pulls out two small, adorable cats. She asks her mother if they can come too. Both Ain and Leona are stunned as they look at the tiny creatures. Leona looks at the cats surprised and asks where Riri got them. The baby explains that they were hiding behind something, which makes Leona worry. Ian points at Riri, mentioning that the cats might be too much for her and asks if she can let them go first. Riri agrees. As soon as she sets the cats down, they dash off, hiding behind a corner. The butler explains that they are the kittens he brought with him, which confuses Ain. He clarifies that a few months ago, these kittens lost their mother in a carriage accident. Since no one would care for them, he took them in, thinking they were shy around people. Riri is surprised as the kittens immediately come to her, licking her hand. The butler smiles, noting that they seem to like her very much. Her eyes light up as she turns to her father. She asks if he will say no like before, insisting that she wants younger siblings and begging him to let her keep them. Ian is shocked, then turns to the butler to ask if it is acceptable. The old man replies that having the kittens with her will ease his worries and be good for her. Riri claps her mother's hands in excitement, declaring it wonderful. She tells the cats they are coming home with her, promising that they have plenty of toys to play with together. The kittens glance at each other as Riri insists they go home together. Upon reaching the castle, the cats are thrilled. They follow Riri as she leads them while dancing behind her. Leona worries for her and tells her to be careful not to bump into anything. Riri reassures her. The nanny, amazed, comments that Riri seems very excited and that the cats understand her. Leona agrees, noting that the kittens liked her from the moment they first met. Ian has already named them. The white one is Sim and the black one is Sun. This surprises May, since her master had previously forbidden animals in the house. Leona tells the staff that the Duke seems to have changed. The nanny asks when the old butler will return. Leona explains he will come in a few days and instructs them to prepare everything needed to welcome him. The staff eagerly promises to handle it all. Leona thanks them and suddenly remembers something. She calls out to May. When May asks her to speak, Leona asks if she recalls the silver-haired woman she met at the palace before. She wonders if there is any additional detail she remembers. May thinks for a moment and says that aside from her hair, the woman wore a red necklace. Nothing else stands out clearly in her memory. Leona is surprised. She realizes she has never seen anything like that before and wonders if it was because she saw the woman from behind. She thinks it might be the same woman May had seen. A few days later, the old man arrives at the castle. He introduces himself to everyone, stating that starting today he will once again serve as the butler at the Petrie mansion. He promises to do his best to assist the Duke. Ian welcomes him warmly, thanking him for returning and asking him to take good care of the family. The butler walks through the castle. Ian mentions that it must have been difficult coming back, but that he can now take a look around and rest. The butler declines, saying it is not possible. Ian insists, noting that it has been a long time since his return, and there is not enough time to learn everything about the mansion. The butler looks around the Duke's library and asks if Ian has been diligent in his duties while away. Ian replies affirmatively. The old man agrees, noting that Ian had been promoted to Duke despite his young age due to his active role. However, he recalls that around the time he was dismissed, Ian began acting strangely. He admits he had been worried but is glad to see Ian has safely recovered. Leona asks what he means by acting strange. The butler explains that Ian, originally gentle, became rough and distant after dismissing the servants. He was much like he had been after losing his parents, the former Duke and Duchess. He observes that Ian is no longer like that and seems to have finally escaped the pain. He stops mid-sentence, apologizing for speaking nonsense. Ian reassures him, saying it is fine. He admits that thinking back to that time, his mind is hazy. All he remembers is his obsession with the Petrie estate and the family's safety. This leaves Leona worried. The butler speculates that it might have been due to his sister's care or concern for Lady Rebecca's frequent illnesses. This may have caused temporary moodiness and blurred memory. It was a very difficult period for him. Ian reflects quietly. Leona then asks the butler a question. He invites her to speak. She inquires if it is true that the baby had been sick from a young age. He confirms, saying that though he left the mansion shortly after she was born, he remembers that she frequently vomited. She ran fevers and was close to death. This was likely due to her absent biological mother and frailty. The palace took care of her and sent a new nanny. Leona is shocked, recalling the imperial palace. The butler asks if the young lady still suffers similar symptoms. Leona confirms. She reflects that the story of the palace seems to surface at every important moment. She wonders if it is merely coincidence. Leona recalls all the past incidents that happened with the baby. As she reflects on them, she realizes that from the very beginning, someone had been sent from the palace to watch over her. She also remembers that there was a black market connection tied to that woman. Now, as she considers it, there are no clear traces left. Yet all the clues seem to point back to the palace, which fills her with worry. Leona turns to Anne, asking if he meant that the imperial palace had sent a nanny from the very beginning. She questions whether His Majesty the Emperor personally selected her. Ian confirms that this is most likely the case. He explains that, unable to hide it any longer, he publicly declared the baby as his daughter after his sister's death. This announcement shocked everyone and drove him into despair. On the day of his sister's funeral, the Emperor himself approached him to offer consolation. The Emperor also offered to introduce a nanny. Ian reflects that losing his only sister felt like a tragedy. She was the baby's biological mother. He explains to Leona that at that time, the Emperor was still the crown prince. He was about to ascend the throne and wanted to strengthen ties with their family. Ian had recently inherited the dukedom. He thought it necessary to maintain a close relationship with the imperial family, so he accepted the offer. He then notices Leona's sudden pause and asks why she seems distracted. She admits that something is bothering her, though she is not certain. She thinks that while the Duke was drowning in despair, the Emperor was the first to reach out. Yet the nanny he sent ended up harming the baby. Calling it mere coincidence seems suspicious. She wonders if considering a hidden agenda by the Emperor would be too hasty a conclusion. Ian calls out to her as she drifts in thought. He notices she does not look well and asks if something is wrong. She smiles faintly, deciding to wait until she has more concrete evidence before mentioning it. She tells him it is nothing, just that she feels a little tired. The butler suggests that she may be exhausted from looking around so much. He asks why she does not return to her room to rest. Ian agrees, telling her she should go rest. She insists that she will feel better after some fresh air. As they continue talking, a boy enters the room. He excuses himself and informs Ian that a letter of invitation has arrived from the high priest. Ian is shocked to hear this. The boy explains that actually 3 letters were sent. One each for him, the Duchess, and Lady Rebecca. Riri is overjoyed to discover she received an invitation as well. She jumps around in excitement as she realizes she is now old enough to attend formal gatherings. She can now go to parties and outings in style like her parents. She swings happily, feeling that the day is filled with love. She believes all her happiness has arrived at once. As the 3 of them prepare to leave, Ayn suggests to Leona that she need not come today. She does not look well and should rest, coming tomorrow instead. She smiles, telling him that fresh air has already made her feel better. She is fine, and besides, she is too curious to wait for an invitation to receive an oracle. She gestures toward Riri, noting her daughter's excitement. She asks how she could stay behind in such an environment. Leona watches Riri carefully, warning her to be mindful while walking. It could be dangerous despite her happiness. Riri assures her mother that she will be fine because she is an adult and can walk properly. However, as she walks, she bumps into something and is about to fall. A boy steps in to spare her, questioning who is making such a ruckus. Riri opens her eyes and sees the crown prince standing before her. He looks at her and remarks that of course it could only be her. Riri points at him, shouting in anger. Even Leona is shocked to see him. Both Ayn and Leona bow respectfully, asking how he has been. He replies that he is the same as always. Leona notices that his voice sounds weaker than usual, wondering if something has happened. Suddenly, Riri notices her letter has crumpled. She shouts in frustration, lamenting that she cherished it too much. She demands he look at what happened. The crown prince examines it in confusion, asking what it is. Riri proudly shows it, declaring that he must not have received one himself. She explains that she is now an adult and was invited to a grand event. Her mother confirms that it is from the high priest, correcting her hesitation. The crown prince sighs, asking if it is indeed an invitation to receive an oracle. He smirks, producing a letter and asking if it is the one Riri was talking about. Riri gasps in shock, shouting at him for receiving one too. He proudly confirms that of course as the crown prince, he received his before anyone else. He admits the oracle itself has already been given to him. Riri panics, shouting that she cannot believe he got his before hers. Her mother urges her to compose herself and address him properly as His Highness, the Crown Prince. Riri teases, telling her mother that the title is too long. She wonders about his name, recalling what the boy had told her. She steps closer, calling him Egg Tart. The Crown Prince shouts his name in protest. Riri insists it is too long and hard to remember. He grows angry, questioning if Egg Tart is even longer. He tells her that if she does not wish to call him the Crown Prince, she should at least remember his proper name. Riri asks why she should, which infuriates him further. He mocks her, pointing out that she cannot even remember a simple name yet claims to be an adult. He adds that she is so tiny he must lower his gaze to see her. The baby frowns, ready to strike, but An stops her. The Crown Prince continues teasing, asking if he has done something wrong. He says that if she wants to avoid being treated like a child, she should at least learn his name properly. He calls her Ready Debika. Riri tries to repeat it but fails. She shouts that she has never bothered to remember it. She yells that she hates him for leaving. As they enter the temple, the high priest greets them warmly. He mentions that he has been expecting them. Noticing the couple's worried expressions, he asks if anything happened on the way. They assure him it is nothing. He smiles, inviting them to follow him inside. As he opens the door, he reveals a grand white statue. Leona realizes that this is the place where they will receive the oracle. Leona experiences a profound sense of wonder as she crosses the threshold into the temple. She is overcome by its majestic design and enigmatic ambience. The high priest explains that the statue before them embodies the deity they worship. It is believed to be the authentic form of the god, who once descended to the mortal realm. Placing a hand upon it can reveal whether one is the destined recipient of the oracle. A young inquirer asks how such determination occurs. The high priest clarifies that if someone is chosen, a voice will echo within their mind upon contact with the statue. If not, no revelation will manifest. He extends an invitation for them to attempt the ritual, inquiring who wishes to proceed first. Riri eagerly volunteers, dashing forward with cheerful songs. Leona clasps her hands in silent prayer for her daughter. After some moments pass, Riri begins expressing frustration. She is disappointed by the absence of any sound and declares the experience tedious. Ian attempts to soothe her, mentioning that he likewise heard nothing. Riri points accusingly at the high priest, questioning whether anyone genuinely receives such messages. The high priest responds that he occasionally invites exceptional individuals to perceive the god's voice. Through this, they may comprehend their life's purpose. Riri remains bewildered and irritated. The high priest then directs his attention to Leona, encouraging her to make the attempt. She positions her palm against the statue. She is mindful that neither her spouse nor child experienced anything. She shuts her eyes, anticipating a similar outcome. Unexpectedly, she feels herself swayed and nearly stumbles. Ian catches her securely. Confused and disoriented, she questions what transpired. Een explains that she briefly crumpled after contacting the statue, losing awareness for an instant. The high priest inquires whether she perceived the divine voice. Leona claims she did not, rising and asserting she fared no differently than the others. The high priest then asks whether she bears any unexplained marks upon her body, catching her off guard. She demands to know how he could possess such knowledge. He responds that upon observing the silver-haired lady, he sensed something extraordinary about her. His instincts appear validated. Leona, perplexed, states she fails to grasp his meaning. She questions whether the silver hair and scars merely constitute coincidences. The high priest observes that she appears fatigued and suggests she may withdraw. He reassures her that it is acceptable and apologizes for any impertinence. He urges her to rest properly and restore her health soon. Leona expresses gratitude to the high priest for his considerate remarks. She informs him that they will take their departure. Before she can exit, he requests her patience and retrieves something from his garments. He explains that during her previous visit, she abandoned it in the library. Leona examines the object, a book she fails to recognize. She is bewildered. He assures her it does not belong to the library's holdings. No external individuals have accessed the library, so she should ensure she takes it this time. Though uncertain of its purpose, she accepts it. She thanks him for preserving it safely. As she withdraws, the high priest smiles with satisfaction. He is pleased that his intuition proved accurate. She is indeed the Duchess foretold by the oracle. Within the carriage, Riri's eyes glisten with tears as she gazes at her mother. She inquires whether Leona truly remains unharmed. Leona reassures her that she merely experienced slight dizziness and feels fine. Riri embraces her tightly, pleading for her not to fall ill. Leona returns the embrace, promising she will not. Een, still troubled, suggests summoning a physician. Leona insists it is unnecessary, explaining that she understands why she collapsed. Een regards her with confusion as she discloses that she actually heard the divine voice. It proclaimed that those who betray sincerity shall meet destruction. Those who embrace sincerity shall inherit the world. The one possessing this truth shall deliver the God's will. The voice resonated within her consciousness. During unconsciousness, she glimpsed someone assuring her she would survive regardless. This person addressed her with a term she cannot recall. She recognizes that this voice differed from any she previously encountered. Yet now she senses she has heard this woman's voice somewhere before. This leaves her questioning the speaker's identity. Her mind grows heavy from such contemplation. Een asks after her condition. She assures him she is fine, merely attempting to reconstruct the words. This caused slight disorientation. More significantly, she ponders what deeper meaning lies within these revelations. Een experiences a measure of personal confusion regarding the invitation he received. For Leona, the most peculiar aspect involved hearing two distinct voices during the oracle. Though unease about mentioning this to the high priest leads her to maintain silence. She questions Een about whether such occurrences are typical, and after contemplative consideration, he explains that an oracle was previously delivered to His Majesty the Emperor, necessitating a comparison of contents, and until then, discretion proves advisable. Leona concurs and they resolve to keep the matter confidential, unaware that a rider lingers outside, attentively eavesdropping on their exchange. Upon returning to the castle, Leona proceeds directly to her bed and succumbs to sleep. Een requests Riri to accompany him so her mother can rest, and she agrees, asking to play outdoors, which Een permits while advising quietness for now. Later, Leona awakens, stretching and yawning, pondering when she drifted off, noticing the silhouettes of two cats and briefly mistaking them for the baby. The cats appear engaged in conversation, commenting that they have located the correct place, but Riri suddenly appears and shouts at them, causing the felines to hastily retreat. Riri gently scolds them, reminding them that her mother requires rest, and escorts them outside as Een instructed. Leona observes their departure, reflecting on what she overheard earlier. After a moment, she stretches again, realizing she likely fell asleep due to the aura cell, and noting she witnessed something peculiar during slumber, though uncertainty persists whether it was merely a dream. Observing Riri and the cat resting beside her, she senses their family connection deepening, remembering how Riri introduced the little cats as her younger sisters and touches Riri's head, contemplating how greatly she desired to be the elder sibling. Her attention then shifts to the book provided by the high priest. She approaches it, lifting it, recognizing it does not belong to her and wondering why it was given. As she opens it, discovering it chronicles the founding myths, she becomes struck when her gaze lands on a passage describing how descendants of influential families may endure unexplained fevers during childhood. The text explains this occurs when a portion of their inherited power manifests too intensely at birth, spreading through the body and causing unbearable agony, sometimes even resulting in death. Leona realizes the Patri family numbers among these founding lineages and wonders if Riri's childhood afflictions connect to the tremendous power inherited within their bloodline. Leona feels hesitant about fully accepting the book's claims, yet she cannot completely dismiss them. The possibility of a family-linked cause for Riri's past illnesses appears plausible. Suddenly, Riri awakens, calling for her mother. Leona turns to her, asking if she is awake, and the little one leaps toward her, firing questions about her condition, whether she slept soundly, and if her head still aches. Leona smiles, assuring her she feels fine and revitalized thanks to Riri's concern, then encourages her to maintain such pride. She greets the two cats saying good morning, which sparks jealousy in Riri, who insists she deserves the first hug. Leona promises to embrace everyone in the proper sequence. Suddenly, Ian rushes into the chamber, calling out for Leona and embracing her and asking if she is well, shocked to see her seated on the floor and questioning if her head still hurts. He composes himself, relieved she appears improved. Leona smiles, recognizing that her daughter and Ian share similar traits, and pats his head, expressing gratitude for his worry, causing his face to flush. Ian tells her the oracle's contents matter little. For his cherished family, he will undertake whatever proves necessary. Riri hurries forward, embracing both parents along with the cats. They gather at the dining table, and Leona asks Ian if he rested properly, noticing he appears more fatigued than herself, questioning if something occurred. He explains that while managing estate affairs, he recognized they lacked sufficient maids, recalling the butler's advice to hire more to prevent the madame from exhausting herself. After posting the announcement, they already received a pile of applications which kept him awake somewhat late. Leona smiles, acknowledging his diligence, and asks if she can examine the applications alongside him. Ian agrees, noting these individuals will serve her, so selecting together after breakfast makes sense. Riri grows excited, insisting she wants to participate as well, and Ian permits her involvement. She urges finishing breakfast quickly to begin, but Leona cautions her against rushing and upsetting her stomach. Once inside Ian's study, Leona feels shocked by the overwhelming volume of CVs, though Ian smiles. As she scans the applications, she notes that unsurprisingly for a powerful duke's household, numerous candidates come from prominent families. Suddenly, her gaze lands on one application bearing the name Jane, leaving her utterly stunned. Leona examines the application with disbelief, unable to comprehend that the woman actually appeared for the interview. She summons the Duke, inquiring whether it would be appropriate for him to accompany her during the maid selection process. He studies her curiously, questioning if she wishes to handle the matter personally. She confirms her desire to choose her own attendant. He agrees readily, reminding her that as Duchess, the estate's authority rests with her, granting her freedom to make such decisions. Leona feels gratitude toward him, recognizing that his support enables this face-to-face meeting, though she remains uncertain about the woman's true intentions for visiting. Now seated, she directly asks why the lady applied here. The woman sighs dramatically, remarking that serving the Duchess is an honor worth pursuing. She smirks, questioning whether family connections disqualify someone from consideration. The nanny standing beside Leona sharply reprimands her, demanding respect, but Leona intervenes. She accuses Jane of dishonesty, noting she even used their mother's maiden name on the application, and demands the genuine reason for her presence. Jane exhales heavily. She claims she has a worthless younger sibling who remains indifferent to whether their family starves, leaving her no choice but to seek employment personally. She adds that she heard His Grace was supposed to conduct the interviews, so why has her sister come unaccompanied? She steps closer to Leona, insinuating that she hides him out of fear he might be stolen from her. Leona regards her with shock. She lowers her gaze momentarily, feeling disheartened, realizing her sister remains as pathetic as ever. Then she straightens, sharply informing the lady that she owes no explanation about her husband's affairs to a mere maid applicant. Jane stares at her sister in astonishment, questioning what she means. Leona warns her to mind her words and demeanor, slamming the application onto the table. The woman clenches her jaw, struggling to contain her fury. She accuses Leona of planning to reject her immediately upon seeing the application, now merely pretending to conduct a legitimate interview. She demands that Leona cease her false displays of kindness. Leona tells her she has always detested that about her. She states Jane may think whatever she wishes, but she came here for an authentic interview. She stamps the application, declaring her hired as a maid of the ducal household. Jane's shock registers visibly. The nanny turns to Leona, questioning her certainty about this decision. She respectfully expresses doubt that Jane will serve her well. Leona reassures her not to worry, explaining she has her own motivations. She regards her sister, recognizing this as an ideal opportunity to uncover details about her past, the parts she never knew. Jane continues grinding her teeth in frustration. Her actual purpose for coming was to catch a glimpse of the Duke, but now she realizes with shock that her sister is genuinely concealing him. Despite Leona living in luxury, Jane believes she does this merely to torment her by keeping her close. Leona moves toward the door, instructing the nanny to notify the butler about the new applicant. The nanny confirms she will. Jane stops her, questioning whether Leona does this simply to humiliate her later. She comments on how arrogant Leona has become since becoming Duchess, asking if she truly thinks she will allow her to toy with her emotions. Jane receives a sharp slap from Leona. She crumples to the floor with a cry of pain, then demands to know what Leona thinks she is doing and how she dares strike her. Leona warns her to control her expressions, stating that if she dares address the Duchess in such a manner, she should not expect to remain long in this estate, issuing a final warning. Jane calls her worthless, her body still trembling from the shock. Suddenly she snaps, shouting that she knew it, and that is why she always argued they should have cast her out sooner, as who knows what kind of illegitimate child she truly is. Leona regards her with utter shock, questioning what she means. The woman rises, asking if she genuinely believed herself part of the Selim family. She continues shouting, revealing that she is nothing but an abandoned child, and they were the ones who took her in. Leona stares at her, stunned. The woman continues, saying she also glimpsed the one who left her behind. She possessed silver hair identical to Leona's and the same eye color, and she likely left her at their house, because their father also had silver hair. But the woman still carried some guilt, which is why she left her with an ornate red necklace at their door, though Jane stole it before anyone else could claim it. Leona trembles at this revelation. She recalls May describing such a woman, and clearly remembers May mentioning a red necklace. She begins wondering if it could be her. Jane continues, saying she was supposed to become Duchess in her place as repayment for saving her life when she suffered from a fatal illness, yet Leona repays her by raising a hand against her own sister. She glares at Leona, questioning if she does not find that incredibly ungrateful. Leona realizes that even if she shares no blood relation with the family, it does not surprise her. After all, even in the original story, not a trace of sisterly affection existed between Jane and Leona. Their relationship mirrored a tale of Cinderella and her cruel stepsisters. For her, what truly matters now is identifying the woman she saw in the temple garden. She wonders if that was genuinely her birth mother, but she does not know how to confirm it. Then suddenly understanding dawns. She realizes she must locate the red necklace. Because if she takes it with her and makes inquiries, she should be able to uncover the truth. Jane notices her distant expression and questions what happened, asking if she finally regrets everything she did to her. Leona snaps back, declaring she regrets nothing. She states that the only thing concerning her now is the necklace's whereabouts, demanding that Jane return it to her. Jane shouts back, asking why she should. She claims she never knew it belonged to Leona, so why is she suddenly acting this way? Besides, she does not have it on her at this moment. Suddenly, recognition flashes across her face as she glances toward the table. Leona questions her reaction, asking if she lost the necklace and warning her not to say she sold it. Jane snaps back, admitting she did sell it. She claims she deserves that much after everything she has done for Leona. Leona sighs, wondering just how shameless she can be. She instructs her to retrieve it, asking if she remembers where she sold it. Jane questions why she would do that, and even if she remembers, why should she help her? Leona tells her that if she brings the necklace back, she will give her enough money to purchase an entire mansion. Jane stares in shock, asking what she means and why she would go that far. Leona replies that it is none of her concern and asks if she will do it or not. If not, then this conversation never occurred. As she turns to depart, Jane shouts for her to wait. She tells Leona she will do it. She accepts the offer and will retrieve the red necklace. Leona regards her as Jane kneels, clutching the hem of her skirt. During lunchtime, Leona finds herself lost in contemplation when the Duke's voice pulls her back, his concern evident as he notes she has barely touched her meal. She offers a reassuring smile, dismissing his worry as nothing significant. He studies her carefully, wondering if the day's interviews have drained her energy. She admits they took longer than anticipated, but reminds him that such responsibilities come with her position as Duchess. He recognizes there is something more troubling her, noticing how her demeanor shifted the moment she reviewed the applications. Suspicion crosses his mind that someone unwelcome might have applied, though he chooses to remain patient, trusting she will confide in him when ready. Suddenly, the baby interrupts their quiet moment by noisily banging her cutlery and enthusiastically declaring that tonight requires a family sleep-together arrangement. The Duke looks perplexed, questioning whether she desires his participation as well. Riri responds eagerly that his presence is absolutely required. Leona smiles at the suggestion, curious about what sparked this idea. Riri explains with surprising wisdom that when people feel weary, embracing those they love restores their energy. She observes that both her parents appear exhausted, so cuddling together will make everyone feel better because of their mutual affection. Her parents exchange glances, momentarily stunned by her insight, then softly chuckle before agreeing to honor their little one's wish. After completing the day's obligations, Leona dismisses her maid with gratitude, telling her she can retire for the evening. She pauses outside her chamber, noticing the cats lingering nearby. Kneeling down, she gently strokes their heads, wondering why they remain there and if they have been patiently anticipating her arrival. She opens the door, expressing thanks for their patience, and steps inside. Riri immediately greets her with enthusiasm, though Leona's expression shifts subtly. Before she can react, the baby excitedly demands her opinion on how her father looks, proudly announcing she has adorned him with a beautiful hair accessory. Leona blinks, momentarily confused, then admits he looks endearing. Riri beams with satisfaction, sensing her mother's surprise despite her composed response. To Riri, her actions make perfect sense. Leona reaches out, touching the Duke's hair, questioning whether Riri placed a ribbon there. Riri sighs dramatically, explaining that since her father never bothers to accessorize, she took matters into her own hands. Just then, the Duke stirs awake. Glancing around drowsily, he wonders when he drifted off, then acknowledges Leona's presence. She can no longer contain herself and bursts into laughter. He looks at her with confusion. She quickly apologizes, claiming his beauty today makes it impossible to meet his gaze directly. Suddenly, Riri exclaims her desire to marry her father. He pulls her into an embrace, chuckling at her sudden declaration. Leona quietly shows him the hair clip. He examines it curiously, then smiles, understanding that the little one must have decorated him while he slept. Leona settles beside him, playfully remarking that he looks so handsome she almost feels compelled to propose herself. As night deepens, Riri rests peacefully between her parents. Leona and the Duke watch her fondly, though he soon notices that troubled expression returning to her face. He decides to address it, slowly sitting up. Leona turns toward him, questioning his concern. He gently asks whether something has occurred. She hesitates, uncertain what he means. He explains that her expression shifted when reviewing the applications earlier, and even now she appears unsettled. He believes something regarding the maid interviews has weighed on her throughout the day. Leona finally sits up beside him. She admits she did not want to burden him, but confesses that during today's proceedings, her older sister appeared for an interview. Anne's shock registers immediately, recognizing she means her arrogant sibling. He asks if that explains why she insisted on conducting the interviews personally. Leona nods, explaining she wanted to understand her sister's motives, and ultimately decided to hire her as a maid. The Duke expresses surprise, questioning her reasoning. Leona reveals that her sister disclosed something startling. She is not actually their parents' biological child. He is stunned by this revelation. Leona calmly remarks that it hardly matters, since they never treated her as family regardless. However, she shares that she learned something significant about her real mother. She possessed silver hair, just like Leona herself. The Duke's surprise deepens as Leona continues, expressing hope that she might discover more. He asks from what source. She mentions the temple garden they previously visited, where she observed a silver-haired priestess, and how that woman occupies her thoughts constantly. She explains that when her mother abandoned her, she left behind a red necklace. Her sister later sold it, so she has demanded its return. Once she recovers the necklace, she intends to ask the priestess whether she knows anything about her birth mother. Suddenly, she clenches her fist, realizing she speaks only about the mother of the body she inhabits. Her expression grows troubled as she looks at the Duke, voicing her confusion about what she would do if that woman truly is her mother. She cannot understand why her heart aches so deeply over someone else's memories. The Duke watches her with deep concern, then unexpectedly draws her into a gentle embrace. She stiffens momentarily at his touch. He apologizes for allowing her to carry this weight alone, admitting he should have recognized her distress sooner. He promises to help her uncover answers about both her mother and the priestess, assuring her they will face everything together. Leona's expression softens considerably. A faint smile crosses her lips as she agrees, expressing her gratitude. Not long after, sleep claims her. In her dreams, a vague figure holds her close, whispering softly that someday she will come searching for her, and she will remain waiting until that moment arrives. The lady in the dream apologizes for leaving her like that, insisting it was the only way. In truth, she wishes she could have stayed by her side, but if she had not left, he would have disappeared forever. She says that in the end, they will find each other, because it is her fate. She calls her my little daughter, hoping they will meet again on the other side. Leona suddenly wakes up, snapping out of the dream. She is confused, as it felt unnervingly vivid. The building she saw looked exactly like the orphanage where she was born and raised. She wonders if it was a memory from her childhood, and if so, who was that woman? No matter how hard she tries, she cannot recall ever meeting her. She questions if it was just a dream. Suddenly, Riri speaks up, holding a crayon in her hand, saying it looks like they have been caught. Leona quickly pulls her into a hug, telling her she is full of energy this morning and asking if she really thought her mother would just step back and let her get away with it. Then she notices the Duke sitting in the corner. He turns to her, greeting her good morning and remarking that it is as lively as ever. His face is covered in colorful drawings. He looks at them in confusion, wondering what is wrong with everyone as they all start laughing. Riri giggles, telling him he looks very pretty today and asking him to marry her. After washing his face, the Duke joins them in the dining room, gently telling Riri not to play such pranks on him again. Riri tilts her head in confusion, and he explains that it was quite shocking. She asks why, and he replies that it was especially shocking for the servants, recalling their startled expressions earlier. Riri giggles again, adding that he should have seen the cats too, as they were all startled and wary of him. Then she promises she will not do it again. Leona smiles, surprised, and praises her for being such a good girl. Suddenly, Riri remembers something and excitedly shares that she had a dream where the cats were talking. Leona smiles, asking if that is so, and calls it a very cute dream. Riri hugs her tightly, saying that in the dream, she was hugging her dad like this. Leona freezes while the Duke covers his face in embarrassment. She quickly composes herself, reminding herself that he did hug her last night. It must just be a coincidence. But then Riri adds one more detail, saying that they were also leaning their foreheads together. Leona is stunned. She wonders if it was really not a dream, if Riri actually saw everything. She gently pats Riri's head, telling her it was a very adorable dream. Riri beams, saying it made her really happy. Leona realizes that it was all real, but at least it is a relief that Riri believes it was just a dream. Then suddenly, panic creeps in. If that part was real, what about her own dream? What if that was real too? She tries to calm herself, telling herself that it cannot be possible. But then her attention shifts to the cats. She looks at them carefully, a strange thought crossing her mind. It cannot be possible that they were talking, right? After breakfast, Leona sits in her room when suddenly her sister storms in. She slams a box onto the table, declaring that it contains the necklace she was looking for. Leona asks if it is truly the same one. Jane assures her it is, saying she has never seen another necklace shine with such a deep red. Leona opens the box, her gaze softening as she realizes it is the last gift her mother left for her. Suddenly, she notices something faintly sparkling within the necklace. She pauses, wondering what it was, or if she only imagined it. She lets out a quiet sigh, telling Jane she did well. Reaching into her pocket, she pulls out a pouch full of money and offers it to her, reminding her that it is exactly as promised. She asks what Jane is waiting for and tells her to take it. But Jane refuses, saying she does not need it. Leona looks at her in confusion. Jane scoffs, claiming it is such a small amount, and once she becomes the Duchess, everything in this estate will belong to her anyway, so why would she care about a few scraps of money? Leona stands up, her expression hardening, asking if she has completely lost her mind. She tells her calmly to take the money and leave, because neither of them wants to keep seeing each other's face. She adds that Jane should forget about working here, as she will make sure the offer is revoked. Jane shouts back, insisting that Leona should be the one leaving. She tells her to wait and see. Once she properly seduces the Duke, the fake Duchess will be cast aside like nothing. Leona tilts her head slightly, asking if that is truly the case, if she is really that confident. Then suddenly, she calls out to the Duke, asking what he thinks. Jane freezes in shock. Her body trembles as she slowly turns around, her heart racing. Her eyes land on him, and panic sets in as she realizes he has been standing there all along. She trembles, wondering when he has been there. Suddenly, the Duke speaks, calmly repeating her words that she was planning to seduce him and steal the Duchess's position. He remarks on how elegant her intentions sound. The lady stiffens in fear. She hurriedly tries to explain herself, but then forces a smile, asking him to be honest. She claims her sister is nothing more than a powerless scarecrow, and that she would be a far better fit for the role of Duchess. She steps forward, attempting to grab him, but before she can finish, the Duke abruptly throws her to the ground. He looks down at her coldly, saying she clearly does not understand the situation. He asks if she even knows where she is, and how she dares to speak so recklessly. He questions how she had the audacity to insult him and his wife in his own estate, adding that from her words, it seems she does not value her life. Jane trembles violently, trying to stammer out an explanation, but the Duke cuts her off. He tells her to remember this: no one is allowed to disgrace his wife. The only person fit to be Duchess is the one he has chosen, Leona, and no one else. Jane's anger mixes with disbelief. She cannot accept that the Duke truly loves Leona. It feels impossible to her. Without another word, the Duke throws the bag of money at her, declaring it her final warning. He orders her to take her things and leave immediately. If she ever behaves so disgracefully again, she should be prepared to risk her life. After she leaves, the Duke lets out a quiet sigh, admitting he never expected her to be so disrespectful, and that he is truly glad he chose Leona. He turns to her, asking if she is all right. Leona smiles softly, assuring him she is fine, because having him by her side makes her feel safe. She thanks him. He replies that it is only natural, it is his duty as her husband. Leona then looks down at the necklace. He asks if it is the one she mentioned. She nods, saying she believes it is, but she still needs to take it to the priest to confirm. The Duke explains that he has already looked into the woman. It turns out she once served in the Ludella region, a place in the northern part of the empire, said to be where a deity once walked among mortals. Because of that legend, many once lived there in devotion, but the harsh terrain and relentless cold eventually drove them away, leaving the land abandoned. However, the temple still stands. He had thought all the priests had long since left, but it seems the silver-haired woman is the only one still serving there. Not long ago, priests from various regions gathered at the imperial palace for a regular assembly. Leona asks if the woman might still be there, but he tells her she has already returned to Ludella a few days ago. A hint of disappointment crosses Leona's face. Then suddenly, she lifts her head, her eyes firm as she looks at him. She tells him she is going to the Ludella temple. He shouts, questioning if she plans to go alone, telling her she absolutely cannot because it is too dangerous. He is going with her. Leona shakes her head in disagreement. She explains that one of them must stay with the baby. If both go and leave her behind, the child will cry the entire day. The Duke nods, acknowledging she is right. Leona continues, saying the journey would be too tiring to take the baby along this time, and she wants to meet the priest in person. She reassures him she will return soon. He agrees, promising to send plenty of knights to escort her, and pulls her into a gentle hug, asking her to be careful. When the journey begins, Leona leaves the estate in a carriage. After a while, she steps out, shocked at the sight of the temple. Before arriving, she asked her maid to confirm the necklace, and the maid assured her it was the same one. Still, she wants confirmation from the priest herself. She orders the knights to remain outside, agreeing to wait while she goes alone. Leona walks down the temple corridor and suddenly sees the priest standing there. The woman looks startled, feeling an inexplicable presence. According to her, there should not be anyone else here, yet she feels as if she is being watched. Leona approaches and the priest stares at her in confusion. Leona introduces herself politely, apologizing for the sudden visit and explaining that she was eager to meet her as soon as possible. The priest is shocked. Why would the Duchess seek her out? Leona carefully opens the box, revealing the necklace, and asks the priest if she recognizes it. The woman gasps in surprise. Leona takes a deep breath and says she has only one question: is the priest her birth mother? The priest cries out, but before she can speak, Leona continues, explaining that not long ago she received a divine revelation and glimpsed the past. Jane had told her years ago that she placed a red necklace in tiny hands before leaving. The priest instinctively steps back, but Leona calls out, telling her not to. She asks again firmly, is she her mother? The priest sobs, telling Leona that she never wanted her to come looking for her. Leona demands to know why. The priest explains that she was not sure if she could face her. She admits she is not a good mother and does not deserve to stand before her like this. That is why she hoped Leona would never come. Leona steps closer, gently asking if the priest was afraid she would never forgive her. She reassures her that she understands there must have been a reason for leaving her behind. Leona tells her that if she is truly sorry, she must explain why she abandoned her. The priest looks at her in shock, asking how much Leona already knows about her illness. Leona's eyes widened, realizing she had been completely unaware. Leona recalls her sister mentioning that she had always been sickly as a child. Instead of punishment, she received pity. Even then, she had a habit of spacing out or pretending to lose consciousness, only to rise later as if nothing happened, claiming no memory of the event. Eventually, a doctor was called, and somehow she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Her sister had wondered aloud if it had all been an act to change her fortunes. Now, looking at her mother, Leona understands. She tells the lady that she heard she was supposedly deathly ill, but as a child, she does not really remember. Her mother closes her eyes and responds gently that of course she does not remember, she made certain of it. Leona frowns, asking what she means. The lady promises to tell her everything. She explains that it all began with her own ignorance. By chance, she met Leona's father. Perhaps because she had no one to rely on and always felt alone, they fell deeply in love. To escape her overbearing father, who only ever suffocated her, she ran away and started a new life with him. But fate intervened. Before she could even grieve, she discovered that Leona's father was no ordinary man, he was royalty, the very one the imperial family had been desperately searching for. To keep herself safe, she had no choice but to flee. She continues, telling Leona that she herself is a woman with strong divine powers, and Leona's father was a man of royal blood. Their child, Leona, is the product of that union. Leona stares at her mother in shock, realizing that her own body carries royal blood. She hesitates before asking if her mother truly suffered from a fatal illness. Her mother nods, admitting she felt just as hopeless upon discovering it as Leona must feel now. But after losing the man she loved, she could not bear the thought of losing her only child as well. To save her, she separated her body and soul. Leona looks at her, confused, asking what that means. Her mother explains that the illness was deadly, but if Leona survived past 20, it would disappear completely. She had to find a way to keep her alive until then, no matter what. Then it hits her. Separate her body and soul. Leona is shocked, unable to comprehend how her mother could do such a thing. The lady explains that the illness was triggered by the combination of royal bloodline and divine energy. The only way to stop it was to keep her somewhere those forces could not reach her. That is why she split her body and soul, sending her soul into the body of a child in another world. Leona's mind races in confusion. She demands an explanation. What does she mean by another world? Does this mean she wasn't just someone from modern times who possessed this body? Was she always Leona from the start? Her mother nods gently, confirming exactly what she said. Leona has never been anyone else, she has always been Leona. And now, finally, she has come back home. Leona shakes her head, unable to accept her fate, struggling to comprehend how it could be possible. Her mother explains that she was fortunate enough to find an empty body in another world and placed Leona's soul inside it. bringing her back to life. That is why Leona experienced such vivid dreams. After sending her soul away, her mother poured all her divine power into her original body and placed a fake soul inside, just enough to keep the body alive until Leona's true soul returned. She intended to watch over her child's heart until that day. However, if her father, the highest priest, had discovered her bloodline, he would have used Leona to serve his ambitions. To protect her, she left her in a remote town called Selenija, where she would attract the least attention. Once she turned 20, she finally returned to her real body. Leona struggles to process it, feeling the story is almost too incredible to believe. Her mother points to the scar on her back, revealing that it appeared when the fake soul was placed inside her body. A sacred relic was used for the transfer, and her body endured too much in the process. Her mother apologizes for the suffering she caused, acknowledging that if she had been wiser, none of it would have been necessary. Tears well in Leona's eyes as she realizes she has never truly felt a parent's love, not in the modern world, and not even in this one. Yet now, after all this time, she can finally feel the warmth of her real mother's embrace. Overwhelmed, she presses herself against her mother, holding her tightly, letting the years of longing and loss wash away in the comfort of that long-awaited connection. The lady is taken aback, not expecting such an embrace. She hugs Leona tightly, overwhelmed by the reunion, and then steps back, letting the moment sink in. Both of them break down, tears flowing freely. The lady notices Leona's eyes and remarks that they have become puffy from crying, and soon hers might be as well. Leona smiles, noting it is the same for her, and the lady returns the smile, acknowledging that they are in the same boat. Leona looks at her mother with affection, silently inviting her to come along. The sudden question leaves the lady shocked. Leona conveys the depth of her love for everyone in her life, explaining that they are precious to her and her family, and she wants her mother to meet them. She assures her that she no longer needs to hide, urging her to return to the duchy. The lady sighs, apologetic, explaining that it is not yet the right time and that there are still matters she needs to resolve. Leona holds her mother's hand firmly, and the lady admits how much she wants to meet the family, asking if Leona can wait just a little longer with the promise that she will come someday. Leona smiles warmly, agreeing to wait and telling her mother she should leave now, promising to reach out again soon. Before departing, the lady calls out once more. Leona turns toward her, and the lady warns her to be careful around her father. Leona, puzzled, asks if she means her grandfather. The lady confirms this and explains that the moment he discovers her bloodline, he will try to use her for his own gain, so she must remain vigilant. She recalls that Leona mentioned a divine prophecy, meaning she must have already met him. Leona's eyes widen in shock as she tries to recall when it could have happened. The lady's voice carries a weight of warning as she reveals that her father's name is Caleb. The lady explains to Leona that Caleb is currently the highest priest of the imperial palace. Leona is shocked, recalling the old man and realizing that he could actually be her grandfather. The lady continues, explaining that if he had known she was his granddaughter when he received the prophecy, he would have done whatever it took to keep her close. Fortunately, he still does not know her true identity. Leona admits she had no idea her grandfather had been so close all along. She wonders how her mother managed to stay off his radar, especially as a fellow priest. The lady explains that she disguised her identity and wandered from palace to palace for years. During that time, she met a priest from the Ludella temple who helped her survive and eventually become a priest herself. The temple is remote, far beyond the reach of the central temple's influence from the imperial palace. Her grandfather never expected her to return there and assumed she stayed far away. To mislead him completely, she even left behind objects to make it appear that she had taken her own life. He must have believed she was dead, never imagining she could still be alive and managing her own survival as a priest on top. Now, however, she can no longer remain in hiding. Since her daughter's illness is gone, she can see her daughter healthy and strong. She has nothing to fear and will not let her grandfather control her, not while she is watching. Leona considers this, realizing that both she and Riri suffered mysterious illnesses as children, and in both cases, the conditions were tied to the royal family's curse. A chill runs through her as she wonders if Riri's biological father might also be a member of the royal family. Her mother notices her blank expression and asks if she is all right, but Leona assures her it is nothing. She simply needs to stay strong for her child, determined to protect Riri and uncover the truth about her birth parents. A few days later, upon returning home, Riri runs to her, hugging her tightly. She scolds her mother for being late and expresses how sad she has been not seeing her for days, confessing that she missed her terribly. Leona apologizes, holding the baby close and asking for forgiveness. Riri, still pouting, finally relents, letting it slide just this once. Suddenly, the Duke enters. Leona greets him, announcing her return. He looks relieved to see her safe and sound, then steps closer, hinting that he too needs comfort. Leona smiles and presses a gentle kiss to his cheek. Once inside, Leona tells the Duke that the lady she met is truly her mother. She wanted to bring her back immediately, but her mother insisted it was not yet the right time, and Leona would have to wait a little longer. The Duke reassures her, saying that if she is family to Leona, then she is family to him as well. He holds Leona's hand, explaining that the estate will always welcome her mother whenever she is ready to come home. Leona thanks him, feeling comforted by his words. Suddenly, a thought occurs to her. She mentions that during her conversation with her mother, she wondered if there was any chance that Riri's biological father might be of royal blood. The Duke admits he has considered the possibility as well. He notes that the imperial family has always shown an unusual interest in Riri, sending royal nannies and displaying a level of attention that goes far beyond normal generosity, even though he has assisted the emperor before. If they are aware of anything regarding Riri's birth, their actions might indicate that there are other royal influences present in the mansion besides the old nanny. He confesses that he keeps a watchful eye on everyone, feeling wary of hidden agendas and possible connections.